Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side Dannon shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Erica ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Erica squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you hollering in cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead ops. They ever cross the line? The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. Hey, happy Thursday afternoon, y'all. Happy Thursday afternoon. Oh, boy. Those of y'all that do not like a long show, I'm telling you, man, today is not the day for you. We are going to go through it step by step, right? We're going to go through it step by step. Did Princella make her points last night? Well, first of all, let me give you the, 1 second. 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 Let me give you the, 1 second the breakdown. So the breakdown was Princella last night went on she went on the what do you call that? The Hardly Initiated podcast, right? Group of good young brothers, man. Young brothers that's out there. And they I believe they're Christian based brothers, man, but they're good brothers, man, you know what I'm saying? And they're trying to just have some conversations about some stuff, man, and try to I believe their goal is to try to bring people together, man. So good brothers, man. But she went on their podcast last night, and oh boy, did she make her points, right? They asked her direct questions. Did she answer them? We gonna get into it. Let's find out, right? Clarence. You just don't understand, Clarence. You don't understand Princella. You're not listening, You're not listening to Princella, Clarence. Okay, I'm gonna listen today, right? I'm gonna listen, right? I tried to listen last night. It was very, very difficult because Princella, the way she speaks, is very difficult for the average person to try to follow what's going on with her, right? What's going on with her thinking process, right? And so, that's not no knock on her, but maybe if she would be a little more direct in what she's doing. Oh, okay. Yes, I'm sorry. See, administrator told me, hey, you got to do business first, right? Do the business first. Okay, let's do the business first, and then I'll get into Princella. All right. Shout out to Brother Eric, by the way, man. Brother Eric, man. I mean, this dude is blowing up, man. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Really doing a good job over there on his YouTube page, 16 to Life, man. Funny dude. Also got some serious topics over there, man. But he's a real good dude, man. He did 24 years on a life sentence up here in California, yay. And, he got smart, man. He talked to the parole board and got himself together, man. And he ended up hitting the bricks, man. So shout out to Brother Eric, man. Plus, he got a lot of music, got a lot of merch over there. And by the way, he let us use this music, man, royalty free. So shout out to Brother Eric, man. We appreciate you, brother. Go on over there and check out his YouTube page, 16 to Life. Okay, that's Brother Eric, man. Shout out to him. Good dude. All right, let's check everybody in. Because Sister Annie will come up here and get me, right? Excuse me, Brother Clarence. What is going on? Let's check these people in. All right, Sister Annie. We're going to check everybody in. All right, first on the docket is Risa Neal, man. Shout out to Risa Neal, our resident sniper. Pang. Man, if you're coming up here to play some games today, don't come up here to play no games. But Clarence, I love Princella. I love her. And I'm going to go up here and mess up your chat. You have no idea who you're dealing with, man. We got Risa Neal in the house. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Talk about a ninja. You're gone, right? Your keyboard be gone right from when you be typing and your keyboard is gone. Risa done got your keyboard, right? We got a resident sniper in the house. But you know what, y'all? Man, those of y'all that are going to start a YouTube page, you have to have an enforcer out there. You have to have somebody, man, that's not going to ask a lot of questions. That's just going to force the rules. That way, man, the next time around, they kind of have a healthy respect for how things are running out here, right? We don't mind you questioning us. We just not going to allow the disrespect to flow. That's not what we want, right? So, I try. I'm not perfect. I try to keep it at a minimum, but I'm not perfect. I'm still learning, y'all. I'm still learning. But thank God I got somebody like Risa in the chat, man, who can help us, man. Because, Risa is a no-nonsense type person. So you may get a warning if you're lucky. If not, poof, gone, right? But shout out to Risa Neal. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Who else in the building? Quantum, where you been, Quantum? Good to see you. Glad to have you back in the building, Quantum. Good to see you. Quantum is another sister that's very, gonna keep us honest, man. Gonna keep us on a truth. And Clarence, what's going on with this situation, right? Quantum. But shout out to Quantum, man. Glad to have you in the building. Good sister. Who else is in the building, man? Sister Annie's in the building. Excuse me, Brother Clarence. You are not going to long stroke this monologue. Okay, I'm not. Yes, ma'am. Our administrator, man. So she is definitely going to be in the building today. I don't know if she's going to come on stage. She may. We'll see how things going, man. Sister Annie is one of those I'm gonna watch and see what's going on type of sister. So she may be up here, but glad to have her in the building, of course, man. Glad to have her. Who else in the building? Our brother Arshawn is in the building, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Critically Drinking, what is you doing? Get on over there and subscribe to Critically Drinking, man. Check them out, right? Critically Drink over. You can get on over there. Holy, man, y'all ain't gonna believe who I got in the back. I'm gonna surprise y'all. Let me get check in, everybody, man. Glad to see you, brother. Yeah, Arshawn, man, you go on over there and check out Critically Drinking. Man, get on over there and check out Critically Drinking, man. There's a good page over there. Now, Clarence, you just saying that because Arshawn always agrees with you. Oh, really? Oh, really? You caping for Arshawn? I am? Okay. Okay. Arshawn don't hardly always agree with me at all. Hardly at all. We agree in theory a lot of times, but as far as methodologies, that's where we have our differences. So, but I like the way the brother goes about stating his position on things. But shout out, so go on over there and check out Critically Drinking, because he may have the same position I may have, or a different position, but he'll lay it out, and I like the way the young brother lays out his position on things. But go over there and check out Critically Drinking. Not only him, but Yella and Bree as well. All right, who else in the building? Who else in the building? Von Bryant's in the building. Shout out to Von Bryant is in the building. Strong brother, strong soldier for the Lord. The Lord. Von, Von, I need Von here, man. You know what? Forget raising money. Forget helping the kids. I need somebody. I need a fall guy. Von is my fall guy, man. When I need to blame stuff that I did on somebody else, that's what I need Von for, right? No, of course, I need Von for much more than that, man. Von is a very critical person over here. So shout out to Von Bryant. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. He says greeting, peace, joy, grace, and abundance. Shout out to Von. That's how you come into the building, man. Who else is in the building? Who else in the building wants to get checked in? Who else is here? Black Man Unfiltered. If you haven't already subscribed to Black Man Unfiltered, man, what is you doing? Get on over there to Black Man Unfiltered. Check him out. Are you going to like everything Black Man Unfiltered say? I don't know. Maybe you might, right? He's another one, man. Oh, Clarence, you caping for Black Man because, he always agree with you. No, he don't always agree with me. They don't always agree with me, but they solid. You know what I'm saying? So I can respect the dude that's solid. Maybe you don't agree with me, everything I say, but you solid, man. You stand on your square. I can dig that. I can dig that. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. Get on over there. Check him out. He's got a lot of different types of shows over there, man. So check out. I know one of them you can watch, right? Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. Who else in the building, man? Anderson the Great. That's my other brother, man. This is a very generous brother right here, man. Brother Anderson, man. Cash apps me a lot, man. Very generous, man. Sometimes we on the air, sometimes we're not. He's just a hit cash app. Shout out to Brother Anderson, man. Thank you, brother, for always chipping in and always putting in. And Brother Anderson came on the stage before, man. So this is a good brother, man. Good brother. Check him out. Who else in the building, man? Lady Navoa. Lady Navoa's in the building. Shout out to you, Lady Navoa. Glad to see you in the building, sis. I see you out there, see. Lady Navoa is one of those sisters that'll be in the cut checking you out, man. Making sure everything is legit, man. When she feeling you, man. She gonna come in there. I'm checking in, Brother Clarence. Okay, good. I'm glad to see you checking in, Lady Navoa. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Who else is in the building? Who else is in the building, man? Oh my gosh. The executive producer, OG Patrice, is in the building. Now, OG Patrice may be up here. She might be up here, man. This is another one. The Queen Maker is another one of her favorite subjects, right? She may be up here to give a little something on that, right? So shout out to Patrice, man. Hopefully, if we're lucky, we'll get a chance to talk to her. Who else is in the building? I think that's everybody who wants to be checked in. That's everybody who wants to be checked in. All right, y'all, let's get right to work, man, because we got a lot of stuff to go. We got a lot of stuff to go over, man. A lot of stuff to go over. First of all, before we even do that, I want to bring a special guest up here, man. We haven't seen this brother in a long time, man. This brother has been in the Dominican Republic, man, trying to make life better for some of the kids over there. That's all. That's all he's been doing, right? Let's bring him up. Brother John, how you doing, Coach? What's going on with you, brother?
Man, I'm doing great, brother. It's so good to be back with y'all. I I went through a major surgery, and I just had to kind of pace myself. And I'm so happy to be back with y'all and back in the Dominican Republic and helping the kids at the orphanage out. Man, I'm good, brother.
Man, we glad to see you, man. We glad to see you. Always got that pretty smile on your face. I don't know, brother. When you go to the dentist and they give you a pretty smile like that, do they give you a stick to walk out of there with so you can beat the girls off, man? Get away, get back, right?
Man, it don't. I tell you what, you're gonna laugh at this. It don't matter if you got missing teeth or not. They're gonna be on you. It don't matter.
They're gonna be on you. Hey man. Well, I guess when you got a certain kind of energy coming off of you, you right, man. They're gonna come to you no matter what you got going on. Man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. I always try to show love and uplift people, man. It's too much bad energy and negative energy going around the world already.
Yeah, man. So we got to try to get it straight. I don't know if you know what we talk about today. Do you know what we talk about today, brother?
Nope. I said, man, this is a good time to join in, and it's been a couple months since I've been with y'all, so I said I feel good, and I said I'm about to join in. So what y'all talking about today?
We talking about today. We talking about the Queen Maker. I don't know if you familiar with Princella the Queen Maker. This is a lady that's going around saying that women need to be just women and men need to be with just men, and basically that men are no good. Women should be running the world. Men are no good, and she's getting a lot of traction. She's out there pushing a message out there, right? So
wow, that's bad to talk about, but
it sound like it
pulls in a whole bunch of people,
Well, we're gonna take it from the top. So last night she was on a podcast called Hardly Initiated, right? By the way, if you guys haven't subscribed to Hardly Initiated, man, it's a pretty good podcast. Sister Annie introduced me to it. It's a pretty good podcast. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start from the beginning, man, because I don't want to sway you, right? I want you to see for yourself what her position is from her mouth, right? So this is what we're gonna do, man. Me and Rico was arguing about this last night, man. I said, all right, come on up. I said, I said, Rico, whenever we argue like that, I said, I know
shout out to everybody on the panel. I'm sorry, brother. I just wanted to say shout out to everybody in the comments. Love all y'all. But go ahead.
Go ahead, man. They love you too, man. We're always looking out for you.
OG Proceeds, Miss Kenya. Shout out to all y'all. Go ahead, brother. I'm ready.
You ready? All right, buckle your seatbelt, brother.
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
All right.
What the United States corporation is founded on.
And is it safe to say that that's a man, a woman, and his family all under one home residence?
Yes.
Okay.
A man, woman, and children.
Got it.
Yes.
So it sounds like you also have opinions about that, because I've even heard you go as far to say that the nuclear family is pretty much it's not relevant. It's outdated.
Well, I won't say it's outdated. I will say that it was an artificial creation to begin with. It's not natural. And the only reason for a nuclear family is to support the artificial creation of the United States, which is a corporation. So that's the backbone of the United States corporation. That is not the backbone of nature and how things were naturally meant to be. The true family is a community. And if you're Black, you understand that we have always said that it takes a village to raise a child. The nature of the woman is communal, and there are things that the woman is capable of doing that the male is not capable of doing. And because of this, the solid family foundation would be more of an extended family where there are multiple women to help rear and steer the children so that all of the weight is not put on one person.
Okay. Are you following what she's saying so far?
100%. And man, she's serious about it. She ain't playing.
Okay. So she is, and I'm gonna use the shirt, brother. Black man said you want to come up for this one. I will. A Black man, I'll put the link out there for you in just a minute. I want to establish her position I want to take a couple of clips to establish her position, and then I'll bring you guys up. All right, so her position is, hey man, the nuclear family that's a falsehood. That's why it's not working, because it's not natural. That's her position, right? It's not the nuclear family, and so many divorces and so many problems are happening because of the nuclear family. The nuclear family is a man-made setup that is bad from the inception. Okay, are we good so far?
I'm good. I'm good so far. Wow.
All right, so we're gonna, but my issue today is not her philosophy in particular. My issue is, did she answer their questions? When they asked her questions, did she respond appropriately to those questions that would open up and invite people to investigate what she's saying further, right? That is what I'm talking about today. Because in my opinion, her logic is flawed. However, this is where me and Rico differ. Rico said her logic is flawed, but she's a bad person, period, right? This is a bad thing that's happening. Where I say, sorry, excuse me, sorry, y'all. Where I say is, it's flawed logic, but I think she's going to do a good work. What do you mean she's going to do a good work, Clarence? I mean, the type of people that's going to listen to her are the people that's giving us problems in relationships already. So if she's going to take them and drop them off in the lesbian heaven, then let her take them and drop them off in lesbian heaven. Let the lesbians have the problems with them, right? That's my position, right? Rico like, no, Clarence, you don't understand. She's going to burn the whole world down. No, I said, no, Rico, no. If you get past the whole, lesbian heaven situation and you start crunching the numbers, this is my opinion. You start crunching the numbers, the only people that's going to listen to a message like this are people that don't want to get counseling. They don't want to have no intervention from people. They don't want to get help. They're just going to keep tearing up. They're just going to keep getting involved, getting in relationships and hurting other people. Let's remove them. That's my feeling. Let's remove them from the situation, right? So, but I'm just trying to show you where the two of us differ. And most of my team are the same way. They feel like Rico. Clarence, you crazy. You crazy.
They feel like they agree with Rico, or they agree with
They agree with Rico. They telling me I'm crazy because I say, no, go ahead. Push your message. Just stop lying. Right. That's my position. But my position is stop lying. Right? Stop saying different things that are not true. Just tell the truth. And then if the people want to go to lesbian heaven, let them go to lesbian heaven. Right?
But why would somebody disagree with what you're saying? Because people have the control to say whatever they want to say and do whatever they want to do. So why even stress ourselves out with that? Just let them go to lesbian heaven. I agree with you.
That's what hey, this is the mathematics behind that for me, John. If she's gonna kill all these broken and damaged people, because those are the only people that's gonna listen to it, right? A woman that is having success and is managing herself properly in the dating market over here with male-female relationships, she has no reason to listen to Princella, right? So only the people that's going to really probably listen to her are going to be women that are having the same type of issues that she's having, right? Selecting dysfunctional men continuously on a regular basis, having those relationships blow up and bust up, right?
Yeah, to make themselves feel good, to make themselves feel like they're right and that they got a team. Yeah.
Right, exactly, right. So they're gonna culminate around her, right? Because they're gonna say, "Hey, she's singing the same song she's singing my song," right? So somebody understands, right? But
they got this, they got this comedian out there that he talks about people that wear diapers. They have people that wear diapers and put pacifiers in their mouth, and they go to conventions and they put diapers and they put pacifiers in their mouth, and they do it with the rest of the people. So it makes them feel good. Like, hey, look what I'm doing. It's right. Yes. It's nothing wrong with that.
Yes. See, I
Anyway,
mean, you can get
I just
support.
use that as an
You
example.
can in America, man. You can get support doing almost anything, man. And man, you can find a group of people that like almost anything here, right?
Right.
So that's where we're at. That's my philosophy on Princella. That's why I say go, Princella, go, because you're gonna take all of the, you're gonna scrape the bottom of the barrel and get those people out of here anyway, right? This was the same situation I had with Cynthia G. I don't know if you're familiar with her, but with the divesting community. Hey, go.
I am.
Right? Let's
Right.
let's get rid of those people, man. Let them go over there, give all those people the problems, and then we can really try to start working out things over here, right? Because the main issue that I have, the difference between I have with her, Princella, and me is she says that all of these relationship problems is because of the nature of men. My difference is I don't say it's because of the nature of men or the nature of women. It's the selecting that's going on. The selection, that's the problem. A lot of these women are selecting poorly and then saying, well, there's no good men out there. No, you're not selecting good men. There's good men out here, but you don't see them as sexually viable. So therefore, you don't look at those men, right? That's a selection problem.
And that's a great point, because you can swap it around and do vice versa and say the same thing with men selecting, poor women. That's prostitute and wearing short skirts and trying to get men and just hoeing around, So yeah, it's the same way.
Well, Trey, if you want to come up here, hang tight, brother. We're going to do a couple more clips and then you guys can come up here and let's discuss it. Right? Okay. So let's move on, man. Let's move on, because I got a bunch of notes here that at points where she said all kind of craziness. All right. So let's finish our introduction.
The nuclear family cuts that off and makes women independent and having them to carry the majority of the domestic duties alone, because the male is not wired or capable of sharing these duties with her, because it goes against his nature. So what ends up happening in the nuclear family is that the woman becomes extremely stressed out, where she's trying to beg and force the male to help her in a way that he's not designed to help her, which is the reason why there are constant issues in nuclear family setups. So if it's hard to do, that means you're going against nature, because nature is the path of least resistance. People are having hard times trying to maintain a nuclear.
Okay, I gotta stop here. She said if something's hard, it goes against nature.
That's what cowards say. That's what people say. When I got drafted by the New York Yankees by going through the hard shit. I didn't get drafted for the Yankees because I would just decide to go home, and after I struck out 2 or 3 times, just go lay down. And no, that's what's wrong with the United States right now. We always want to fold up and say, oh, it shouldn't be so hard. That's not true.
Yeah. And it's a bad message to send to children, because when they run across something difficult, they'll run from it. But what we got to do is we got to let them know. Now, I'm gonna just tell you guys straight out, man. I'm not in the healthiest state. I'm healthier than I've been in the past couple of years, but I'm not in my healthiest state. Right? I was on my deathbed a couple of years ago, like 3 or 4 times. Right? It was hard. It was hard coming back from that. It was hard. Man, it was hard. You got to take medication. You got to eat. You got to exercise. You got to do. And sometimes you don't feel like it. You're nauseous. You don't feel good. Hell, I don't got to tell you nothing, man. You already know. I ain't got to tell you nothing. It's hard. Most things in life are hard. The easiest things in life usually are the most not best for you. Right? It's the harder things that in a world like this that's going to be, that probably better for you, better suited for you, right? Eating right, having a better mentality, having a better what do you call that? A better moral compass, right? Looking at things a certain way. that's going to be harder. Everybody else looks at things this way. Everybody looks at, you know what I'm saying? So I just want to put it out there, man, because she said that everything that's hard is against nature.
That's a great point. I'm
glad
glad you stopped it right there.
Did she say that?
Yeah, that's she lost me when she said that. That told me right there what type of mentality she on. But yeah.
All right, man. We gonna get into some of her. We gonna get into some of her greatest hits, man. Right here, man. Let me turn the page, man, because we got to get moving, man. Because I wish I had time to really get going through everything, man. But we ain't got time to do all that. We got to go straight to what we got straight to. Okay. So there's a point at which they asked her, "What's the ideal woman?" Okay, if a woman that because her thing is, women shouldn't have to be with men. Women don't need to be with men, right? This is why I call it affectionately lesbian heaven, right? I'm not telling you to be a lesbian, but I'm telling you if you spend time with men, that's stupid, and if you're by yourself, that's stupid. But I'm not telling you need to be a lesbian, right? Right?
Right.
Very manipulative, like stuff, right? So, so that's her thing, right? So she was asked, "Hey, well, since you bring in this philosophy, what is the best state for a woman? What's the final stage of being a woman in your understanding, right?" So we're gonna jump to that in just right now. We're gonna jump to that. See, because I couldn't go over everything, man. Okay, let's jump to that. Okay, here we go.
We are always going to be connected. And you'll always be my best friend.
Is the ideal state.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be a more fascinating landscape to kind of draw out for people, because we can talk about the differences between, what you're saying and how we thinking, but what does it ideally look like for you? What does the ideal woman look like for you, and the ideal man, if there's even one within that construct? And then what does the family look like if both of those ideals from your teachings and your philosophy are actually manifested and realized?
Okay. Did you hear his question? That was pretty straightforward, right? I mean, that was a pretty straightforward question. Not confusing, right? Okay, let's see her answer.
All right. So
is that a bad question?
No, it's great. Okay. So let's take it. All of my points of view always come from a scientific point of view. So we all can understand that oil and water don't mix, right?
Correct.
So no matter how much you put oil and water and stir, it ain't never gonna mix. Okay. The differences between male and female is oil and water. Okay. And so the moment that you try to put them together in this, you're going to create issues that will never end. Okay. So what Tyshawn was saying, this is why it is ever important to understand root cause analysis in order to get to a place where you can fix a problem. We can talk about the effect all day. We can analyze people's behavior as the effect all day. That ain't gonna do nothing, because the issue comes in the biological and neurological differences between male and female, period. Then you have the next issue, which is a philosophical issue, right? When you are dealing with people who, two, are running on a faulty program, number one, on a faulty program, but number one, the main thing is this: when you take women and you induct them into an environment that is not conducive to their nature. Okay.
So don't forget the question too, by the way.
No, I am.
Okay.
But I have to be able to line this out so you understand why things are the way they are, right? Because
okay. Nobody asked her why things was the way they are. They asked her in her mind, once the woman achieves her final stage of development, according to her, Once a man achieves his final stage of development, according to her, what does the family look like? What's the family unit look like? That's what the question was. Now they're going to ask her again because she's not going to answer. She's going through this whole psychobabble, right. But they're going to ask her again. All right.
But the thing, let me say this real quick. Another thing she said is men and women are like oil and water.
Yeah.
Okay. So you telling me that God just messed this whole thing up?
Absolutely.
That's what you're telling me. That's what you're telling me.
Absolutely.
You telling me that he just missed the mark and you got it right. That's all I wanted to say. But go ahead.
Yeah. See, that's what it's always being pushed, John. It's always being pushed as it's nature. It's a natural problem that men and women have these issues. But my issue with her is it's not a nature problem, it's a selection problem. You are selecting people that don't go against are not in alignment with your goals and philosophy and life dreams and goals. So when you align like that, men do the same thing, right? They select women based on just their beauty, right?
You hit it right on the head.
Right?
Yeah, you hit it right on the head. It's just so women don't think that we're picking on women. When I was playing with the Yankees and when I was playing in movies and had my C+, B- actors role and I was doing pretty good hanging around celebrities. I was hanging around and that women wanted to be with me. Women wanted to marry me, but wow. I was not the one for them because I didn't have my mind on right. I wasn't right in the head. So a lot of people won't admit that. I was not right in the head when I was 20, 21, 22 years old. So guess what? I had to get myself right. So she just refused to get herself right. She's just saying all women need to just lock in with me and just do what I do.
Agreed. Now that's her position, right?
Right. I'm sorry.
Has she been done wrong by a lot of men?
Right.
Yeah. Well, has she been done wrong by a lot of men? Yes, she has been done wrong by a lot of men, but they are all men that she selected. She selected these men, and that's the part they throw out the water, right? They say, "Oh no, it's not. It's not my incompetence, right? I'm not incompetent in sexual. You are incompetent, and you need help, right?" There was a time when we were a people as African people. The family was involved in the sexual selection process. The family was involved in that. It even got to the point where they would betroth you as a 2 or 3 year old. You would betroth to somebody else, right? For political reasons or these other reasons, right? But they were betrothing people, right? But now, man, we got so far away from that. Now, I'm not saying we got to go back to betrothing people, but at least having the family involved, let the family, kick the tires on this person, see what's going on, right? Right. I remember my son brought this girl home that wanted to take him to the prom, and she was hanging out with him and everything. I said, well, tell her and her mama to come over here then. We set the table. We sat them down to the table, right? Old school. You sit them down to the table. Okay, Miss Lady, what's your plans after high school? What you trying to do? She was talking crazy, man. I took my son outside, man. We after we were sitting after the table and my wife was going to serve dessert, I took my son outside. I said, hey, look, this chick ain't no good. I probably shouldn't have done that because he held on tighter, right? But eventually he said, Pop, you was right about that chick, man. He said, Pop, you was right. That chick was crazy, man. You know what I mean? And, it showed her colors, man. But I was sitting at the table listening to her. I said, oh, man, this girl crazy. But we used to have the family involved in the sexual selection, right? Now, these women and men. Oh, you just talking about women. No, the men are just as incompetent. That's right. Ain't nobody out here. We don't have the family.
We're not bashing women. Right.
Yeah, we just saying that the way the world is set up, is to isolate you as far as sexually selecting a person for you, where your family knows you. They know your little quirks. They can look at this boy and see he ain't gonna put up with that for a long time. They can look at the girl and say, hey man, she gonna put up with that for a long time. You probably need to leave her alone. Or this girl got crazy. This girl's crazy. You can't see it because you all in love with her. But we can see it, right? We all been there, man.
People know your pattern. People know who you are. People know exactly what you all about.
Yeah, man. Okay, so let's get back to the Queen Maker, right? So the Queen Maker is going to say, so she didn't answer the first question. The first question was, in your perfect world, where the man is at his perfect residence, the woman is at her perfect residence, what does a family look like at that point? How are we going to connect together? What's that look like, right? That was the question. She hasn't answered that question yet, right? She's on a cycle thing. All right, so we're gonna see. That's a great
question. That's an awesome question.
Right? So we're going to see. Now they're gonna have to ask her again, right? Because she's on this whole cycle thing, right? So they're gonna ask her again.
If you never get the why behind anything, everything you say is just opinion based at that point. And we can do the opinion stuff back and forth. I'm actually about finding solutions to real problems because I see the world's problem ever so clearly. Men and women are different. You ain't never going to make them the same. Okay. So the problem, number one, is women's environments that are conducive to women's nature and how they function have been totally eliminated. And they have been inducted into a male pecking order, a hierarchy that changes the nature of the female psychology, which screws her up, as you can clearly see it in the world. Women are not behaving in the quote unquote ideal way that men think they should behave. There's a reason for that, okay? In order to fix the female and male psychology, there has to be a healthy separation between the two. There has to be two different environments that are conducive for both parties to function properly. So male pecking orders will never go away. In every kingdom, you see that this is how the male functions. How does the male function? The male has to be dominant over other males to be able to instill a level of fear into that male child or male to get him to behave in a certain way. If the male does not have any controls on his behavior, what has happened in society is they have put all of the controls on women. They haven't put any on males.
No controls on the males, man. John. All them prisons, all those prisons I've been hearing about, all those prisons I've been hearing about, Pelican Bay, Tracy, all that. I guess they don't exist, right? No controls on the male. Hey, I guess if we look at the statistics of who gets incarcerated the most for the same crimes, it'll obviously be women, right?
She's so lost. Like Brother Brian said, she is so lost. She's so lost.
Man, I don't even think lost is the right word. Just she's out there, right? Lost implies you're trying to come back, right? I think she's just out there, man. She is just out there, man. All right, man. So this is Princella. They're gonna ask her. They're gonna say, "Hey, sis, no offense, but can you please answer the question that we asked you?" Right?
Right.
The male has been allowed to freely reign and move and decide if he wants to control himself or not. He shouldn't have the ability to make that decision. He should be controlled. So men need to be in environments that allow them to function how they were designed to function, which is to be in a pecking order, controlling and governing other males. The messed up philosophy for the male is he believes that his nature is to control women. So society has given every male a woman and say you control her as as opposed to controlling yourself in other men. So now you got a bunch of men running crazy, not controlling themselves, looking for women to control. That ain't how that's supposed to go. Men are supposed to control men, and women are supposed to be functioning in a collective environment where they help each other with the children, help each other teach, and all of that. And the education.
Part of my interruption. Wouldn't I'm just curious. I see everything in pictures.
Mhm.
So minus children though,
Mhm.
how are women, if men are supposed to control other men, and
Mhm.
that's going to kind of, I guess, self-regulate them
Mhm.
because this is the way they're wired. What is the manifestation for the woman aside from the men,
in terms,
and aside from babies?
in terms of what? In terms, because you're asking specifically for a question, because at the end of the day, the feminine, the woman's brain
Mhm.
has the ability to communicate between both hemispheres,
Mhm.
create plans.
Mhm.
She has the ability to communicate at a high level,
Mhm.
right? It's all a creative leadership energy.
Okay.
So when you talk about women, they should be free, right,
Okay.
to create, right?
Okay.
They should be free to create. And what happens is this, which is the head, and this, which is the doer, this submits to this and takes instruction to be able to lead his life in the right direction.
Do you hear what she's saying? Do you hear what she's saying? You're on mute. You're on mute, man.
My bad. She gave me a headache the last 30 seconds. She don't even know what she's saying. She don't even know what she's saying. She rambling. That's what I call rambling.
What does that have to do with the Patrice said, what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? We're gonna find out, Patrice. We're gonna find out. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe she'll explain. But the point is, she is subtly saying that men need to be taking their marching orders from women. That's what she's subtly saying, right? Just like she's subtly saying that lesbian heaven is where you should be, right? Oh, I'm not saying you should be a lesbian. Oh, I'm not saying women should tell men what to do, but she's subtly saying it, right? She's indirectly saying that, right?
My fiance don't take orders from me, and I don't take orders from her. So what is that? I don't understand that. We talk about it, we find out what we need to work on, and then we move on to the next thing. Nobody have to take orders from nobody.
Well, see, in her world, in her vision, and where she's come with her experiences, somebody's taking orders from somebody, right? Instead of saying to herself, why am I attracting men like this? Why am I attracting people like this that are going to take advantage of me? What am I doing to attract these types of people to me? Is there something that I can do something about that? No. It's the universe. It's just men are just like that, period. Well, we know that there's men like you, there's men like me, there's men like Rico, there's men out here, there's Vaughn, there's men out here that we don't even have to order you, man. All I gotta do is make a request, and this woman is gonna go do it. You know what I mean? And if she don't want to go do it, then that's gonna tell me, okay, maybe I need to revisit this, because if she got a problem with it, maybe there's something in there that I didn't see. Right.
But brother Clarence, it ain't even about that. I understand what you're saying. It's about us showing each other that we appreciate each other and love one another. That's what it's about.
That's the next step. That's the next step, right?
I'm sorry, I jumped step. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, but first of all, I don't have to order. Hey, go do that. Go do this, right? All I gotta simply say is, can you go do that for me? Can you do this for me? Right? Can you do this? If she say no, okay, or she's going to tell me what the impediment is there. And if it's something that we can't handle, then I know, okay, then she shouldn't do that, right?
That's right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to, we don't need to order anybody.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, man. It's crazy. Me living in the Dominican Republic for 4 years now, man, it's men order women they tell women what to do. They tell them what to do. This is a third world country, and they say, hey, they hit women, they beat on women, and that's just how it is in this country. But just because I live here, I'm not looking for no woman to control or do that. You choose to do what you want to do.
That's the point, John. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a selection. The selection is everything. The person you select, that's everything. You can't select a bad person and put them. You can select a horrible person and put them in a great situation. They're going to find their way back to being in a bad situation because that's their mentality. Right. So just like they had these lotto winners, right? They won $1 million, $2 million, 10 million, whatever, right? And they broke in 5 years, right? Because of the mentality the money ain't there. It's their mentality. That's what it is. Right. So if you select somebody,
and you have to break it, either you have to break it or you just gonna roll with the punches.
That's what it is. But see, you can't. But you know, and I know, as old as we are, you can't make nobody do nothing. You can't make nobody. You can't make your wife, your kids, nobody.
Hey, brother, it took my fiance. She was married to one man for 15 years. His family, he started another family across the street.
Across the street.
I swear. I'm not exaggerating.
Hold on, John.
Across the street, and John. it took her 7 years to understand, like, this ain't right. but your mind has to understand this ain't right. And I'm happy she finally moved on. But like you allow people and allow things to do the things that you're doing, you're just gonna keep on doing it, and then you're gonna end up like a woman like this, just saying any and everything, you know?
Yeah.
Making up shit. Excuse my French.
But you know what? I got to give it to that dude, man. That takes elephant rhinoceros balls to start a family across the street. But that takes rhinoceros balls right there.
I know. I'm gonna say this. I don't want to get off track. I know a couple right now. The man is married and he's dating his wife's sister right now.
Holy smokes!
In the Dominican Republic, and it's stuff like that happen here because they allow it to, because women don't have the rights, like and it's just fun. But my point is, if your mindset is like her mindset, you can put your mindset in anything, So anyway, I'm sorry. I'm rambling.
And a lot of it is just, not knowing. See, because it's hard to blame it all on just them because they just don't know. That's the
point. That's the point. That's the whole point behind all of this. They just don't know. Or they know and they just refuse. They just do you think she's putting a block up there, brother? Or do you think she just don't know? You think she knows or she just playing dumb?
I think she has, because of her experiences in life. I think because of her incompetence at sexually selecting in the male-female sexual selection market, I think she has been jaded and skewed to say, well, and because she has a protection, she has an internal protection. I'm going to protect myself by not having to see. If I have to have accountability, then I have to be vulnerable. I have to say I'm doing something wrong, right? But see, I don't want to be open to say I'm doing something wrong, right? I'm selecting poorly, right? I'm pookie picking. I don't want to have to say I'm pookie picking. So it's easier to say the market is messed up than my selecting is messed up. My choices are messed up. That's the easier thing to say because that removes any responsibility away from me. Now that's my main issue. I don't have an issue with the fact that she has her belief, right? We could care less if you want to be a lesbian or not. But don't try to lie and say, well, this is the best situation for you.
This is the problem, right? Yeah.
No, tell them the truth. Hey, I'm a lesbian. I enjoy being a lesbian. These are the benefits, and maybe you might want to do it too. Okay, I can respect that. May not agree, but I can respect that, right? Okay, but what I don't respect is when you lie and saying, oh, well, all men are bad. How do you know? In a later portion of the video,
like she found out what the problem was. Like she fixed the problem.
Exactly, right? In a later portion of the video, she's gonna say, "Yeah, most men are, you know, they lie and they cheat and I said, "How do you haven't even dated most men?" That's like me saying most women are just evil, right? I don't know. I ain't ever dated most women, right? No. You gotta look out for bad people, no matter what kind of genitals they got, right? All right. So let's move on, man. We're gonna move on to where she said she's disputing marriage at this point. Yeah, so should women get married? Let's find out what Princella has to say about should women get married.
So we have to always start with nature so we can figure out where we went wrong, because nature got all the answers. Humans are the ones who came in here and jacked this up.
Okay. But yeah. So I want you to hold on. Just hold on. Yeah. Because I'm clear on. I believe I'm clear on what you feel like the man needs. Mm-hmm. What I want to hear is, what is this woman getting? Like from this, if they're separated and this man is getting this, I'm curious about what this woman needs. Because if this man really in your perspective of how these relationships and these men and women should be raised, I want to know how this woman looks.
Okay. All right. So let's let's put it like this. Okay. The reason why you're asking what does the woman need is because the male's nature is needy. He needs the woman because the male is not whole. Okay. So I like to do it in terms of sacred geometry. Are y'all familiar with sacred geometry?
No.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Are you familiar with sacred geometry?
No, I was getting ready to chime in. Go ahead.
All right. Sacred geometry is the study of the spiritual meaning of shapes, forms, and patterns found in nature. It can refer to patterns and shapes that have been repeated throughout history and art and architecture. Right. All right. It's a fancy word for matching shapes with moods. Right. All right. So let's continue. She brought that up. Right. Now they asked her about marriage. What is marriage? Should a woman be married? Right. This is where she's going from there.
This goes back.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Yeah, she all on channel 22, and we on channel 5. Yeah,
Rico said they asked her how hot it is, and she tell them where they asked her where she's going, and she tell them what the heat what the temperature is, man. She all over the road. All right, let's move on, man. This is Princella. They asked her, should women get married? And this is her response.
Back to the patterns of life. Okay. So in all of nature, mathematics is the code of nature, right? And science is basically the image that's rendered from that code, which can be observed. So when you go into sacred geometry, what you're looking at is straight lines and circles. Straight lines represent the masculine. The square is 360 degrees, and that is the masculine counterpart. And then the circle is the feminine, which is also 360 degrees. So everything that's circular represents the feminine. The feminine is the creative space. Here's the issue. The male is not a square. The male is a triangle, which is 180 degrees as opposed to 360 degrees. A triangle is half of that circle and half of that square. Because the male operates hierarchically, his nature is hierarchical, which means it's a triangle. He functions at 180 degrees. The woman is born whole. She is born integrating the left and the right hemisphere. The male literally mainly functions from the left hemisphere, which is the computational or quote unquote logical or analytical side of the brain. The feminine side, which is the creative side, is practically shut down in the male. So in order for a male to become a man.
All right. So she said the creative side of the men is shut down, right? So all these painters, Van Gogh, De Goya, all of these people, I don't know. I guess they were just.
I fly from the Dominican Republic. I thought the Wright brothers made the airplane.
They stole it off. Anyway. They stole it off a woman, John. They stole it off a woman.
That's what it was. That's what it was. Right. That's what it was.
Let's bring in brother Black Man Unfiltered. Black Man Unfiltered. What do you think, man? What's going on here, man? Help us.
Brother, how you doing?
What's going on, man? Can y'all hear me good?
You hear you
yes,
just
sir.
Fine, brother.
Now, I want to say this, brother Clarence.
All right.
All this time I've been on YouTube, I've warned you guys that this was coming. And I took a beating too. Ain't no women. Where the women at? Show me a woman that talk like that, act like that. I said, they out there, they coming. I've been saying it for 2 years. And now the Queen Maker has made her arrival.
Yeah. One of many. One of many. Her and Cynthia G. We went from deleting all black boys from Cynthia G to now that we're dealing with a woman who says women created their own babies. Yeah.
Yeah. The clitoris and the vagina was not made for man. It was made for women to create their own children. And she has a huge following. If you go back to her this initiated podcast, shout out to them. You will go in the chat and you will see how many, and they even mentioned it, how many women were in their chat that were supporting this nonsense.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question, Black Man.
Mm-hmm.
Because me and Rico fight about this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree with her logic. Right? I think we both disagree with her logic.
Absolutely.
Here's where me and Rico go the other way. Rico says she needs to be stopped, right? They need to stop letting her come up and talk to women because she's a bad influence on them, right? Well, not they need to stop her, but people need to stop giving her oxygen, right? But I say she should get oxygen, and here's why. What type of woman do you think that would actually listen to her and actually give credence to what she's saying?
You said how many women?
I said, what type of woman? Do you think a woman that's having success in the dating market is going to listen to somebody like that?
Absolutely.
Why? Why would they do it?
Because she's popular, and influence is by the numbers. Jay-Z had a saying in one of his songs. He said, people lie, but numbers don't. And when you have a huge following, not only will you get the ratchet, but you will also get the classy as well. You get women who will change their minds. I've been dating. I've been married to this man. I don't have to be with him. I can be a successful single mama now. This is a huge relief. Let me leave this nigga and go be with somebody else or be by myself.
Okay, let me ask you. Do you think it's better for them to leave now once they hear this and we find out that you got a chink in your armor now as opposed to down the road? Right? I mean, if you feel that if somebody like this was going to be able to turn you, then they would have turned you later. Somebody else will turn you later, right? So don't you think it's better to have you turn now and then we can let you out of the gate now?
Well, I think that most women most women could be in a good place, Brother Clarence.
Okay.
And they'll start. The Bible even says it. I don't know if the Quran says it, but the Bible says that you become what it is that you are around the most.
Okay.
And even a good person, if you put them around bad people for a long period of time, they'll be bad eventually. They'll pick up on some things and start to rethink their life.
Agreed.
Wow. I got to go to work to make this $60,000 a year. But my brother, who's been a troublemaker his whole life, is making $150,000 a week selling this dope. And if he is around his brother long enough, he's going to be making $150,000 selling dope as well. And so I think that, you become what it is that you are around. And I think these women are looking at this woman. They took over that chat, Brother Clarence. You got to go back and look at that chat. They took over the chat.
I was there. I saw it.
I love you. I love you, Queen. Thank you, Queen. Thank you for helping me with my marriage, Queen. Thank you for helping me in my relationship. We don't need these men. We can take care of our babies by ourselves. We don't need these niggas. And all night long.
Okay.
So I think her influence is in not only influencing the ratchet, I think her influences are changing the mind of some women who are married as well.
But how, this is what brother, you're happy with your wife, correct?
Yes.
If I was to come out, Brother Clarence's, red pill wife throw out, right? Wife swap, right? I'll come out and I say, hey, brother, women are this and that, women this and that. Could I get you to, join on to that program if I was trashing women as wives?
No, it would have. Yeah, no, because me and you, like men like us, and where we come from, in the year you were the decade you were born in, decade I was born in, we were raised, we were just different minded men. We think differently, we process things differently. Now, a young man today will hear some stuff like that. Oh, they all over it.
But what I'm saying is, this is what I'm pointing. I agree, probably, but my thing is, more likely situation to happen is if you are experiencing the things that I'm expressing. If I'm expressing that the woman killed your dreams, the woman nag you too much, the woman take all your money, woman don't let you have no sex. If I'm expressing all of that and you're experiencing that, you're going to be more likely to connect with that message.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
That does make sense. And I think
so this is my point. This is my point. Hold on, brother. This is my point. She expresses a lot of that stuff. And a lot of the women that are experiencing those things, they got a cheerleader out there now. They got somebody that could say, hey, the reason why I connected to Minister Farrakhan is because he was expressing things that I was experiencing. That's what made that connection work right there, right? I said, wait a minute, that part of it makes sense. And as I listened more and more and more things started making sense to me because I was experiencing that. But when people came to me about Minister Farrakhan years before, I was like, get that out of here, man. I don't want to hear that. That's because I wasn't experiencing those things yet. I wasn't actually out in the real world experiencing that stuff. So my point is, the women that are experiencing these things are going to be more likely to listen to her. Now, what kind of women are experiencing the same things as her? In my opinion, it'll be the more incompetent women that aren't able to sexually select properly for themselves, right? They're out there, and so what they're doing, brother, in my opinion, those type of women are floating around in the male-female sexual marketplace, and they're creating a lot of the problems that's out there, right?
And to
follow this court, family court, all this other stuff, they're creating all of these problems.
Right.
If we remove them, if we had somebody, a Pied Piper, we could pay money to remove them, right? What's the problem? Let's get rid of those women.
Well, the thing about it is, Brother Clarence, is that I know you're talking from your decade of experience, and I'm gonna talk from mine. Let me tell you what I see, because I got young kids, right? I got a daughter that's 20, and my baby boy is 11, so I'm getting it from all different angles here.
Okay.
These young girls at the school, Brother Clarence, and I will screenshot it and send it to you. My son had a situation. I talked about this on my barbershop talk last Friday. My son had a situation with a young lady. My son knows he can come talk to me about anything. My daughter, he confided in her, and my daughter, who is older, way older than him, she's 15, he's 11. She said, if you don't tell mom and daddy what happened, I'm going to tell them. She said, stop procrastinating and tell them. We went in the room with our son, and my son said, Daddy, Mama, I hope I don't get in trouble, but I got to show y'all something. He gave my wife the phone. My wife looked at the phone. And in that phone, the little girl told my son, the 11-year-old little girl told my son,
don't say the words. I know what you're going to say, but don't say the words.
I won't. We have a substitute teacher Friday. And during the substitute teacher, since she's going to be here, she's not going to be paying attention. I want you to meet me in the gym, in the changing room, and I want you to give me fellatio.
Okay.
These are 11-year-old girls. That means the queens, the queen maker, and all these Or even the video that went viral with a girl in the class, the woman said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" She said, "Mama." She said, "Oh, you're going to get married and have a family?" She said, "No, I can't get child support if I'm married." These are young girls right now at 11, 12, 13. Imagine what they look like at 20. They're the next queen maker, the next Priscilla, the next Cynthia G, right? Because
sexy red.
Yes, and the sexy red, right? She got lip gloss out, Brother Clarence, that's named after STDs, and she's selling out every day. And these little girls are wearing it, and the mamas are buying it for them. So what I'm saying is, you can when you have lice, you can wash your hair, but if you don't use the right shampoo, the eggs under the scalp will hatch again, and lice will take over your head again. And so once you wipe all those women out that you're talking about, those eggs have already been planted in those other little girls' heads. 11, 12 years old, they're out here cussing like it's old sailors and acting like little whores at 11 and 12.
I hear you, but that's where us as men, you, me, John, Marcus, if, let's say we have sons, right?
Yeah,
I got 3, right?
I got 3.
I got 2 of them out here in the dating market right now, right? So we have to be up on them on how to sexually select properly so they can eliminate those type of people, right? Because I taught before a couple of days ago, there's never going to be a situation where it's just all good people out here. There has to be a bad for you to have a good, right? I taught about, Elijah Muhammad taught about the duality in the creation of the universe. There's a duality in the universe. There has to be a positive and there has to be a negative. To get life, you have to have death. You have to have, these 2 things have to be on the table at the same time, right? So we're not gonna, if you have this earth, this beautiful green earth, there's gonna be some negativity here somewhere, right? It has to be. So since we can't remove the negativity, we have to learn how to be able to resist it, right? We got to learn how to avoid it, maneuver around it, right? Because that's why the tree of good and evil is in the middle of it's right there. It's the middle of the garden because I can't remove it. To remove this tree, I have to remove you.
But Brother Clarence, that's the difference between trying to remove it and just leaving it alone and
that's
not
my point. That's my point. So we have to teach our children how to go around it. Hey, leave this alone. Do this. Don't do this, right? Because they're always going to be bad women. They're always going to be bad men. They're always going to be out here. So we're not going to be, there's not going to be, it's not realistic to say, oh, well, we're going to get to a place where there's never going to be bad women. We're going to get to a place where there's never bad men. No, they're always going to be out here. That's just the reality of life. But the thing is, if we teach our children to not select them, their numbers would drop. They won't be able to cause confusion and chaos in people's lives.
Now also the way that Princella is able to pull the numbers is that she's a very good manipulator. Let me tell you what I mean by that. She will say women don't need men, but she's still married. Right. Women don't need men, and she's raising a son.
Right.
Her life is a contradiction. Now, also, how can you say, and every time she talks, I'm keeping it real. That's who I am. I'm real. And y'all don't like it. That's why y'all hate on me. And you can say that while you have weave down your back. You have eyelashes on your eyes. You have makeup. I guarantee you, it wasn't an Indian woman that sold you that hair. It was a man. Every book that she mentions, Brother Clarence, that she mentions was written by a man. All the information that she's spewing come from books that were written by men.
Agreed.
And so, and I'm gonna tell you something, Brother Clarence. I can show it to you right now. The Queen Maker sent me an email, and she wants to collaborate and do a show. This was about 2 weeks ago. I got it right here. I can put it on the camera and show it to you.
Why don't you do it, brother? She definitely won't come over here.
That's what she don't understand. Because I asked her in the email, I said, have you seen any of my content? She said, I saw a show that was real positive. I would love to be a part of the conversation. If you guys are having this conversation soon, this is the dates of availability. And then she asked me, did I have a budget for guests?
Do you have a budget?
Right, come on now. A budget for guests. And so I just let her talk. And then after I said, I would recommend that you watch my content before you want to schedule a show so you see if it's something you're comfortable with. Well, she sent me an email back and says that we're women bashers. We're so spiritual that we're, that she don't deal with the spiritual realm, but she deals with the scientific realm, and she doesn't want any of that conversation. And I knew what it was. She didn't want to come over there because at my house, we're not going to sit up here and say men had nothing to do with the birth of women or getting women pregnant and women got themselves pregnant. We're not doing that dumb stuff. So yeah, I'm not going to.
Money. I believe she wanted money too.
Oh yeah.
Okay. That's the ultimate thing. But hey, y'all, let's bring Marcus in. Let Marcus say before we move on with the video. Marcus, you got anything to say to add about your favorite content creator, the Queen Maker?
Get the hell out of here. I call her the fucking queef maker. No, I'm sorry to kiss, but that's a queef maker. That's the joke teller. That's a snake oil merchant. You know what it is. I've always said I went off on Black Man's show when it was Mandrell and Shushu, and I see the grift. I see the shock jocking. I see all the BS. I see all these. You see a lot of these guys in these spaces, and now like women too, especially the women who are going to profit and say extreme things at points sometimes. And that's all she's doing. She's milking that cow. She's gonna keep selling her books. I told you last time we were on here on this panel when it was related to her. She's like the obsidian, but the opposite with extreme wannabe pseudo-silent, pseudo-intellectual person. And when she was trying to say the whole like science, like oil and water, well, both of us are made of blood, and the majority of our water is compensated by water. So it's a joke. So we're always going to have these kind of people. They're going to roll into town. They're going to be the next big thing on YouTube, and then they're going to be the next wave. It's just a matter of time before. And this is where I kind of do agree with BMU, because just because you can take someone over there doesn't mean doesn't mean they should be able to, because you could still have a stupid comment, a stupid idea, a stupid opinion, or a very delusional one. Doesn't mean people shouldn't take it. It's just like you have the drugs out there. Doesn't mean you should give it to kids. Doesn't mean you should give them a pole. Doesn't mean you should give them a gun. So I don't think that she should, in a lack of a better way, have that power, that control to try to influence people, because the least you can stray away and pull away, the better, because that means it lessens their ranks, and it lessens the delusion, and it lessens the people that get lost in the middle. I'm not saying that you can save everybody, but the least amount of people that can swallow that delusional pill, and her books, which her ideology is kind of based on, which is a majority of men, even though that's how she contradicts herself every time. She can't answer a direct question. See, if she would actually answer a direct question, she would at least gain some more civil respect, I think, in a debate. Right. But she can't even do the simple things.
She can't answer a direct question. She can't. The reason why she can't answer a direct question is because once she gives you a straight answer, then she's stuck to that, and she don't want to be stuck to nothing. So she wants to just make allusions to everything, but never a direct answer. Because once she makes allusions, she always has a backdoor out. Oh well, no, Marcus, I didn't say it like that. See, you weren't listening to me. See, you didn't really. You as a man, you can't really hear me, right? You can't hear you. I'm talking to you, but you're not listening, right? She always has a way. She always got an escape hatch. But if she gives you a solid answer, that's when she's gonna be stuck, and she knows that, right? I guess maybe it's from forging them documents or whatever. She knows that if whatever's hard in writing and that's it, she ain't gonna be able to back away from that, and then she's gonna really get bases.
Well,
yeah,
she don't have
brother
to.
Marcus, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was saying she don't have to be smart. She can play dumb. Look at her picture. Look at her now. He looks like, I'm serious. This woman looks deranged. She looks like she's an actress on a Lifetime movie network. And these women are following her. No matter what she says, she can say, all women, cut your big toe off because your big toe was created by man and it's going to make you walk like a man. So we don't want to be around men. So you got to cut it off. There are going to be a lot of screaming women tonight cutting their fucking toes off.
But my thing is, gentlemen, and y'all let me know what y'all think, and then we're gonna go to the back to the video. My thing is this: she's here for a purpose. She's here to flush out the impurities in the women that are out there that don't want help. In my opinion, that's my opinion of her work. Now she would say, "I'm here to save women. I'm here to take them to lesbian heaven."
She's here to make herself money.
She's
right.
On top of making the money, Marcus. On top of making the money, I'm here to get rich and have a whole. I think she want
to join that movement, like Brother Marcus was saying, and like they want to join that wave. Like
right.
I got here in the Dominican Republic when that passport bro movement was so strong. And I hate black women, and black women ain't shit, and black this, and now it's fading out.
And a lot of passport bros got flack for it just because they wanted to try something else and have a different option.
That's right. So she's just trying to be a part of this big movement, this wave, and then when it fade out, she's gonna fade out too. But you are absolutely right. We want to try. Hopefully we can save as many women as we can from going down this stupid road that she's trying to push them down. But that's a great point, Brother Marcus. I really like what you said.
Yeah,
appreciate you.
Y'all are trying to save them. I'm trying to save the ones that want to be saved. The ones that want to be saved, I'm willing to work with them. But the ones that see something good in Princella, there's a reason why they seeing something good in Princella.
But bro, see, like you understand too, like because younger people's minds are more impressionable. You know that's also a hazard too, right?
That's huge.
Well,
I
would say this. There's a story in the Quran where Moses was working with this angel. And they were doing some tough stuff, right? Finally, they get to this boat, and this boat was going out and going across the water to a distant land. There's a little boy on this boat. And so Moses and the angel separated for a little while, and the angel came back. And so Moses said, "Oh, man, you missed when the boat left. It's out there right now." And the boat started sinking. As it got out to the deep water, it sank. And then Moses thought about it and said, "Hey, did you do that?" And the angel said, "Yeah, I had to take care of that business out there." He said, "But it was a little boy on that boat." And the angel said, "Hey, look, yeah, the little boy was going to grow up to be a wicked ruler, and he was going to enslave millions of people." Paraphrasing, he was going to do a lot of wickedness, right? So he had to go. He said, "Man, but he was just a little boy." He said, the angel told him, "Hey, look, this is where we separate. This is where we're going to go our separate ways right here. Because obviously you ain't ready to deal with the realities of God's work. So you need time. You need time to get your mind right. I got other stuff I got to do, right?" Sort of like the guys that went to Sodom and Gomorrah. They talked a lot. They said, "Hey, look, check this out, man. We about to blow this thing up." Right? We about to blow this thing up, right? So if you don't want to be a part of this, take your family and go, right? But what happened to Lot's wife, right? All that time, Lot's wife was with him and everything, but he found out at the last minute she had some love for that Sodom and Gomorrah. She had more love for that than God's word. And what happened to her? Pillar of salt, right? She looked back, heard all those explosions, all the people screaming, all the babies crying, and she looked back and she turned into a pillar of salt. What's a pillar of salt? Once you got a pillar of salt, once you grind it down to a pillar of salt, what can it be used for? Nothing. Just no good, right?
So the ones like Brother Marcus is saying is, and I get your point, but the ones like Brother Marcus is saying, the ones that don't get killed by pillar of salts, the ones that don't get drowned in the boat because of you got a whole bunch of bad men on that boat and they was getting ready to turn to be he was going to be a dictator. What do we do about them? You know, what we still gotta move forward. What do we do?
How do we deal with that? Right? Good question, brother. Okay, so how do we deal with that? We have to have We have to work in concert with the sisterhood. Those of us that want good, right? We got to work in concert with the sisterhood that wants to make young ladies out of our little girls, right? We got to work in concert with them. Why? Showing them how men, grown men, and other young men are going to treat them, right? So that they can recognize when they're being mistreated. They don't recognize when they're being mistreated because they haven't seen how real men treat women, how real men treat their families, right? Like black man, you at home with your family. I raise all my children under the same roof, right? But some girls don't got no man in their house.
Right.
All they see is man after man after man coming through, right? And the man is abusive sometimes, man is this or that, whatever, right? They think all of that's just part of being a man. So when they get up there and they start actually sexually selecting, they will have mercy on that type of behavior. Whereas if you teaching your daughters and I'm teaching my granddaughter, there ain't no mercy for that. I can appreciate you, but not. I can't be in a romantic situation with you because that's unacceptable to me. But if they don't see that in us, how are they to know when they run across? Because they will run across evil in this world.
Oh man, that's a great point. I got three stepdaughters in here in the Dominican Republic, and two of them just split up with their boyfriends, and the boyfriends blamed it on me.
Of course, I was just gonna say it's your fault. You the reason why they split because they
blame it on the Yankee. Blame it on the Yankee.
This is a good man. My mom got a good man. He treats her good. He does her right. I don't need to be putting up with you. There's a man out there that can do me just like that, right?
And they say, Coach John, I want a husband. I want a husband just like you. And I'm like, what do you mean by that? I'm just telling you, I want a husband just like you. I like the way you treat my mama. I like the way you do this, and I like you do that. I like how you open up the door for her. I like how you help her out, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, okay, well, I'm not perfect though, but yeah. And
I think too, though, Dominican, the important thing too is to let them know, hey, it's a reciprocated, like it goes both ways, not just how they receive the treatment, but how they give it as well.
I like that.
Because that's important, that energy matches energy, personality matches personality in that way, and then you show the type of commitment you have for each other. So I think they see that too. They see the commitment that you guys have for each other as well.
No, I like that. And I also tell them, I said the 19, 20, 21-year-old John, Coach John, I was just like y'all boyfriends y'all had,
And you know what? I'll say this as well. Because my daughter's 20 and I have a daughter that's 15 and I have a daughter that's 13. They're all just growing up.
You in the fight, man. You in the fight.
I am in the fight. I have 6 total, 3 boys, 3 girls. My son is 16. My other son is 13 because he has a twin sister. And my baby boy is 11. I'm gonna say this. I've even just sitting down reading the word, I've come to a conclusion that we're doing things wrong. As men, we're doing something wrong. I don't think that we should allow our daughters to date.
Okay.
I think we should allow our daughters to court. And what I mean by courting, let me give you my mindset of courting. If your son were to, like my daughter, Brother Clarence, me and you have a relationship. My wife and your wife have a relationship. We know each other. We eat at your house, you eat at our house. We all go out as a family. We do things together. We're a close-knit family that teaches both of our children's value. And so now both of those children are under the same tutelage of value. And now that they get closer and they value each other and become husband and wife and have family. It's not a stranger that you're trying to get to know, but you already know of this person knows of you. But then some people say, that's crazy of me to say that. But then I go to the Bible. And when I was reading it, I went to Leviticus 19 and 29. And I know my brother Von Bryant is in the audience tonight, so I know he's all over this. But in Leviticus 19 and 29, it says, fathers, do not prostitute your daughters to cause her to be a whore. Right? Now we could do it that way, or we could do it in another translation that would be more clean for some people. We could do it in the NLT version. Let's go to the new Living Translation. It says, "Do not defile your daughter by making her a prostitute, or the land will be filled with prostitution and wickedness." Now, let me ask you something, Brother Clarence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm here.
I think he froze up. He froze up. Start over, brother. I think he froze up.
God is sending a message right now.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Can y'all hear me?
Now we can. You good.
Okay. So where did I stop it? Where did I stop it? Because the devil busy. Where did I stop it?
You said about the basically like the degeneracy, the demons and stuff like that.
You were talking about you had a question. You said, "Don't prostitute thy daughter, because the court be a whore, lest the land be fall to whoredom, and the land be full of wickedness." And then you started to ask a question after that.
Okay, yeah. My question is, what is the goal today in 2023? Not courting, but dating. What is the if your daughter say, "I'm going to date this guy," what is the guy's goal for your daughter? Is to do what with your daughter?
As a young guy?
Yes.
Oh, definitely sex. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you so much, Brother Clarence. Now,
Right.
when his goal is sex, and she says, "I love him," because girl, women get emotional.
Right.
I love him. I'm gonna give him sex. She'll have sex with him, and he'll get tired of her and see another beautiful girl, move on, leave your daughter there with a body on her. Now, what happens next? Because your daughter's not gonna stop loving. She's gonna take her a while to get over him. She'll move on to the next guy. She'll love him, give him sex. Then he'll break up with her, or she'll break up with him. She'll move to the third guy and give her sex. You know why? Because the scripture is saying, "Do not defile your daughter into prostitution." Do not put your daughter out there like that. Do not tell your daughter it's okay for her to date, because when she goes out and date, the first dude gonna have sex with her, the second dude gonna have sex with her, and what happens? The end of it says the land will be filled with prostitution and wickedness.
Yeah.
From those men that she has sex with, those men are going to make her bitter, mean, upset, loudmouth, attitude. She's going to be taking care of kids she don't want to take care of because the man's not in the household. You're creating this. And this verse is giving birth to what we're doing in the world today. It says, fathers, do not put your daughters out there as hoes. Because if you do, and you allow that, then the world's going to be full of hoes and wickedness. Now, I guarantee you, Princella grew up in a household where she was able to date. She was able to, I guarantee she was able to have sex at a young age. Sex with this man, moved on to the next one. Sex with this man, moved on to the next one. And guess what? The land is full of wickedness now. And now a lot of women are following her because they can follow behind her because Princella is still married.
But I know, but black man, you don't know that. You don't know that. That's not a fact. That's your opinion.
Can I add something too, though? My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, bro.
All right.
No, I honestly think, like, because of the unfortunate issue and the incident that we live in now, which is hookup culture, we live in this delusional Disneyland world where the parents don't have as much say so or feel like they can't, or certain laws are in place where you can't say something. Then you have like the digital age, the tech age, social media. You have parents trying to be involved with their kids, and then some parents don't even know who their kids hang out with. The kids can say something, and it could be a whole different script when they're at school. You know, there's an issue. They're not involved in a lot of clubs, sports. They're not active like that anymore. They're more introverted, or if not, they go party out and drink and, you know, do drugs and all that a little too much nowadays. Now you have the robust, like, you know, you have all these epidemics upon epidemics, isms on isms. And that's the issue right now too. And, you know, that's a big issue. Like, I'm sorry, but I've seen some stuff, and I know what BMU is talking about because I got nephews and nieces. I had my brother who was trying to tell my niece, hey, I don't want you dating this guy. You're young. You're only 13 years old. What the hell are you doing with the relationship right now? Damn. Yeah, she's 13. And then, like, because, you know, not trying to put my brother's business out there, but he's going through a separation legally and a divorce. And that issue already is holding over his way. He's with a new woman. The mother of his kids, which is his first wife, you know, she had an issue when he started dating. But before, when she was seeing somebody else, when they separated, she was okay with, hey, want to get 50-50 joint custody or split custody, whatever. But now when he started dating, now she wants 80-20. Now the kids, There's one kid trying to stay with the dad that doesn't want to be with the mom anymore. There's another one that wants to be with the mom, not the dad anymore. The bad influences start happening. And then you see what you get allowed in school. So the dad is saying no, but the mom is saying yes, just to combat him. That's an issue already in itself. And that's going to create more instability.
And that's why it's important to seek counseling, heal from what any traumas that you've gone through, and then it should be married before you carry, and then you'll have a marriage and a foundation. And then what you should do, every man, let me say this real quick. All married couples, when you think about getting married, people out there know marriage ain't real popular right now. But if you're deciding to get married, I think everyone should get a chest made, like a chest to put things inside of. And I think you should put everything inside that chest, what your goals are. You want to put everything in there, what your spiritual beliefs are, write a letter to each other and seal it in that chest. And every time you're thinking about walking out on your husband and breaking another marriage, you go to that chest and remind yourself of why and what your marriage is about. Your husband feel like he want to go and cheat. Well, go to that chest and remind yourself of what you see, of what you worked on and what you guys been through and how you got where you are. And I think more marriages would make it if they were reminded of where they were so they can know where they're going. And I think a lot of people are leaving marriages because of bad influences like this turtle-faced woman on the screen.
Hey, I'm gonna say something you said earlier, brother. What's your name, brother?
Black Man Unfiltered, sir.
Black Man Unfiltered. I'm sorry, man.
No, you good, brother. You good. Man,
you said something earlier. Man, a man will say anything to get the draws. Anything.
Come on, man.
Anything, especially, and then they're gonna move on just like you said, and then they're gonna be like, hey, baby, I love you so much. I'm gonna buy you a car. What kind of car you like? Lexus? Oh, I like Lexus too. I'm gonna buy you a Lexus, and then he gonna hit, and then he gonna move around. And then they're gonna do the same thing. I was like that, and then they would, so men do that all the time, and especially with these young girls, and they fall in love, like you said, brother. So and they heart is like into it, and then they get scarred, and they get scarred by the third man, and he getting ready to buy her a Lexus, and then buy a picket fence with a house and everything. I love you, I never leave you, and then they have sex, and then he move around. Men will say anything to have sex, and then they move around. That was just a great point I want to tell you, brother.
Absolutely. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. That's the world we're living in, man. It is. We're in a bad place right now.
All right, fellas. There was a lot of points. I don't want to, because really today I wanted to stay on the Queen Maker. Brother. So I'm going to
see what happens when you throw us around a lot, Lizard. You see what happens.
I'm going to move on, man. Now at this point, Princella has said. Let's see. I think this is when she said that hypergamy is not a natural situation, right? All right, let's to the Queen Maker on Hardly Initiated.
And largely out of it, artificially forcing women to need and depend on men for resources, creating what you call hypergamy, which is not natural in the female. It is an artificial response to stimuli, which is taking the resources and putting it in the hands of a male. When women are free and independent, they don't need males. And you can see this in nature. You can see it with the fruit fly. If you look at the fruit fly.
Well, hold on, wait. So how does a woman does not need pretty much leadership or mentorship to thrive like a man does, you saying? A woman can just be left in her natural state and she will thrive.
Well, here's the thing. What the natural state, let me tell you, all arts come from the feminine. All arts come from the feminine. Leadership is an art. You can lead, quote unquote, by force, or you can lead through emotional intelligence. The male does not have emotional intelligence, so his primary.
No. I don't want to talk. No, I get that. I get that. Let's talk, because right now we still have not figured out how women thrive. So that's what we want to. I want to talk about that. So what does we get the masculine community needs that.
Right.
The feminine community, they're all by themselves. How are they thriving though? Are they, what type of leadership? How are they being fed?
This is what I'm trying to get to you, because what your questions are based on this artificial system, thinking that women need, but we can all see that this is coming, it's falling. We can all see what's happening financially. We can all see what's happening with AI.
Jesus
We are
Christ.
no longer in Pisces, okay?
What does that have to do with anything?
What I'm trying to get you to understand is the whole concept of
All right, we're not in Pisces anymore, right?
Brother Clarence. Brother Clarence. Let me say this. This woman, I watch this. It just every time I listen to it, it reignites something inside of me. This woman, my thing is this: if I were there, see, they need some food like me up there. If I was there, I'd say, you know what, Queen Maker, Princella, you're absolutely correct. Women can thrive, and let me tell you what's going to happen. We're going to let China invade this motherfucker, and I want you and all your women to get together and defend America. And we want you guys to go out and defend America, and we want y'all to win and take back this country in the war. Matter of fact, we're gonna bring all the men that's in Afghanistan, Germany, Russia, all these different places around. We're gonna pull all the male soldiers back home, and we're gonna allow you. We're gonna suit you up.
All the soldiers will be in the kitchen.
All the women that follow you into all these countries, and we want you guys to level up and protect this country. She would cower, she would scream. If a gun went off, she probably would hide under a car.
I don't know if she was in the army.
You need men. You need men. You need men to procreate. You need men to fight. You need men to go to war. You need men. Period.
Agreed. Okay, but I'm just trying to lay out her position. Her position is that men are only good for certain things. The procreation, fighting against other men. Those are the only things that they're really good for, and building things, right? If you need something built, they can put something together, right? But other than that, women should be at the head of the society. That's her position, right? And of course, that men shouldn't have anything to do, like bears and lions, right? Men shouldn't have anything to do with the child rearing situation. That's according to her, right? So I just want to kind of lay out where she's coming from. Like I said before, she's the kind of person that's only going to identify a character flaw in someone, right? If the person don't have a flaw, they're not going to follow this person. That's like if the devil came up and said, hey, follow me. You're going to be able to party all night. You're going to be able to, I'm going to give you the power to stay up all night. I'm going to give you the power to, do whatever you want sexually to whoever you want sexually. I'm going to give you all that power. All you got to do is follow me, right? But a person that knows what the devil look like would say, I'm not going to follow you. I don't care what you putting on the table, right? I'm not, because I know it's a trick. But the people that got a little love for it, which is what I was alluding to when I was talking about Lot's wife, the people that got a little love for it, they're gonna turn. They're gonna the Quran say turn on their heels. They're gonna turn on their heels. They know what's right. Their heels are facing the right way, but they're gonna turn on them because they got a little love for what's being said, right? And so I'm saying that kind of person, right? The quicker we can identify that. Now, if Princella says the stuff to somebody and they say, okay, hey, I'm that might make sense to me, or I got an issue. Maybe I should go and get some help for it. That would be good. But I would think the large portion of the people that follow Princella are going to say, like Princella, my selecting skills are not the issue. It's not because I've been spooky picking. The issue is all men are just like this. And so that's where I have the issue with her. But I still feel like, hey, the hurt and broken people that's going to follow her, I don't think young girls are going to follow her. That's just me, not the ones that are young girls that are going to be
a lot of these young girls are listening and following some of the dumbest stuff ever.
Let me finish. Young girls that are going to be viable mates for viable young men are not going to follow this lady. Those of them that might look like they might be viable, but at their core, they can relate to this type of rhetoric. Let's go ahead and get them out of the way. Maybe going over into lesbian heaven and bumping their head over in lesbian heaven, they will say, maybe God has a point. Maybe men do have some value. You know, maybe they need to go over there and get the head bumped. Who knows, right? Because I can't see, if you take a group of women that are hurt and suffering, and they do not want the obvious solution on the table, which is the love of God. They don't want that solution. So how are they going to fix themselves? They're not. So let them take their chicanery over to lesbian heaven. That's my position. I don't want those kind of women dating my sons. I don't want those kind of men dating my granddaughter. Now, the men, that's another situation. But right now we're talking about the women. But the men can solve this problem as well by just selecting, by removing these women from the sexual selection process. That will dinosaur these women out. They're now, the only way they're going to get any attention is from the lesbian heaven community. Right? Sorry, lesbians. You know what I mean? The lesbians are the one that should be upset. They should be the most upset, because they should be saying, damn, man, we want people that want to come over here. We don't want people that you have to lie to them to come over here. Right?
They are the most upset, Brother Clarence. If you look at statistically, like you look at the numbers right now, men, congratulations, you have lost in the DV conversation. Because right now, lesbians, oh yes, Brother Clarence, look it up. Lesbians have taken over men when it comes to abuse. Lesbian women are beating the shit out of each other. Matter of fact, they have more DV cases than black men last year. We can go look that up as well. Also, their divorce rate is starting to creep up. So so when women out here blaming men, oh, men don't know how to be married, men don't know how to be men we rather be with women, and now you with a woman and y'all still getting divorces. So who's the problem? Who is the common denominator? The common denominator are these women. These lesbian women are getting divorces more now than any other heterosexual couples. They're getting divorced. They got DV cases where they're beating the shit out of each other. Lesbian women are at the number one spot of being the most aggressive and most physically harmful to their spouse.
Wow, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so now, what we talking about now? You still gonna talk about men are the most abusive when you see these lesbian women out here dragging their women by the hair down the street, beating them up, or deleting them? Oh yes, go look. These women are deleting each other. Oh, they poisoning each other, stabbing each other, shooting at each other. Oh yes. Oh yes. And who's the common denominator? Because you can't be with us. You say we're horrible, inconsolable differences, divorce, and now you marry a woman. And now she beating your ass, and she don't want you. Who's the common denominator? Somebody talk to me.
Hey, I'll do you something too, like, because I got to head out right now. But when it comes to the joke teller or the snake oil merchant, the thing is, I don't even think she really is les. I think she just wants to pull the money from the les community, keep them hating men, keep them away, have her engagement, have her army, and then I think she's fake. She's fake rainbow. I think she's straight.
Was she dating B. Taylor?
Yeah. So no, she is definitely.
I think that's for money though too. But don't you think it's for a bag for both of them?
Well, no, because B. Taylor been on YouTube for 2 years, getting on the camera, looking like a retired nursing home aide, and talking about men, dragging men, and the whole time, baby, you didn't want a man, you wanted somebody. But mark my words,
allegedly.
Yeah, oh yeah, mark my words. Alleged. Okay, we'll do that. Mark my words. In 6 months to a year, B. Taylor will be the destruction and the destroyer of the Queen Maker.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely. When the Queen Maker get mad and her voice get deep and she pull that weave back in the ponytail and beat the shit out of B. Taylor, it's gonna be all over the internet. Okay.
You know what that means? You know what that means though? More content. That's what they're gonna use it as.
Oh, absolutely.
I think they go at it. I don't think they put their hands on each other, but maybe.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro. See, it's like Clarissa Shields versus Amanda Nunes. It's gonna be bad.
It's gonna be bad.
Well, I mean, if it is, it is. You know, what can we do? What can we do? But the main thing is try to get these men to select.
Shout out
better,
to the advisors.
Selects better, right? Try to. We got to be as men, y'all, we got to be better examples to the community. Even women that are not, I know black men a lot of times you like to say under our covering, but sometimes there's women out there that are not under our covering, and we can't do nothing but just be an example. When they see us, they should just see how men supposed to behave in a towards other people, towards women. Because like I said, man, I've worked all over Los Angeles, man. I worked in West Los Angeles, Brentwood, rich areas. Then I also been down here in Watts, Compton, you know what I mean, Cudahy, Vernon, all these places that are not Inglewood, that are quote unquote not so nice, right?
Surviving drive-bys.
Yes, and I've seen. I mean, I'm telling y'all, man, I've seen little kids and the way or young women that look at they haven't seen men. They never seen a man with a uniform and a job. They never seen that. Only thing they ever saw was the postman, right? But here I come up to their place to go do whatever I'm doing, and they just like stunned, right? They don't know their understanding of what a man is, he ain't never been that focused to not be trying to either get sex or to get money or something. They never seen somebody focused to do their job, right? Have that kind of focus. Where I'm just or being a good person or trying to be a good person. So what I'm saying is we can affect the whole community as men. We can affect this whole community by just being better men, right? Black man is helping coach, you out there doing all kind of good things down there in the DR. Me and Marcus, we need to do, we can just be out there and just be a good man, period, out there so women can see. Because y'all are making a lot of assumptions about Princella. Oh, I know she did this. Y'all don't really know what happened in her family life. A lot of women, a lot of black women in particular, they out here, man. They've been touched and they ain't said nothing because they didn't want to blow the whole family up. Listen to me, y'all. Listen to me, and I'm gonna let y'all talk. A lot of black women are out here right now. They ain't said nothing because they didn't want to blow the whole family up. You know why? This is what they had to wrestle with. Not only black women, but black boys, little black boys, black men. They men now. They didn't want to blow the whole family up. Why? Because they looked at their abuser and they said, man, this abuser has a usefulness for somebody. Even us, right? It might even be their father, but they saying this abuser is making sure we got some food, we got a roof over our head. How can I blow this up? I'll be being selfish. All this time they thought they were gonna be selfish, blowing the spot up, and put their abuser out there because they didn't want to see their little sister, little brothers, their mother out there in the street. So we don't know what her background is. That's why I don't want to just jump and say her background. Now, as an adult, she should take steps to try to clear that, whatever that trauma is, up. I agree with you guys on that. But we don't know what happened in the background. Do you guys disagree?
I disagree. I think that because whatever happened to you as a child, right now, if Princella goes right now and gets a little girl and does what she does to a little girl, she's going to jail. The police not going to sit her down and ask her what happened when she was 13. Is she going to take her ass to jail? So if you're going to be accountable by law not to do something based on what happened to you, you also have to be accountable by public opinion of what you're saying and what you're spewing out. Now, if you got hurt and you're talking on behalf of all these women who have been touched and we don't know her background, cool. But if we don't know your background, baby, and you on all these platforms talking about women can have conceived children on their own, and you're saying that men, that's the thing that get me. She said the oldest woman that was found with 4,000 years of her bones were 10,000 years old, and she was by herself, and she created everybody. Baby, that man that she had sex with is probably down in the valley under the tree dead because he was probably trying to find something to eat. So we're not going to sit there.
Black man, hold on 1 second. Okay, there you go, Trey. I just wanted to make sure you was a human being, bro. All right. Oh, Trey, you was here last time, man. I forgot about you, man. Sorry about that, Trey. All right, all right, man. Go ahead and finish your thought, black man. Then we're gonna get Trey into the mix.
Absolutely. And what's up, Trey, my brother? But you know, I just don't understand. She has to be held accountable for the things that are coming out of her mouth, right? You have to be held accountable. And these things that she's spewing out to these women, and these women are latching on to it like leeches in a swamp. I think that she's very influential. And I think that you remember when Malcolm X was so influential, they said we got to get rid of Malcolm. When Martin was influential, the white folks, see, this is a difference between white folks and black folks. When white folks feel like you're a problem, they delete your ass. They get your ass up out of there, right? What happened to Medgar Evers? What happened to Martin Luther King? What happened to Malcolm X? What happened to all the leaders who became great? What happened when JFK said he decided he wanted to help black people? What happened to him? If you are a problem and you are causing a huge influence on people, because Malcolm X had a huge influence, so did Martin Luther King, we got to get these Negroes out of here. And we're going to pay somebody to do it, or we're going to knock their ass off. The Queen Maker is embarrassing black women. She's embarrassing black little boys. She has a son, and she's telling women that men ain't shit. And she got a little boy running around the house.
I think she got a daughter, man. I'm pretty sure it's a girl.
It's a boy because the little boy, she was on camera one day, and the little boy came in to ask for something to eat while she was in the middle of a live.
Okay.
So she got a little boy she raising. So what's she telling him every day? Do we need to call CPS and say, hey, this woman is very abusive against men, and say men ain't this and men need to do this? And she got a little boy in the household. Should we call CPS and have them go do a welfare check on this child? Because if you hate men that much, you definitely hate your son.
Well, she said her and her son's father have a good relationship.
Yeah, they're still married too. So why she ain't divorced him yet?
Well, brother, that's outside the point. As the Queen Maker always says, those things are outside the point, right?
See what I'm saying? She don't want to talk about what matters. She want to talk about, every time she want to talk about the reality, the duality, the plaids and the stripes. See what I'm talking about, and what I'm talking about. She sound like a dumbass, but what I'm talking about is just the man, right? He got a penis, right? And so we don't need that penis to get married, right? See, for the biology and the sociologically, because I went to shut the fuck up. I'm tired of hearing it.
Y'all brain is like a triangle, and our brain is like a
square. What the fuck? What?
All right, y'all. Let's get Trey in before we move on in the video. Trey, what you thinking, man? What's going on? What you think about Princella, man?
What's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you sound good, man. What's going on, brother?
How y'all doing? What's up, brother BMU? I see that passion be coming out you, boy. That you can't get away from it. That passion go roll you. I appreciate that.
Shit.
You know, I came across her about 6-8 months ago, and you know, I was going back and forth with, you know, I was looking at some of her videos, and then I watched her on the live at one time, and you know, actually, this is just scary all around, because look at the motivation that men have been trying to push over the last year and a half or so about just trying to get back to a better place as far as community wise. And her voice continues to get louder and louder, just like what the propaganda is pushing to our communities about being liberated or being free or whatever they call it. You know, the alphabet community is coming more and more vocal, push more to the front. And I've heard her say out of her own mouth that she gets more kuda kata than most men. And the rhetoric that she pushes is geared towards her taking the advantage of, remember, if they say over 2 million women are single, she going to have a choice of 2 million single women. The only problem with what she's preaching is that they're going to take 2 million children with them, male or female. And that's what's scary. And that's a generation that could turn into complete savages if they're groomed and taught in this type of message. Now, I give her kudos for reading. It seems like she read one psychology book and one book that depicts the psychology of men, and she's run with that. She speaks against the actual human nature of everybody. There's no way society can sustain itself over the course of a century with no male and female interaction. Just ain't gonna happen. And one thing about a woman, she might like to get licked on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. She want that hammer. And that's gonna come every few days, every few weeks, and it's gonna be some hammers ready, standing to knock it down. But when you speak in a way that you're gonna teach division, the world is looking at this. This ain't just being shown on YouTube in little cities. It's seen in other countries at different times, but it's out there. And the world is just looking like, you know what? They ain't gonna never get out of that trick bag, because we continue to speak to ourselves. We continue to shove ourselves down the toilet. We ain't gonna make it without each other. I don't care what nobody say. We ain't gonna make it. And it's scary because these things are being pushed to our babies. Our babies don't have a chance. And if they say it's my last name, go ahead.
Let me ask you a question, Trey. All right, so my position on her is that she's a liar, right? She's a liar, and she is definitely a manipulator of information, right? However, she is her job. What she's going to do is uncover people that we shouldn't be messing with in romantic relationships, identify those people, rally them, and remove them and drop them off in lesbian heaven. That's my position. Everybody says, oh, well, she's going to attract the young girls that don't have any, that don't know any better. But my position is, if they're young enough, they'll be young enough to recover from the brutality that's going to happen to them in lesbian heaven, right? So my point is this, and like you said, that's a good point. They're going to take these children over to lesbian heaven, right? But they're already teaching these principles over here. So what's the difference? If they're already teaching that stuff here, they just haven't had nobody to rally around. Now they got somebody to rally around, and now they got a direction they can go, which is, instead of tearing up men's lives over here, they can go over to lesbian heaven and tear up the lesbians' lives. Sorry, lesbians. Take that up with Princella. They can tear up the lives over there, and we can start actually getting some real relationships get put together, because the people that are the problem in the relationships, not only women, but the men as well, if we could some kind of way remove all of them, like the red pill kind of does, removes men that have character flaws. And then now you got Princella on the other side that removes women with character flaws. Then what's left, we can try to work with that to try to build better relationships. Do you agree or disagree?
I tend to disagree, because my position, and I guess I walk with my cousin. You know that guy Jesus. That's my cousin.
Oh, okay.
So
wait.
You know, I look at.
That's your cousin.
Yes, sir.
Okay, who is that behind you with the barbed wire?
That's a toxic woman.
Oh, okay.
That's a toxic woman. That's toxicity at its best.
Okay.
And I look at all my big nose, big lip, big wide feet people, big head, round head, all of those people, and I look at it as if we in a fight. They're just like if you're in a fight, and we have like right now, you got the Ukrainians against the Russians, Palestinians against I forget the other people, right? But now, when it comes time for battle, we need all hands on deck. Being in America, we can't win no battles without any of our troops, young or old. And I look at y'all probably a little older than me, but we ain't going out there with the foot soldiers. We can load the ammo, we can shine up the gun and clean it, but we can't get out there. We need those youngins to get out there and walk those trenches. Now, that's just me, because I'm looking at my 20 years from now, the 25 years from now, as the nation continues to evolve, we still standing in quicksand, saying we looking lateral. We're not looking up. We're looking, everybody looking to side, see like trying to figure out what we're gonna do. And the children lose because those same children who go unattended, who told that they're nothing, that they don't need this and they don't need that, those are the savages that grow up to be robbing you, robbing me. It hasn't failed in the last 25 years. And, you know, I talk about my crack era babies, but this is a product of an adult of that time. A lot of these people speak from pain of their own life, and they spread it to the masses because they all can relate. They all grew up, male or female, grew up in the same house with the same type of mother. Father, they don't even know. He could have been the best guy in the world, but the mama taught him everything against a man. And it's not just their father, because you see it in these places. They don't respect no man, no position of authority. They're over aggressive. The women are, and the guys have no critical thinking skills. They have no way to rationale certain situations because we all grew up in America. And one thing I can say about Black Americans, we loyal to America to the end. I don't care what we say. We ain't going nowhere. We're going to be right here. So how do we get through the next millennial as a nation? We can't separate. We can't do it. Now, we can separate from the masses, but as far as each other, we can't do it. Because one thing I know about a sister, she going to have sex with anybody that either nowadays they got the money or anybody that's giving her attention. And we cannot afford to lose anybody.
Okay. Okay. John, what you think about that before I go back to the video, man?
Oh man, that brother, he made some sense, man, on certain things. I live in the Dominican Republic, so I will never move back to the United States for the rest of my life. So, I will be buried. I'm getting my $250 tombstone in the next 2 or 3 months. We've been I found out where I'm gonna be buried at and everything. So
wow.
I'm dying here in the Dominican Republic
Wow.
amongst my black people in the Dominican, that the ones that call themselves black. Some of them don't want to call themselves black, but yeah, because they got some black. They got some black under the bed black, and they swear they under the bed, not like that. White. But anyway, I digress. Go ahead, brother. You got it. But you made some good points, brother.
All right, Jay.
Shout out to Jay. What's going on, Jay?
What's going on, Jay?
How y'all guys doing tonight?
Real quick, man. Real quick comment, and then we're gonna go back to the video.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a comment, real quick?
Oh, do I have a comment?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I've been watching, guys. I just got done cooking, so I was listening to the whole stream when y'all was talking. So, comment: men and women work better together than they do apart. I'm personally not a fan of us being separated, but personally, that might be needed for a while because I think people really need to understand like the value that they have in themselves, and also need to understand that this is like. You work better together with someone that you do apart from them, and also the more you try to combat that, the more irrational you seem to be, is what I've tend to notice with that little mindset of trick it that they try to do. I'm not a fan for that. If you're gonna build family, there needs to be about teamwork, togetherness, loyalty, trust between one another, and also the love that you have the love you have for one another. And the means to want to control one or the other is not how that's going to work. That's already a recipe for disaster. I don't care what anyone says, dude. Like, she tries to control you, is not going good. You try to control her, is not going good. What you both need to do is understand your established roles and understand what the boundaries that you both set. Once you do that, then there should be room for understanding. And also, by the way, communication is freaking key. I can't get over. I'm not saying that Dominican Rouse says it so many times. I say it so many times. That is freaking key. That's how you really your daughters and your son.
Let me throw this on it, Jay. Let me throw this on it real quick. Now, communication, good communication. You can communicate with somebody. You can communicate poorly. People don't say that. They say communication. Nah, I want good communication. That's what works.
Right.
Hey,
no. So I agree with you.
Real quick, who's from down south? Who's born from down south on this panel?
My parents were. I was in North.
No, who was born from down south on this panel?
What do you consider south? How far south? Below the Mason-Dixon? Because below the Mason-Dixon line. I look at south below the Mason-Dixon line.
Mississippi, Alabama. Yeah.
No, I ain't that far. I ain't that far.
Yeah, well, y'all. I just want to say y'all education. Y'all sound like y'all ain't from down south because y'all sound like y'all really got educated. Like y'all really went to school and really learned something.
You know, Trey, down south where you come outside with no shoes on and that big old glass of Kool-Aid. That's down south, right? Them cut off shorts.
I'm a Mississippi State grad, no. I'm a Mississippi State Bulldog grad.
You good. You good once you get to college. I'm talking about most of the people that was pushed through from in Mississippi and Louisiana that was just pushed through high school. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, see. He talking about down south where they got the mosquitoes look like big old shotgun bullets.
That's right. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right, we good. All right, I'm sorry. I'm back on.
All right, gentlemen, let's get back to the video real quick, man, because we got a couple more points on Princella. And I'm gonna cut to the chase. She never really answered none of the questions they asked her, man. 3.5 hours. Actually more than 3.5 hours, they're almost 4 hours. She never answered none of their questions. She always kind of maneuvered around them. But anyway, let's see. At this point, I think they asked Princella, should men and women be separated in every scenario of life? Work, romantic relationships, elevators, buses, trains, whatever, right? Should men and women just be separate except for when they're engaging in sexual relationships? And so let's see what she had to say.
Approaches a woman, right? He gonna put on his best front.
As you should.
Hold on, wait. Check this out.
First impressions are very important for both men and women in any situation you get into.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Most often that quote unquote first impression is a lie. So
that's why you have to have discernment.
Hold on, wait, guys. Listen, I want to talk to my people. And listen, Jalen, I'm gonna get to the next person here. Jalen, thank you so much for getting here. So hold on, let me go ahead and get Jalen off the stage here. Let's see if we can get to a few more of these initiation hotlines, because it's gonna be
so pretty much he asked though, Princella, you gotta answer that question. He pretty much asked, with that philosophy, with in terms of the nuclear family, men and women, living and working separately, should that be the case for every situation? Does that mean in a corporation both men and women should work separately? In sports should be
okay. I'm just interrupting right now. I don't know if you guys remember the story of Dr. Malachi York. Any of you guys familiar with Dr. York?
No, I heard of him.
Okay. Dr. York was the leader of a group called the Nubians down in Georgia, right? They had an acreage down in Georgia. And this is what he did. He said that men and women should be separate, basically like Jim Jones, right? Jim Jones said, once you got to Guyana, marriage, all the women are married to me. All the men are married to me. All the children are married to me. Your marriage is to me, not to your wife, not to your husband. Your loyalty, your everything is to me, right? So basically, Dr. York did the same thing down in Georgia. He kind of like dissolved all the marriages once they got down there, and he kept the women and the men and the children separated, right? But by doing this, he was able to have select women, married women that he wanted to spend time with. Okay, that was an issue. But then he started having children, which is what he got. He got 135 years for child molestation, right? 135 years. But that's what Dr. York did. Is he separated the women and the men, so he was able to select from whichever camp. Same thing, Jim Jones. He was able to select from whatever camp he wanted whatever sex you know, if you wanted a man, he could select a man. If you want a woman, he could select a woman, whatever, right? And I basically see this is now when it gets to cult level, then I'm gonna say, okay, then I might say, you know, maybe somebody needs to do something about it, right? But at this point, all I see is people going over there that really, to her, really have the similar issues of sexual selective incompetence, where their incompetence at selecting a sexual partner for themselves is so high, they don't trust themselves anymore. They say, instead of trying to get this right, I'm just going to select another gender to be safe, right? For my own safety, since my incompetence is so high, for my own safety, I have to go to another gender, right? Because it's less likely that something's going to happen to me. But now, Black man just said, hey, the numbers of rainbow DV is high. It's higher, actually, right? But in their minds, because it's being sold to them, oh, well, you know what? Anything is better than what I'm dealing with now. The incompetence that I keep selecting men that's going upside my head, abusing my kids, stealing my gas, stealing my money, stealing my car. I keep picking these type of dudes, right? So let me just pick women instead, right? Not let me fix this. Let me pick women, right? Right? Because anyway, so I just want to interject that and throw that out there, y'all. Okay, let's finish. Let's finish real quick.
Both separate for men and women. Does it apply to everything?
Well, here's the thing. The evidence shows you the optimal way of doing it, because we all complaining about men going to women's bathrooms. We all complaining about men dominating women's sports. So we all know that there's supposed to be a healthy separation between the sexes. We know that. But when it comes to cohabitation, the reason why the male is so adamant about this is because he personally needs women. Because without a woman, males have a hard time. The Bible, your Bible says, he who finds himself a wife finds himself a good thing. It is not good that man should be alone. So let's go into the science.
Okay. All right, gentlemen. I have a question for y'all. I have a question for the chat. She said, "He that finds." Let me find the exact verse for that.
Finds a good thing indeed. That's she quoted it wrong.
Yeah, she quoted it wrong because I noticed that when I heard that.
Go ahead, Jay.
I'm former Christian. I forget. I know some of the scriptures, and that's one of the sayings is, I know that didn't sound right. I was like, huh?
Right. Let's look at it. Let me get it. I'm pulling it up here. Whoso findeth a wife findeth a good thing and obtaineth favor of the Lord. That's King James version. That's King James version, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm. So version not read.
Now, do any of us disagree with that?
No. I don't. No, go.
Okay. So now here's the question. Let's look at it like this. Is anybody in the chat disagree with that? Here's the question. Is a woman and a wife the same thing?
I don't know, man. Of course not. That's it's two different words. It's two different titles,
different meanings.
Right?
Yeah.
Every wife is a woman, but every woman is not a wife.
Right.
Would you guys agree with that statement?
Yeah.
Agree.
Okay.
I agree.
So that means if you find a woman, just because you found a woman and you like this woman, she may not necessarily be a good wife or a wife. Because a wife, if you use the word wife, the inherent thing is that she's going to be good, right? That's the whole point of having a wife, right? Your wife should be a good wife. Right? Your husband should be a good husband. You don't want to say, I'm trying to find a husband. I don't care if he's bad. No. You want a good husband, then the inherent meaning behind a husband is that you're going to be good. Right?
Yeah.
So when we do need, and I agree with her, we as men, we need women. We do. We need women. Women add much more pleasantries, to life, and they bring a lot more. And the right woman exponentially makes your life better. Am I right, John?
Yes, 100%, man.
Right.
Oh yeah, peace. You got a peace of mind, and you feel good, and you know you're coming home to some amazing stuff just all the way around. Yeah, it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling.
And that kind of woman motivates you. She don't even have to call you and say, hey, you know, John, this is my favorite place where I like this salad from here, or I like this chicken from here. She don't ever have to say it. You just think about her and you say, man, this woman do so much for me. I'm just gonna get her this. I'm just gonna surprise her.
That's right.
Just so you can see how much I appreciate her. I love her. Right. I know.
I hear some noise in the back.
That's either Jay or Trey.
Is it me? Let me know.
I can hear like another radio or a TV.
Yeah, that's what I hear too. And I'm like, it can't be me. I'm making sure nothing's on.
Okay, sounds good. But go ahead, yeah, brother. Go ahead. Now it's off. It's off.
It's off.
Okay, it's Trey because I just muted Trey. All right. So
okay.
Trey, I think you got something else going on, man. You might have to turn it down.
You can still hear something? Y'all can still hear it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But when we mute you, we don't hear it no more.
No, we don't.
When I mute you, I don't hear it.
Yeah, but yeah, brother. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. What I'm saying is that's better, Trey. That's better. All right. So the right woman, the right man. You can't say things are not working good because I got and you got the wrong man. Of course things ain't gonna work good. You got the wrong man. You got the wrong woman.
Right.
Every time I get I get a raise, this woman wanna, buy a new car. Well, that's why you ain't never going nowhere, because as soon as you get a raise, you spending the money right there. Right? You got to be a little more frugal with the money in order to get somewhere. And the woman have to understand that. Right? You got to have a woman that understand that. You got to have a man that understand that. Baby, I can't spend this money. I'm going to start a business, remember? But I want a motorcycle. Yeah, but not now, right? Not now. Or, hey, like my wife, man, my granddaughter, she's at the school with my granddaughter. So sometimes she didn't get a chance to wash all the clothes, or she didn't get a chance to get to the kitchen, whatever. I gotta just deal with that, man, because I understand what she's doing. She's trying to help my granddaughter at school, right? And the other kids as well. Mm-hmm. So in marriage, man, there's understanding, man, and long understanding. And a lot of times, man, with a lot of these women, well, not only women, I should say, a lot of these people, period, men and women, they think marriage is easy. And if it's not easy, then it wasn't meant to be, right?
Right.
But y'all know, man, when you put a bean in the ground, it has to figure out which way is down and which way is up. It's got to figure out which way is which way toward to shoot the stem up to go to the sun, and it's got to figure out which way to shoot the root down to go into the ground to grab the earth to tighten on to the earth so it can have some stability, right? It's got to figure that out, but that's hard. Breaking through that earth is hard, right? But it don't say, well, hey, it's too hard to break through that earth. I'm not gonna get up that way. Right? One of y'all getting a call, man. Princella calling y'all right now. Cut that live stream off right now. Right?
Not me.
That's me. That's me. That's my fault.
I have a question for y'all.
Brother, can I comment before you ask a question?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Trey. Go ahead.
Just based on what you were saying in reference to a wife, I'm gonna go outside of myself because I've been blessed to find mine. I've been blessed to find mine. There's nothing that she wouldn't do for me. She addresses me as husband. That's how she addresses me. She ensures that I have everything that I need and want. I tell her no. She don't tell me no. I tell her no. She does everything that I see people crying that they don't get, or a woman may or may not do, or a woman say she ain't gonna do. She's doing it. She's fixing the food and fixing the plate. She's doing it all. And she can cook everything from, I hope I said it right, a goosey stew to damn Cracker Jacks. I don't know. She can do it all. She everything scratch. She's everything. Whatever I want, she'll make it. And what I see in our, and I call it my warrior generation, I'm gonna go 21 to 35, probably the strongest you'll ever be. And I look back from when they were kids. Our community was devastated. Feminism took the father out the home, crack took the mother out the home. A lot of these mothers was out there slanging and banging and doing whatever they had to do to survive, and their kids was left at home to their perverted brother, who may have turned some of them out.
Ooh.
That brother who may have got that good son, got him his first high at age 6 and 7. Told him go in the closet with the girl and play Uchi-Ah. Showed him a porno movie. Same dude that sold their mama drugs, strung their sister out, got their brother, the only protector they had, got him sniped out. He ain't around no more. So you got a community that we're dealing with, male and, I say male and female, but I mean it, because I'm a military guy, so that's how we speak when we talking gender. But you got guys walking around the same neighborhood who've actually deleted people that's still in the neighborhood. A lot of these people are still walking around looking at the spot where their loved one was laying out in the street, running into the same people, the same family, carrying all that hurt, carrying all that baggage. So it's imperative now that our young folk get a chance to smell the grass. A lot of them don't even get the chance to smell the grass. They're being isolated intentionally by the adult. They don't come outside. They don't see the sun. Sun gives you energy. You walk in people's houses. This is my last thing. If I go in somebody's house and it smells like it's been shut in for 6-8 weeks, I immediately leave. I make up an excuse to get out of there because I know that there's nothing but bad spirits in there. And I think we just have to find a way, and that's where the conversations always, I think, are really important. Regardless, especially if you're 21 to 35, now is the greatest time of your life to get out here and see the world. Stop buying all this fake stuff in the store, going to the mall, buying all your nice little fake knockoff clothes and all that, the name brand. Stop buying your scat cat to sit in your mama's driveway in the regular hood. Get out, save your money 4 or 5 years, gain as much skill as you can, and go see the world. Other than that, let me tell you, and here's the last thing. Do not have a child out of wedlock. You will be broke. You will be poor. Your children will be poor. Do not have a child out of wedlock. If you're a single man with a child, you like a diamond waiting to be buffed off. And if you're getting tired of getting turned down by the same women in your neighborhood, go get turned down by some women in another state. Yeah. Go look at some fresh flowers. Stop looking at them same women that smell like pickles, and your boy done knocked them off 40 times and he ain't no good, and you looking at them. Just move around, man. You ain't even gotta get a passport. Hit every state. Drive. Get you and your 2 little buddies that got good jobs, and just on weekend, just go 4 hours each direction.
Well, I mean, even if you want to get a passport, just know that women are women. I don't care if they're in America or Brazil or what. Women are women, man. If you play yourself, they're probably the type of women that if you're chasing women just for sex, those kind of women are going to see you coming a mile away. So they already got a game for you. They already got the trap set up for you.
They got measures in place to stop you.
Yeah, man, they already got you.
Fucking them
They
up.
see you coming. So,
and I like that.
and
that
any
they have
woman,
that
I mean, and
personally.
just like a woman out here will see you coming, and they will deal with you accordingly. But if you present yourself as a man of, some dignity and
Character,
class, man,
integrity.
you got
Yeah, if you have
integrity.
those
Yeah,
things,
I'm telling you, the type of women, those little what do you call those kind of women? Women that are prone to take advantage of your proclivity for sex, they ain't gonna be able to get to you because they can't break your hedge, right? Because they can't even get to you because you're not operating on I'm just here to have sex with beautiful women. If you operating like that, they can see you. They have seen thousands and millions of men the same way. That's like going into a strip club thinking you're gonna be different. I'm gonna show this woman I love her, and then she's gonna see me. Yeah, that's logical, but love is not a logical situation. So you know what I'm saying? It's not logical, right? So therefore, it doesn't operate in a logical way most of the time, right? But anyway, guys, this is what I want to do, y'all, because I got a lot of notes to get to. So this is what I'm gonna do, man. I'm gonna clear the stage so that I can get to these notes, man, get through it, because I want it to be done in 3 hours. So I got to just clear the stage. So I'm gonna give you guys a couple minutes to get some last remarks, man, and then I'm gonna be up here by myself, man, because I gotta get to these remarks, and then we got to get out of here. So last words, gentlemen.
I think brother Teamwork said everything that would needed to be said. To be honest, man, I don't know if I can add to that. The best thing I can add to that to what he's saying is, first of all, brother, shout out to you for finding a wife, an actual wife that cares about you, and also you care about her. I like that personally because I've always said we can learn a thing or two from the OGs personally because
the advisors,
because 50% of y'all got it right, the other 50% they didn't do as well. And I'm gonna keep it real with y'all because it wasn't all y'all, but it was 50% of y'all did a really good job, and that's why I always I count on y'all wisdom, even the ones that failed and the ones that had to the ones that got it right and the ones who had to pick themselves back up. So I always think that it's good to always hear both sides, but I would always say try to surround yourself with more positive brothers around, and the reason why I'm gonna say that is because that negative tune can really affect how you do your work and things of that nature, and actually push you instead of pushing you forward or push you behind. So you kind of need, I'm not saying like just stay around good, but I'm saying like you kind of need like the balance of the two, but just be around the brothers who are producing and who are mentoring you. I have 2 mentors and I'm producing results now. So it took me to the 30s, but hey, I'm not complaining right now. Like I said, the things are going good for right now for me mostly. So I think the one best advice I can pass on to young men is practice discipline. I don't give a damn who you are. If you're educated, brother, please do that. If you're only interested in perpetuating more nonsense, then honestly, you will be weeded out very easily from my guys, my group of brothers who we don't tolerate that nonsense. Because I don't appreciate from the men, because I got to hold men accountable, and that's what Brother Clarence does. So we got to do this. I don't appreciate I can't cuss here. You F boys, so it's hard. So you always got to clean up your language. I appreciate you F boys going out here messing up women and have them messing up others as a result of that. Because what you're doing, you're perpetuating a cycle, and I hate that cycle. So whoever told you that messed you up, and you're not helping anybody but yourself, but ruining good people. That's where I hold the dudes accountable. In that regards, be a man of character, be a man of integrity, and just be a man worth being, a woman worth being with you. That's what I'm saying. Because like I said, because trust me, when you find that special lyric, when you find that special thing, trust me, you're flying without rings. In this case, wings particularly. So make sure, like I said, just really stay clear of the people who are trying to steer you astray, and never get knocked off your path. Because I think that's very important, that a man has a path and a journey that he needs to. No, my bad. A boy has a beginning and he has an end, and there's two things he goes through: a path to becoming a man, and then a path, and then a journey to the end with a significant other that he goes to. And I've always believed that. So, hey, stay on your purpose, stay on your path, and don't let nobody knock you off it. And if you once you do that, you will succeed. And like I said, you'll be surprised how many things you succeed in. Like I said, I'm surprised I'm even here right now. Like really, I'm surprised. Like I shouldn't even be here. By all definition, I shouldn't be here, but I'm here. Like I said, I'm doing good things. I'm helping other people, and also I just want to encourage other brothers. A brother just reached out to me just say after work, and want to get in contact with me because he saw me on other streams talking to people about my thoughts on what brothers can do to make themselves better, educate themselves, and I'm like, I'm gonna have a talk with them later on tonight. So it's just like, like I said, so I'm doing something. So it's not all for nothing. That's good.
That's good. We got a saying. We got a saying in martial arts: each one teach one. So yeah.
I like that. I like that. That's nice.
All right, brother Jay. Thank you, man. I'm gonna pull you down, man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Guys. Have a good night.
Already subscribed to Jay Takashi. Going over there and subscribe to Jay Takashi, and check him out down there, man. He's doing some good work over there on his page as well. All right, Trey, what you got, man?
Well, first of all, thank you, Brother Clarence, for bringing me up, man. You have
always
topics that invoke thought. I like to speak to the man, as an unbiased man. And I speak to that 21-year-old. Again, that 21-year-old, you have no restrictions on your life. You can make no excuses once you turn 21. You go anywhere in the world at your own accord, on your own time. You don't need friends to go. You don't need family members. You can literally go from one end of the globe to the other by yourself.
Good point.
That's what we are designed to do as men. We're designed to explore and seek out new thought as we get older. Take 4 years of your life from age 21 and just go every 4 years, you should gain a skill. Every 4 years, you should gain a new skill, a new thought, a new pattern, a new trail. You should blaze something new. Do not let other people talk you out of your dreams. Everybody ain't going on your dream as a man. Everybody ain't going there. You should expect that. They talk about my cousin Jesus for the longest. You should expect that people are going to not want to see you succeed. That's why you travel this journey on your own. And if you meet a woman, you have to be intentional about what you asked her. A question that somebody does not answer is your answer. There's nothing that should be left on the table. Get it all out. And if she moves according to your eyesight and she looks in your eyes and she follows you based on your destiny, then you might want to try that. Marriage ain't for everybody, but being single ain't for everybody either. Everybody, you don't want to be single. And if you want to build a foundation, because it's very scary, look at what's happening. These wars are not happening for just to happen. They're not building new apartment buildings for you to move into. That's why they overprice them. They're building them for those immigrants that are going to be coming here in 2025, 2026, while we still talking on these YouTube streets about I can't find a man or a woman. Find your destiny. Build your hut. Build your own little hut. And you put the rules on the outside, and any woman come here has to abide by those rules. Whether she has a child or not, you have to make that decision. Until then, gain skills, gain as much knowledge as you can, learn the law, read it, study it, whatever it takes for you to get to a better place. Because at 45, everything changes, brothers. You're going to have less hair. Your eyes ain't going to be as strong. Your thigh muscles ain't the same. You got to go to the doctor for aches and pains. So why do you want to live the next 20 years of misery without enjoying life? Now is our time, fellas. I truly believe in us. I know we're going to do it. We just got to continue to fight. Do not give up the fight. It does not stop till the casket drop. Thank you, Brother Clarence. Peace out, man.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, Trey. Thank you so much. I'm going to pull you down. All right, that was Brother Trey. Man, Brother Trey, man, both times he came through, man, very strong. Very, very strong. But I had to clear the stage, y'all, man, because I got to get through this. I got so many points to hit, and I don't want this big old thing to get derailed into something else, man. I want to stay on Princella. So sorry about that, y'all. We kind of went off the rails for a little while, but we back. I got to get through this, man, because I wrote all this stuff down, man. Let's see. I think I went through let's go to relationship versus partnership, y'all. Let's go to relationship versus partnership. That is going to be here we go.
I mean, that's a relational statement.
Well, that's period.
Because that's on period. Like, humanity can't be alone. We were made to be in relationship with each other.
No. We weren't made to be in relationships. The male is made to be in a relationship.
Okay. Did y'all hear that one? Y'all heard it. Thank you, Brother Trey. Appreciate you, man. Y'all heard that one, right? She said men are made to be in relationships. Women are not. Is the back closed? No, it's not closed to the home team. Now, other people that's coming up here that's not the home team, that's not on the administrative staff, yes, it's closed. So if you're not on the administrative staff and you know who you are, yes, the back is closed. But you know, the home team, the back door is always open for them. All right. So anyway, did you hear what she said? She said men are the only ones that need relationships. Women don't need relationships. Let me teach. Can I teach? Can I teach y'all? It's only 6 of us here. Why do you waste your time? God don't waste his time. He said, where 2 of you or more are gathered in my name, so shall I be, right? So I'm not God, but what I'm saying is you worth it. The people that's here, they worth it. Now, if there's people that missed it, they missed it. But hey, I'm here to teach my family. I'm here to teach my family. If you consider yourself part of my family, come on in, have a seat, sit down. Vaughn said, preach. The universe is made up of relationships. One body relates to the other body. Is that right? Is that right? Come on, talk to me. Is that right? Okay, so if the universe is made up of relationships, that means that every particle has to relate to the other particles' proximity. Right? Clear. Oh, Princella got a background in microbiology. Okay, let me throw this one out there to you then with your background in microbiology, right? In physics, there's something called a gravitational constant. Huh? Come on now. Go on to Google and look it up. It's called a gravitational constant. That means that is a direct that calculates the force between 2 bodies, right? What is the force that they are applying on each other, right? In relationship to the distance they are apart from each other. What kind of force are they applying on each other? Right? What is force? Force is work times distance. It's work times distance, right? But a gravitational constant, you can put any 2 bodies in that equation and get the amount of force and the distance between them, and you can find out how much force they have been applied on each other. Right? But there's always I don't care what the distance is. I don't care if it's 0.000.1 amount of force, but that it's going to be a certain amount of force, no matter what the distance is, right? That means that we all have relationships with each other. The moon has a relationship with the sun has a relationship with the earth has a relationship with Mars has a relationship with Mercury has a relationship with Saturn has a relationship. All these bodies have relationships with each other. The Milky Way has a relationship with the star nebula. All these different galaxies have relationships with each other. So that means relationships are natural in the universe. But here you got somebody saying that only men want relationships. Yes, men want relationships. I'm not going to deny that. Now, the only part, which is the word of choice here, that's where we go. That's where I'm going to say, wait a minute, I'm going to call foul, Princella, foul. Women want relationships too. Why? Why do we want relationships? Remember, I told you guys, relationships are built on utility. Human relationships are built on utility. I would go as far as to say animal relationships are built on utility. Right? What am I going to get out of the proximity and connecting with this other individual? What am I going to get out of that? Right? And am I going to be able to reciprocate that? Right? You say, I'm in a good relationship. How are you in a good relationship, Sister Annie? Because what I'm giving to this person, they're able to reciprocate and give it to me at least almost the same level. That's a good relationship. I treat you good and you can treat me just as good. I don't treat you bad and you don't treat me bad. What do we call a bad relationship? A bad relationship is when there is a major difference in how one person is treating the other person, right? There's a major difference there, right? A bad relationship is I'm useful to you, but you ain't as useful to me. I buy you everything. You don't do nothing for me, right? That gap in utility, that's what lets us tell the other person, this is a bad relationship. On top of that, when the relationship gets to where it's abusive, now abusive is beyond not having any utility, but now abuse is actually causing pain and hurt to the other person unjustly. Ain't no I'm justified, Brother Clarence. I'm justified in going upside this girl here. You see what this girl did? She crashed my car. Leave her. Why you got to go upside her head? Leave her. You ain't got to go upside the girl's head, right? But Clarence, I found out this ain't even my child. I've been taking care of this child for 3 years. This ain't even my child. I had to go upside her head. Leave her. Leave her. But see, what you love is the fact that that person is into you. And they make you feel secure about yourself because of their interaction with you. You don't feel secure by yourself. That's why you gotta, please don't go. Please don't go. Please don't go. I wish I would tell somebody, man, I love my wife. I love her. I love her. And I would do just about anything for her, except beg her to stay. I'm not begging her to stay. You know how much, I've been taking care of this woman. When the last time somebody else took care of that girl? When my father-in-law signed the marriage certificate. When I'm standing there talking to the preacher and I saw him signing that marriage certificate, I knew it was it. That was it. That was the last day he was ever going to be concerned. I'm not concerned, but that was going to be the last day he was going to be responsible for that girl. When I saw him signing that, I said, I kind of because I knew she was my responsibility from here on out. I've taken care of her longer than her father has taken care of her. And you're going to do something to me or tell me, threaten me, you're going to leave? I wish you would. I wish you would. But like I said, I same to you, Sister Annie, and all of you guys. I respect all of you guys. Just trying to drop a little game on y'all. It's not that, and I love my wife. I do. I love her. But I love myself. And I know that if she leave and I can't work it out with her, it's something that she just adamant she's just going to leave. There's nothing I can say to do. Then what can I do? I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I'd be more concerned if God left me alone than if my wife left me, right? I'd be more concerned about that, right? And I love this girl, man. Y'all don't understand, man. I love this girl. But if God leave me for 1 second, I'll be a walking fool. Hell, I'm a fool now. And God, I'm trying to get God to help me, man. But I'm trying to turn from my wicked ways. I'm trying to turn. Right? God is the greatest, man. God is the greatest. That's what we say in Islam. Allahu Akbar. God is the greatest. God is the greatest. And I don't care. You ain't got to be Muslim. You ain't got to be Christian. I don't really like all those labels, but people say that, but okay. That's cool. That's cool. To me, if you find God wherever you find him, in the mosque, in the temple, you find the Bible in the trash can, going through looking for cans, however you find God, man, I mean, you find him, cool. Long as he gonna help you, you can connect to him and get straight. Get straight. That's why we don't have no gate over here. Or you can't come in here. You can't join our community because you believe God in your methodology is this way to get to God, or your methodology is this to practice your understanding of God. So you can't join this. No, man. We look at Vaughn. Vaughn, you so crazy. I love that brother. That is a good Vaughn Bryant is a good brother, man. That is a good brother. All these people in the chat, they're good people, man. They're good people, man. But I just know Vaughn a little better. Vaughn is a good dude, man. He crazy though. But don't get it twisted. Vaughn is a soldier, man. Vaughn will go upside your head if you start talking crazy, but but Vaughn is a good dude. All right, man. So here, God is the greatest, right? So this is what we're trying to do, man. We're trying to introduce you to, we got all types of different people here, man. We got me, Sister Annie, Risa, Vaughn, Rico. We got all different people. We are all different points and understandings about God and their bolo. We got all different kinds. We are a hodgepodge of people trying to do better. That's just what we are. We are hodgepodge, right? We don't judge each other. And we're not perfect. You know what I'm saying? We just, hey, you know what? If you got a good idea, okay, let's roll with that, right? But these are relationships. This is a relationship. We all gonna have to relate to each other, right? So we need each other. We need each other. Uh-oh, y'all, I did something. What did I do? I've been being good, y'all. I've been being good.
This time I actually came up because I'm so proud of you.
Why?
I'm so proud of you.
Well, thank you.
Just when you were just speaking about your wife, and you want people to love you freely, right? So you don't want to be where you're begging someone to stay.
No.
But you love you and her enough that if she, and this is not just in a marriage, this is like in friendships and things like that. You love you and them enough where you say, you know what, if this is just not, adding up and, we're trying everything we could, then I have to respect the fact that we need to, part ways. But just that kind of love, people, like, it's not always easy to love that way. Because sometimes, like, when we're loving, we want to just keep, grab them and hold them tight. And, I know that's not the topic, but that's why that's what made me come up. And
but Sister Annie, is that really love? If you're going to force somebody to do your bidding, is that really love?
No.
Right? There was a man, I tell you guys the story. There was a man, he used to, this is a Japanese tale. he used to hear the birds singing outside and sing this beautiful song every morning outside his window. One day he said, you know what? I want to hear that song every day just for me. He sent a servant out there to go get that bird and put it in the cage. The servant got the bird, put it in the cage, hung the cage up in his room. And the bird, once he would, in the morning, he was expecting the bird to sing. The bird wouldn't sing. After a while, the bird wouldn't eat. He said, what's wrong with this bird? Maybe, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I got to give it some fresh air. Take the bird outside, give it the fresh air, let it fly out. The bird started singing again. He realized, hey, this bird ain't going to sing as a slave. He going to sing when he's free. Even though when I had it as a slave, I fed it. He didn't have to go find food. He didn't have to go find water. Right?
Yeah.
You know, in his mind, he thought, man, I'm doing all this stuff for this bird that it don't have to do this itself. All it had to do is just sing for me. But it wasn't that the bird was wanting to sing for you. He's singing for the world. That's his thank you. That's his prayers to God. That song is his prayers to God for his life and freedom. Oh man, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hey, the 6 of y'all, right? That went whoosh right over your head, right? But I thank you, sis. I thank you. I think we all should be in the nation. We got a saying, you know, we want freedom, justice, and equality. Everybody should be free, right? I ain't gotta force you to do anything, and then you should have justice, right? We should be justified in what we doing, man. And then we should be freedom, justice, and equality. Everything should be equal, right? I should have equal access to resources that you do, right? We all should do, and we all should conspire together to come together and make sure everybody there's enough for everybody, right? There's enough for everybody, right? So we should work together so that everybody can get enough so they can live and grow and prosper, right?
Yeah.
Sister Annie, do you want to force a man to beat you by threatening them all the time? If you do this, I'm gonna leave. If you do that, I'm gonna leave. If you do this, I'm gonna leave. And the only reason why the man is staying with you because he's scared you're gonna leave, or the reason why the man is doing what he's supposed to do is that your threats are what's keeping him around. How would you feel if you had somebody like that?
Nah, I wouldn't want that for myself, first and foremost.
Right.
Where I feel like that's the only, like that's the aroma that I'm putting out in the kitchen for him to come to come sit down and eat. That would not be the thing that I want to attract him at all. You know, and I think that, like, it's funny you were just talking about birds. One of my favorite pastimes is I call it birds peeling away. You know how, like, when birds, especially now, like the wintertime coming, how they could be on like a power line or something, but they all just kind of like get up at the same time and just, like fly away. It's just the most beautiful thing to me. And I was watching that the other day, and it's like each one of them can make a decision. They can fly whatever direction they want to. They choose to fly in pattern and rhythm with the other birds. You know what I'm saying? And it's amazing to me. And that's, to me, like how I would want a relationship. You can go left, right, or wherever you want to go. I want you to choose to fly with me. You know what I'm saying? And the more freedom we have, the further we can go. The more we'll understand the different temperatures, the different weather. Oh, you know what? It's wintertime. We got to do something else. We got to shift a little bit. We got to go here for resolution. But I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want a man to make me feel like that either. Oh, well, I'm not going to do this for you if you don't do that. I'll leave you if you do this thing right here. Well, I wouldn't want that. It feels like a prison. But this is what I wanted to ask you though. Like, so, and I know that you have a system and I want you to stay on track or whatever. So I don't want to get you too far off.
Okay.
When I was listening last night, I was really surprised when I saw my notification for Hardly Initiated to see her. Like I just, I watch them a lot. I love them. I know that they brought, and I thought it was a good thing to bring someone up of faith. Has she ever had a conversation with like a scientist? Like,
no,
because some of the things that she was saying, I really wanted to understand where they were coming from, but it's my ignorance, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have that self-study like she does. So it's coming, purely from ignorance, but I do like to understand when people are talking, like whether I agree or disagree with a point. I think it's fair in a conversation to understand what this person is saying. And I know that like sometimes when she was speaking yesterday, it was at least a little bit challenging for me to follow some of the conversation because I was missing out on like somebody interpreting some of the things that she was saying. It was a little bit busy. It was a little busy. But I would like to hear a conversation with her, and like I know that they allow her to have like a lot of space to speak. I wish I would have liked for it to be a little less where it was so much of her conversation so that someone could like try to translate it. So I did appreciate that Pastor Ross was translating some of it, because something that he said when he was saying it, like, how she feels like with men, that men need to get together, figure out amongst men, like what's the plan kind of thing. And then once they get the plan together, now you can come out and play with everybody. So I understood, at least I think I understood that perspective. I wasn't understanding her thought process with women. It's like, well, if we were all in different spaces, what would women be doing? Like, what is it that they, they're uninhibited? What are they doing? Are we building stuff there? Like, I just am trying to understand what's happening with women. I think I got the part where she's saying about men. I just didn't. I said I definitely need somebody to translate what she was saying, because I really do want to understand, only because she was on the stream. But the only time that I really heard of her is when you've talked about her.
You mean I talk about who? The
Princella, when you've mentioned her on the channel, I don't listen to her enough, so I would not be, I could not intelligently speak about like her thought process or whatever. I'm only going off of like what I heard yesterday and the bit that you shared on your stream. And I don't know that I understand like what at least when I would hear Kevin Samuels, sometimes when he would speak, he was very clear. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like if you asked him a question, like he would answer the question.
Right.
And with her, sometimes it was that she wasn't answering the question. Like, I don't mind like you answer it and then you give your backstory, because they were giving her that space to do it. I wasn't hearing answers and then adding to the answer. And I know that sometimes when people have conversations, they don't want to say certain things because then they're held to it and they have to qualify it. So that's what was making the conversation, at least to me, it just wasn't as smooth as it was busy. So I'm appreciating that you're doing this today.
So what are you asking me, sis? Because you're right about everything you said, but what are you asking me?
What I want to understand is, what is it that she's saying that women, if her thought process is correct, let's say that is correct.
Okay.
What is it that she sees women doing and not doing? So she doesn't believe in marriage.
Right.
So are women in relationships, like when they have the children, how are the children being raised? Are they in the house with the woman and then the woman allows the man to come see the child? And then if they feel like the father is not doing what they need to, then they, hey, you can't come see him. Like, I don't understand what is the utopia.
Okay, I will explain it.
Okay.
Her vision and version of how things should work is like the bee and the ant colonies, right? In the bee and ant colonies, men are only there strictly for reproduction. That's it. That's it. All of those worker ants that you see, those are females. All those big ants carrying those big leaves and big, apples and all that, those are females. The females are bigger. The females are stronger. So they do all the work, right?
Okay.
The bees, the first thing they do when a baby is born male, when one of those eggs turns out to be male, they take it to a chamber, they tear the arms off, they tear the legs off, and they tear the wings off. They take it down to this chamber, they keep them in the chamber, they feed them, they keep them clean, and then when they need sperm, they go get the sperm from them and take it to the queen. So she wants to build a similar type of society where so all the women do all the everything, they're keeping everything, maintaining everything, and the men are kind of like on the outskirts. They're out, right? They're on the outer limbs, right? So based on what she has said, she wants to change the whole paradigm of the world like that, where men are on the outside looking in, competing to be selected for sex, but not actually able to enter into the society, but they're on the outskirts, always hovering around for whatever needs that need to be met by the inner circle. Kind of like what I was saying. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So if men in all their testosterone, all that glory, if they're then supposed to be in that position, what happens to all that male? Where's all that going? All that male energy, need to protect, need to be strong. Like what are they over there fighting because they can't control things? Like, are they gonna destroy each other? And then like,
well, in her, you heard her talk about the hierarchy, right? Okay, so the men are going to create a hierarchy, and the women are going to select based on that hierarchy that has been set up. Women do this now, right? In civilized society, where men have a hierarchy, right? Like, for example, you have what are those groups that are Greeks? The Black Greeks, the Deltas, the Sigmas,
the fraternities,
huh?
Like the
sororities and the fraternities, right?
Okay.
Okay. Based on the hierarchy that maybe the male sorority might have, the male fraternity will have, the female sorority will select based on that hierarchy that has been set up, right? Nobody wants to be with the bottom dudes, right? They want to be with the top dudes, right? And they want to work their way from the top down. Usually that's how females work, right? They want to work from the top down. They don't want the bottom dude, right? They don't want, if they go to Washington, D.C., they don't want the guy that works at the bottom floor, the janitor. They want the guy at the top level if they can get to him, right? This is how females work in our society typically. So she wants to set that up in a situation where some kind of way they will have a way to stop the males from entering into the society, and the only way they can enter in is to be sexually selected, and then for that time they're there, and then they'll be ejected back out after that purpose is used. That is my interpretation of what, I mean, that's based on what she has said and everything I've heard her say. That's the only way that makes sense and it's congruent to whatever all the things that I've heard her say, is that she wants all the children will be inside the circle with the women. The women will get along because now they don't have to compete for males, because the males will be all outside of the circle. Right? You just go out there and pick one off the tree. Because you're going to go pick the males have already done the work. They already set up a hierarchy for you. Males have done all the work for you. So all you got to do is go out there and pick one off the tree, have sex with him, kick him back out, and you have the children and the society inside the circle. Make sense?
You explained it well. I don't know if I said. I just.
Wait a minute. Arshawn said she also thinks there needs to be more women than men in numbers sufficient enough to compensate for our superior strength. So we're so outnumbered, we have to comply with women's force. I don't know. I think what she thinks is superior is women's ability to not need men. I think that's what she thinks is superior. Like women don't need, because she's even said, and I did shows on this where she said women don't need men to procreate, right? Or certain species of women don't need women to procreate, and women just haven't tapped into their inner selves enough to where they don't need men to procreate. She said this, right? So I don't, my feeling is that she wants this type of society where men are just being used to get children. And then I guess it's gonna be, it's gonna be like, Sister Annie, you ever seen the movie Logan's Run?
No.
The old school movie? Okay, the movie Logan's Run, nobody gets over the age of 30. And when you turn 30, you have to go into this chamber where you have to be euthanized, right? The society there is no old people, right? Because they euthanize you at 30 years old, right? And so they had that, but the guy Logan, he was what they call a Sandman, right? He would chase people because some people didn't want to do that, right? They're like, I don't want to die at 30, right? So they would run. They would run from this procedure that the society had. So they would run. They called them runners. And then once he found out that, hey man, you don't have to die at 30, because they have been told their whole life they got to die at 30. That's what it is. So you can have all the fun you want to have. You can do all what you want to do, but at 30 years old, poof, you gone, right? So anyway, that was the whole movie was about. But my point in bringing that up is, how are they going to do the young men out there? Are they going to do them like the LDS, push them out, right? They turn 15 or 16, they just push them out. I don't even think that in that society, what would they do with the boy children? Obviously, the boy children can't grow up there. They can't be there for that long. What's going to happen to them?
Right, because they would have to go. They would have to go live with the men because, they would have to go live with the men if the purpose is to have men teach men the order over there, right? So, like, all the boys would go with the men, and the women would get.
But if the boys go with the men, why would the men teach the boys to be in this subservient situation?
Well, because based on what she's saying, they will already have learned and become wise that they're not the head, that they're because they will already have been trained, right, to have that mindset. So
no.
Like in the
nothing is going to go above sex. So nothing is going to go above sex, right? At a certain point, they're going to say, I want to have sex. I don't want to I don't want to be involved in a hierarchy. I don't want to do that. I just want to find a woman to have sex with, right? At some point, testosterone is very, very strong. So at some point, they're going to say, hey, forget this. How are you going to train them? And why would you train your competition to come in and outperform you? It doesn't make any sense, does it? In the society we in now, I'm training men. I'm going to train men because I already got a woman. I don't need to compete with you. So therefore, you're not my competition. I don't have to have any egregious with you because you're not my competition. But in that situation, you're going to be my competition, right? We're all trying to break into that circle, right? Like the sperm around an egg, everybody's trying to break in there. We're all going to be trying to break in there, right? They're going to have the children in the middle. The women are going to be on the outskirts, and all the men are around the circle trying to break in, right? Trying to be picked. Hey, I'm this. I got this qualification. I got that qualification. And based on our hierarchy, they're going to come out. So we all trying to compete with each other to get a bigger space, a higher space on the hierarchy, right? A young dude come in, I'm 55. Young dude comes in, he's strapping, young, right? He can run all night long, right? But Clarence, maybe get a good hour or two, right? That's probably it, right? Why am I going to train my competition to come in and push me all the way out of the box? But that's the theoretical situation that she's going to be setting up, right? And I don't think men would follow that. I don't think men would ever do that. I don't think men would ever say, hey, you know what? We're all going to fight to get into this. There's a certain type of man that would. But the better thinking men would say, you know what? Peace is better than chaos. Even if peace comes without sex, peace is better than chaos. The young man is going to say, chaos and sex, hey, they go together, right?
Well, like I think that like something that you emphasize, and even though Rashawn in the chat tripping, that both of y'all seem to that I love about both of y'all is that where you talk about like self-reflection, accountability, and your choice, right? So like what y'all say is like, no, like when you say like the being able to select, I don't know how you word it, but like you having a better gauge of yourself so that when you go out and select and choose someone, you've made the best selection for you. So, you know, it's not that you like how we're just talking, you don't want to force somebody to be with someone.
No.
So once you realize the type of person that you are and the type of person that will complement who you are, then you go out and hunt. Then, you know, try to figure out who you're going to be with. And then if we focus in on that, I wonder what life would look like with that.
Yeah.
Like accepting and not wanting to change ourselves to be like someone else. Because sometimes we're so busy trying to be like someone else or not be ourselves that how we're presenting ourselves to people, they don't even know what they get.
But
it's like, who is this? Go ahead.
You're right. And to piggyback on that, okay? So we're out here, we're not being our true selves and trying to, like you said, trying to find somebody that would match our true self. Right? We're not trying to match our true self. What we're trying to find is somebody who we find sexually appealing and then try to persuade that person to want to be with us. And then further persuade that person to be monogamous with us.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Mm-hmm. When monogamy is not something you should have to persuade somebody to do. Right? That is not something you want to persuade someone to do because they'll do it. But if they got any inklings of not living like that, it's going to come out sooner or later. Maybe a year, maybe 10 years, maybe 20, whatever. Most people cheat not because they went out looking to cheat. Most people cheat because the opportunity presented itself, and their dissatisfaction was so high that they were able to maneuver and move on that. The dissatisfaction, right? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, all you need is a small number of dissatisfaction. You don't even need half. You mean maybe a third of dissatisfied people can change a whole situation, right? Hold on 1 second. Yes. Hold on, Satini. Hold on.
Okay. commercial break, y'all.
Hold on. Oh, you know what? Uh-oh. I didn't bring.
Rashawn.
Bring this with me, man. Hold on, sis. Hold on.
Maybe you should come explain it, Rashawn. And Brother Clarence, I hope you don't think I'm going to run stuff while you're gone, because you know that's not me. I don't know how to. Rashawn, come up. See? I came up here to give Brother Clarence a compliment, and I'm up here longer than I thought I was going to be up here. Thank you very much.
All right, y'all. Sorry about that. Wanted somebody in the building need to borrow Apple charger. Okay.
I was getting booed in the chat from Rashawn because I didn't do well while you were gone.
You didn't do well?
No, I didn't know. Not at all. Don't leave me up here by myself.
No. See, what you should have did is sang a song. They would have all backed off if you sang. Girl, you sing that beautiful voice. You sang something. All right. What were we talking about? Oh, we were talking about Princella. Okay, now what was we were talking about before? Performance. What were we talking about with Princella? Oh, we were talking about how she wants to have the males, right? Her version of utopia, right? And that is that the males are out here. But what I'm trying to say is that this is all theoretic on her part. I know she has talked to scientists, like Arshawn said, but she only talked to scientists that backing up what she's saying, right? Where she is backing up what their work, right? By saying, "Oh yeah, your work makes sense," right? But they're outliers, most of them. With a couple of ones I've heard her talking to, they're outliers, right? They not really. They don't really have, it's not from like accredited, scholars, right? That the scholar community look up to, right? You just dudes that threw a book together, like her, right? Anybody can put a book together, right? Let me put a book together. Sister Annie kicked me off my bike when I was little, right? It don't have to be true, right? I can just say whatever, right? I can say whatever, right? So, and I believe the 48 Shades of Men, right? That's her book. And 48 Shades of Men, 41 Shades of Men, 41 Shades of Men. That's just her experience. But she's saying these men are out there trying to get women, but they're not trying to get every woman. They're trying to get certain women. And that's the point we ain't putting out there. Certain women that are men like that are out there trying to get to, right? And so that's my feeling about Princella's work. If she's going to take all the type of women that those men go for and take them over to lesbian heaven, then Pookie and Ray Ray got to run over to lesbian heaven. We'll get rid of Pookie and Ray Ray too, because they're going to have to follow those women because they ain't going to get no love over here from women that got their head on straight. They're going to say, you're a nice guy and all of that, but I'm really not interested in what you're talking about. But hey, you're a nice guy. Pookie and Ray Ray going to say, you know what, dog, man. When they had the other type of women over here, it was easy pickings. I got to run over to lesbian and see if I can shake some of them loose. Okay. Those women are gone that's causing problems. The men are gone that's causing problems. Now we can get to the work of building families and building relationships. You see where I'm coming from, sis? I mean, once you crush the numbers, once you get past lesbian heaven, once you get past men are unable to be loving, once you get past all that, once we get down to the nuts and bolts of it, let's get rid of the people that's causing all the problems, right? Or most of the problems, right? Let's get rid of most of them. Hey, when they're gone, now we got a better group to work with as far as trying to build relationships with families. Once we build better relationships with families, we can build better communities. Once we build better communities, we can build better country, right? We can build a better unit in Black people. We can build a better community of Black people that's willing to not only help ourselves, but we can help other people by showing them how far you can come if you lean on God, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's my point with her. But I just don't want her to lie, right? Tell these people the truth. Hey, I'm the captain of lesbian heaven. I'm the general of lesbian heaven. If you come over here, you're going to run my program. Okay, just tell them. Some people are still going to come over there. So let them come. You got people like B. Taylor that's going to run over there. Okay, let them go. Because when you got a person like this, they're going to bring up character flaws, right? And you need to see that up front, right? Lot didn't know his wife had a character flaw. He didn't know it. But it's better that he found out now than take her to the promised land and have her jack the promised land up, right? Not to say that they was going to the promised, but you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
A new place. They, have her go to the next spot and jack that up by trying to reset up Sodom and Gomorrah because she loved it. That's all I'm saying. If we get the people that's causing all these problems out of the situation. Now, do I want them to go through the pain and suffering that's going to happen over there? No. But they're going to go through it anyway, and they just going to drop that pain and suffering on good dudes that's trying to be in relationship with them. They're going to drop that pain and suffering on them. Would you agree or disagree?
I agree. I mean, because regardless of how far you run, you're still going to run into you. You know?
Good point. And that's my point. And what I mean by she's going to take them people over and drop them off in lesbian land, I mean, these are not, there's some people, Sister Annie, that when they realize that they understand that they are the common denominator, right? I need to get some, it's me, right? But I'm saying the people that ride with her, they feel like, hey, it's not me, it's them. It's not me that has the problem, it's them with the problem, right? It's not me that's incompetent in sexual selecting for myself, and I need to get better at it. I need to find a better way to sexual select for better results. That's not the issue. The issue is all men are just messed up. Therefore, let me just switch genders, right? That's her answer to that problem, right? Lesbian heaven. That's what I disagree with. That's all I disagree with.
Now, may I just say one more thing, and then I want you to be able to get back on track. And I feel bad because I threw it off a little bit, but I know sometimes, like when Diamond comes up, remember how he says that, hey, let's, everybody, you go over there and you come over here. So like the concept that she's speaking about, it's not something that we've heard before, right? Like that people believe that there should be some separation based on whatever the criteria is that they feel like is causing the most harm. What I wonder is, like, even when you separate, like, so say if you separated, if it was just, they could have their like perfect world and they separated, even within that separation, there would be a creation of how to even separate that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll always find a way or think of a way that you think that a situation can be better, and you'll want to remove yourself or remove people from what you think is this perfect space. So perfection will never happen.
Correct.
In my opinion, on earth, it will never happen.
Correct.
We will not ever have, we won't ever not need prisons. We won't ever not need courts. Like, it'll just be forever. And that's not me being pessimistic. I don't see even, and I wouldn't even go as far as to say, like, well, if you love God, then if everybody loved God and read the Bible, then it'll be perfect. No, because then, and if that's the case, then there'll be no Christians that got divorced. You know what I'm saying? Or no Christians that did evil things or whatever. So I don't believe that we will ever have perfection.
No.
And that's why it's so important to figure out individually and grow individually and allow, like, I think that we don't choose our circles well, and we don't allow ourselves to just be who we are. Like sometimes how I may show up, it sucks in certain rooms, you know, and I'm honest about that. Sometimes I don't show up in a way that, you know, once I, you know, really think about stuff, I'm like, man, I could have said that differently. Or man, I really, you know, I showed out right there. So like, there will never be perfection in ourselves even, but it's accepting ourselves, accepting that we are not perfect. Accepting that
always working towards it.
Working towards it, absolutely. Oh yeah, don't go rucksaw. Just be thinking that you just can just keep doing it, not repenting, not trying to better yourself. But what I'm saying is like, I think that when we, so like, let's say if you thought that I'm perfect, and so now
I do. I
know it's not true. But then if I'm feeling like I have to live up to who you think I am in my perfection, I'm afraid to say or talk about when I'm struggling with something. So now I keep faking myself or faking out so that I can please your perception of who you think I am when I'm struggling with something. So now my comfort level to even express what I'm feeling, that I can maybe walk myself or talk myself through something I'm struggling with. Now I'm losing myself, you know what I'm saying? Because then I'm forgetting which part. Wait, which one is me? I've done faked this out for so long.
Yes.
I might be thinking I'm that person, you know what I'm saying? Just got myself a little delusional, you know. So understanding that whether it's your spouse, whether it's your sibling, whether it's your parent, whether it's your child, that people are not going to always live up to this image or this expectation that you have of them. And sometimes our thought of what is perfection or what we would want somebody to reach may not be fair to them or may not even be good. If I think that you should only stream for 2 hours, and then here you have somebody that comes on the stream that needs you, and I'm trying to cut you off at 2 hours, well, that's not good. Because you weren't being used in the way that God needed you to be used for that other person. So now I feel like, oh, look, Brother Clarence, he won't stay for under 2 hours. Now I'm starting to try to decide for you where you should be able to have discernment in a situation. So, sorry, I rambled just a little bit, but what I did appreciate about the conversation last night, I did appreciate one thing I can say about what I saw of her last night. She could definitely hold her own. She can definitely hold her own in a conversation. I appreciated how Pastor Ross, how he was. You can and Tyshawn and Ryan, they're really good too. They listen really well. I felt like they were very respectful of her. I like that it was respectful and stern. Like, because one time I think Tyshawn said, well, wait a second now. You've had about 75% of this conversation kind of thing. But I appreciated the exchange. I think the more fruitful part, at least for me, was towards the end. I felt like a lot of stuff I was starting to understand things a little bit better. I like that. I like the exchange. I don't understand some of the biology points that she was making, but like I said, that could very well just be my ignorance of the topic.
What point? What point in particular? Is it any particular point or just her language altogether?
Maybe it was that I wasn't connecting stuff. So like I know that we have a different biological makeup, so I understand that.
Okay.
What I wasn't connecting, and I may not even be able to express what I wasn't connecting. What was kind of just really busy in my head was, okay, now that we know that thing, it's almost like it's like an algorithm. If this, then that. And then once you get to the that, from there, if this, then that. it seemed like she went straight from, okay, we're oil and water. Okay, move to the next screen. Okay, if you're oil and water, then what? Okay, separate. Don't talk. Don't do anything else. It's like she went to the extreme of like just the understanding of oil and water not mixing. Well, does oil and water need to, mix in this situation? No. Okay, then don't do this situation like this. When oil and water mix and it does this, here's what you can do. Like, it's almost like she went to the extreme, and I didn't understand. Maybe just in maybe other conversations that she's had, she's explained it. What made her go so extreme?
Because she's been traumatized. She's been traumatized, right? She's been traumatized. She had a lot of bad things happen, which she explained on the stream. She didn't go into detail, but she explained a lot that she's been done wrong by mostly men. Men are the ones that at the root of everything. It's basically the same thing Tommy Sotomayor would say, right? Tommy Sotomayor used to say, I've only had bad things happen to me from Black women. But that was because he was only spending time with Black women, right? Mm-hmm. Once you spread your spectrum, you're going to have bad things happen because bad people come in all shapes, sizes, and colors, right? So, but her version of the story is, okay, well, we have different, so we oil and water and we don't mix. In other words, mentally, the female has a thinking process and the men has a thinking process, right? But because we come from the same God, we can work together. We can work in concert with each other to create good things. We can make good things happen. The oil and water is the good person mixing with the bad person. That's your oil and water. It's not a male and a female. It's the bad person mixing with the good person. Whether the bad person is male or female, whether the good person is male or female, it's a bad person mixing with a good person. That's the oil and water, not the genders. It's the intentions. It's the characters. One person as a low character mixing with a person with higher character, there's going to be an issue there, right? Because at some point, the person of the higher character is going to expect that the person of the lower character behave in a manner which that the person of the higher character would expect people in their sphere to act like, right? That's unfair to the person of the low character. You putting undue pressure on that person because that person is not of that higher character. Now, here's where the real problem comes in, is when the person of the lower character pretends that they have a higher character, right? They subvert, like, oh, I'm of a high character. You can trust me, Sister Annie. You can trust me. Give me the keys to your car. You can trust me. I'll be right back. But they don't come back, right? Or they come back, your car is all smashed up, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
But the point is, this is all at the selecting process. This is all the selection process. Even for just platonic friendships, we are not selecting people correctly because we're looking for we look at certain person and we like them. They have a quality that we like about them. We will accept them as if they are on the same spiritual, emotional, and moral level as us. This is me and Rico fight about this all the time. I said, Rico, you can't hold this person to your standard. This person wasn't raised like you. They don't know. Maybe they didn't have a father, maybe they had a mother. Who knows? Some of the people out there, man, they have real jacked up relationships with their parents, right? They've been in group homes, foster care. You don't know what's going on. Some of them ain't been none of that. They just been molested, right? By family members, friends of the family. Who knows? Right? That's why I was telling all of them, black men and filtering them, y'all assuming that this girl know right from wrong, right? You assuming that. People don't know this stuff.
Right. Right.
Elijah Muhammad used to say, he said, I have to teach them everything. He said, I have to teach them how to go to the bathroom. I got to teach them everything. They don't know nothing. That's why they're out here doing all this crazy stuff, because they don't know nothing. They don't know who they are. They don't remember. They don't know nothing. We don't know nothing. But we think we know, right? That's always the last person to know, right? Is the person that think they know everything, right? And you don't know. You don't know. And we don't even know we don't know. And we don't have enough humility to think maybe we don't know. Maybe we should listen to somebody else. We think, oh, I'm good. I made it this far on my own, right? Why should I listen to anybody else? So here we are. And so we're making all these mistakes in selecting friends, and selecting sexual relationships, and selecting in how to teach our children how to maneuver through this wicked world. We ain't telling them this world is wicked, right? We got to be honest and tell them this world is wicked. It's wicked. And if you follow most people in this world, you're going to be at an impasse, or you're going to be in a ditch at some point. We got to give them tools to be able to maneuver around. Now, what's a tool that they can use to maneuver around? Who they select to spend their time with. That is a big reason why most people are in bad situations, is it because of the people who they select to be around, hang around with. Would you agree with that?
I agree.
Right. That's where most of our problems come from, is we select people to hang around with that we probably shouldn't. But why do we now? So here's the bigger question behind that question. Why do we do that? Why do we do that? Especially as adults. I'm an adult. Why do I need other men? This is one problem I had with Kevin Samuels. Oh man, you're talking about Kevin Samuels. Yes, I am. This is a problem I had with him, because he said, oh, you're only a high value man because if other men think that you will accept you into their network. Who cares if other men accept me into their network, right? What difference does that make? Am I taking care of my wife? Am I feeding my family? Am I a source of good inspiration for them when they need help? Am I there? Right?
Well, now, see, okay, so for you, what qualifies as purpose and success and value in your life is being an honorable husband, father, grandfather, friend, content creator. That's what you deem as yours. And then there's some men that they can care less if they, respected it, in certain other venues. They want other men to boast about. And when they see them, like, oh man, look, he been in the gym, or oh man, I know he spent some money on that watch or that son. So some men are being fed. Some men get full off of being recognized for material things. So for the man that feels that way, yeah, they would want to be revered in their peers. And isn't it in scripture too, where it talked about, like, even I think like with the virtuous woman, where at the gates that he was respected by the men, right? So that's not a far-fetched concept that, like with my ex, I was doing all I could to make sure that I was a part of, like, when he walked in the room. I mean, he in himself he was just a staple just to walk in the room. But I wanted to do what I could to make sure that I was a part of making sure that that was something that was consistent. So, I don't say that that's a bad thing, that a man would want to be respected amongst other men.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing, Sister Annie. What I'm saying is that should not be above you want to be respected for yourself. If you want to be in a group of men that you feel like, hey, I can dig what these men are about, Hey, they're helping these kids. They're about helping these kids. They're about, or whatever they're trying to do, right? They go golfing every week, whatever.
Yeah.
My issue is when that is above how you feel about yourself. In other words, that is more important than how you feel about yourself. Like how these men feel about me, that's more important than how I feel about me. Right? And I'm gonna tell you the reality is all of this is connected to being sexually selected. Since you do not have to prove your utility in a world like this, as a man, I don't have to prove my utility. See, there was a time where as a man, to get women, you have to prove your utility. You got to be able to hunt, you got to be able to fish, you got to be able to build a house, you got to be able to you got to be able to farm, right? You got to be able to do a lot of different things. You got to be able to fight, right? You got to be a healer. You got to be a lot of things as a man to prove value to the woman, so the woman would feel comfortable in the selection of you, right? You have to prove yourself. If you're not betrothed, you got to prove yourself, right? Okay.
Right.
All right. So what I'm saying is, now we're in a world where you don't have to be betrothed. Your family don't have to pre-select anybody for you. You can select on your own.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, you don't have to be able to hunt. The girl can go and buy food for herself. Right? You don't have to be able to defend her, right? The girl can go buy a weapon and go to the gun range and learn how to defend herself. Or study martial arts or whatever, right? So how then do you determine your utility? Right? How is a woman, because a woman's naturally going to be looking for a useful man, a man that has some utility, right?
Right.
Okay, so how then do you put yourself in a position where a woman who is naturally set up to look for utility in a man, how are you going to do that when you don't have to prove your utility anymore? You don't have to prove your usefulness. You set up hierarchies. Men set up their own hierarchies, right? Therefore, now men have these hierarchies. So now and it's all so that I can be sexually selected by women at the top of the beauty appearance standard. They will select me based on my position in this global hierarchy. So I got to get more money than you. I got to get more cars and toys than you. I got to get more income than you. Not because I'm going to do something productive with that, but because I'm trying to always be putting in any woman's mind that I'm at this level in the hierarchy of men. Right? You hear men saying all the time, I get more women than you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're always trying to hierarchy. They're always trying to put themselves, move themselves up in the selection process. They're trying to give themselves more value in this hierarchy. I agree with her on that. We do make hierarchies as men. But the most important thing should be what you think about yourself. And it's difficult to do when you're out there chasing women around. But when you're not chasing women around, right? Because I have a wife, right? I don't need to participate in the sexual selection market. Therefore, I don't care what other people, I don't care what you think about me. You a simp. You brought your wife some lunch the other day. Yeah, okay, I'm a simp. Okay, all right. Next. I don't really, it ain't really bother me. But I'm saying that men do these things to try to situate themselves in this type of society. They try to put themselves in a position where you as a woman, you don't got to do no work. We already did the work for you. See, I'm already at this level. Other men think of this much of me. So you as a woman gonna say, well, if other men think that much of him, then hey, he must got something going on. It's the same principle when they say I get women all the time. you as a woman would say, well, damn, something must be going on if you're getting all these women. Let me investigate for myself. Whoop, you already in the trap right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm crazy. What am I talking about? Let's talk to Bolo. Maybe Bolo can make some sense out of this stuff.
Hey, Bolo.
Hey, Sister Nay, how you doing?
I'm good.
Hey, bro, did you get
What's
it?
up, baby?
Did you get it?
I did.
Huh?
I did.
You got it?
I got it good.
Cause no, I'm talking about something I sent to you.
What'd you send to me?
A snow shovel. So you can shovel your way to the phone, man. So you can get on the phone. You can get to the computer, man, and you know what I'm saying? You get it?
50 inches of snow.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Man, you gotta send us a picture of that. I love that picture you put out the other day, but you gotta send us a picture of that snow, man. I love snow. I just don't want to live in it.
Yeah, it is. It is what it is.
Okay, brother. What do you think about what we talking about? Am I crazy? Sister Anna crazy? Is Princella crazy? What's going on here, man? Help us get some clarity in this situation.
I think to use the word crazy is disrespectful. What I would say is she's functioning in her dysfunction. That's what she's doing. You have a hurt woman that's doing the best, from what I can see, trying to do the best that she can.
Agreed.
However, I wish the brother would have compartmentalized the conversation a little bit last night. For a woman, listen, man. My thing is, for a person that has a problem with men, all you quote is statistics from men. That's all you do. All your statistics come from men. So if we use your statistics, where you say that most women file for divorce, which we know is statistically true. Yeah. If we take lesbian relationships and gay relationships, let's take the man out of the equation. Women file for more divorces and there's more DV in lesbian relationships than there are in gay men relationships. Explain that to me. The man ain't in the equation. That wasn't said. So many things was thrown at the wall that could have been dissected. Now, we can't dissect everything that she says, but so many different things with all the men that she's picked. There's one common denominator in all those men that you picked. You. Yeah, so let's deal with that. Let's deal with what happens when we egotistically take Christ out of our life and try to figure things out ourselves. When we take God out of our lives and we say, I'm going to use man's sight opposed to using God's vision. Let's look at what happens. You had so many ways. We have to understand that. I understand he didn't want to offend. That's not your job. Your job is not to pick not to offend. The scriptures offend. It offends. Why? Because we are offensive. We're sinful. So it's going to offend. Our job is to give it with love, not with anger, not with ego, not with malice, not with strife. Because when I read it and I read what God did for me and what he continues to do, I'm ashamed. I'm offended. So, the gentleman had so many ways to reach her. You had the hosts doing more. You had the hosts doing more. Our job is to deliver the truth. That's our job, man. We don't pick and choose who we deliver it to. We let the growth come from God. God gives the growth, right? We water, we plant. God gives the increase. He gives the increase. We don't. Our job is to lead you to God and let him handle the rest. That's what we're supposed to do. That's our job. So when you have someone crying out like she was last night, now understand the bigger picture too. She got a lot of people following her. A lot of women operating in dysfunction. A lot of women. She's no different than those men that operate on the red pill portion, doing the same thing, operating in their dysfunction. She's no different. So now if you can't talk to her, you got to talk through her now. The woman spoke for like 5 hours. I'm exaggerating. She didn't give a direct answer. She wouldn't give a direct answer, but she plugged her books though.
Yeah.
She plugged the books. And you're giving all these different big words and all this stuff that's razzling and dazzling people. And instead of saying, okay, Ma, I don't know all that stuff, man. Bring it down to earth. Bring it down to earth. You sitting here and telling me that women are created whole and men are 180. But let's use you. Were you created whole? Yes, I was, Bolo. But when you picked that dude that raped you, was that a whole choice you made? When you picked that dude that robbed you, was that a whole choice you made? When you picked the other dude that did this, was that a whole? That this is not to ridicule you. This is to show that these dudes were scorpions and dirt bags before you met them.
Correct.
You inserted yourself in their life. So the choices, the common denominator in these men were you.
Yep.
So let's talk about your sight. Let's deal with that, because it's too big to deal with all women. It's too big. It's too grandioso. I can't do that. Let's deal with you. As believers, we are supposed to meet people where they are. Christ didn't tell me get cleaned up and then come in. Christ said, no, come as you are, and together we'll get you clean. That's what he says. I don't want you to stop smoking crack and come to me. No, come inside. Together, we're going to stop smoking crack. Come on, man. That's what he does. So
all right,
you
man.
have to truth with love. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But let me ask you a question. You got to echo, Bolo.
I'm sorry about that. Hold on.
Let me ask you a question, man.
Yes.
So you feel that Pastor Tim didn't really go after her as much as you would like to. You would have liked him to, press her for clear answers.
I wouldn't use the words go after, because it's not about going after. What I would say is, if I come to a name and I have an issue, I need her to be specific. This is what my issue is. I heard you do this and I heard you did this and blah, 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 blah. How can you help me if you're not going to isolate, give me examples of what the issue might be so that I can make the corrections? How do we do that? How do you let someone continue? I mean, you have to listen to the person to know where they are, right? You have to listen. The Lord says, listen so that you know how to respond. How did he respond? How did he respond? He was talking as if he was on the pulpit when you needed to be specific and you needed to be personal. You're not on the pulpit, my G. You're talking to a real fleshly person across from you that broke down. When she was talking about what she went through as a woman, man, let me say this, okay? I was in the backstage.
Wow. Okay.
I was in the backstage. They dropped me 3 times. I came back. Right? I came back and I said, listen, man, we need this in
the people used to do me.
Yeah. So, but I think they dropped me because I'm just an avatar, right? They wanted people's faces. So I said to Tim, and I don't think they could see the people there. I think the only the people that can see what's going on in the background are the moderators. I said, send a prayer up for this woman. So I put a prayer in the back.
Okay.
This is what should have been done. Not on a pulpit. And I get what you're doing. I get it, bro. But you have to season your speech to know how you respond to this woman. This woman needed help. This woman needed light. This woman needed love.
But she ain't gonna listen, Bolo. She don't want
you're saying you felt like he should have said a prayer. And did you see her reaction when he asked her, did you feel that I was authentic in my tears? And she said, I had no, it looked like she was numb to, or it seemed that she's numb to that. Like, cause she would see it as a performance.
Right. But see, that's the point that I'm trying to make, sis. The point that I'm trying to make is our job is to plant and water. Now, the only thing that I can do is be my authentic self. If you're already numb because of the pain that you've been through, which I get, the only person that can break through that shell is God. It ain't me. It's not me. I don't profess to do that. The only thing that I can do is when you do have that crack in your chainmail, you can say, you know, Bolo did pray for me. Maybe that dude wasn't fake.
So Bolo,
maybe.
Bolo, so you saying he should have prayed for her on the stage right there?
No. What I'm saying is, no. That's something I did. I'm saying that when she was running down all of the men that did her dirty, this is the first time I've ever seen her vulnerable. I've never seen her vulnerable on a platform before because I don't watch her on hers. I only want, I'll catch her in snippets or whatever. This was the first time that I seen her almost look like she's gonna cry. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying, me personally, that's what I would have done. I'm not saying that, that's what I would have done. My thing is he should have made this more specific opposed to dealing with it general. Let's deal with you. Because you keep.
She wasn't going to let him, Bolo. She wasn't.
That's all I can say. That's one thing that it seemed like I could hear last night was she was like, she didn't want to make it about her because then they would use whatever she said about herself to be the reason why
said
that you would attribute what she's saying
but we can't
about the subject. And she was trying to keep it where it's like if somebody said, hey, you don't smoke, and then your sister or brother smokes, and you're like, they got glaucoma and they should smoke. Well, wait, does it mess your lungs up or does it not mess your lungs up? Like it mess your lungs up regardless. So she was trying to stick to it seemed like she was trying to stick to the point where in my scenario I just said that it would be smoking has been proven to cause damage to your lungs. So she wouldn't have wanted to hear, oh, well, it's, sometimes helping if you have glaucoma or some other health condition. No, we're focusing on the fact of what it does to the lungs. Or at least that's what I thought from what I was hearing yesterday.
You're correct in that's the thought process that she was moving.
Oh my God.
However, I wouldn't have adhered to that. Because what Princella is doing is projecting her inadequacies on women, period. That's what she's doing. She's projecting her hurt on women. And hurt women that has gone through whatever she's gone through is agreeing with her. So what we got to do is dissect you. The same way you got to dissect me. If I'm your brother and you love me, we're going to have to get specific and personal one time or another. We're gonna have to. Every conversation we're gonna talk about Bolo in the third person. We can't. That doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? And I think the way the thing was set up in the first place, debate. It shouldn't have been set up as a debate, conversation. Because when you say I'm going to debate Bro Clarence, it automatically it puts out that vibration that we're gonna clash. No, we're gonna have a conversation. My brother and I are going to sit down and talk and try to reason things out and try to understand where you're coming from. Okay? He gave no rebut. None. Even the two moderator was like, yo, hold on, man. Let's get him in. Because you've been filibustering for a minute. You've been talking for a minute. Let's get Tim. What did he say? I want to hear what she has to say. Huh? You got the word, brother. I understand that we got to hear. You heard her. She's hurt. The world don't need to know. We see it. She gave it to you. She said she didn't want to talk about her personal life. I think she gave you 4 men that were in her life at different capacities that did her dirty. 4 men, right? Yeah. Different capacities that did her dirty. Let's deal with those 4 men. In those 4 men, you are the common denominator. Those 4 men were dirt bags before you met them. Now, again, the same thing with men. These women are dirt bags.
You don't know. We don't know. We don't know that, Bolo. We don't know that. You know why I'm saying that?
I'm going off the story that she was telling. I don't know
exactly. Okay, so we're assuming that she's right. We only hearing her side of the story.
Right. Absolutely. So let's go off of that. I can only go off of what you give me, right? But even in those men that you dealt with, you were the common denominator. You still picked them. The same way when we talk about these men, dude, you calling these women 304s and all that, but you're picking them.
Wait, one was her father, wasn't it?
He said her father. No, her father. He said that she saw her father. I think either bus.
Alcoholic.
He was alcoholic.
Yeah,
I
so
think
that one wasn't on her.
But
I thought she said something about her father and a coach or a business partner or something.
Her father, according to her, hit her mother, and he was a drunk. And again, the first man that a daughter falls in love with is her father. Same as the boy, it's a mother. We measure everybody up against those two. She didn't have that man that would protect her, guide her, give her that, this is what men look like. This is what a man looks like. So when you go into the world, you measure everybody up against Father, Brother Clarence. Father Clarence. We measure everybody. As his children, we're going to measure everybody against. As his son, I'm going to see what he does and how he perseveres and how he has conversations with the wife and how he sits down and he deals with her and mommy and he sits there and he's sensitive and he's this, that, and the third. We're going to take these. I'm seeing it actively work in front of me because being a man isn't you just point and go. Being a woman isn't just point and go. You have to see this actually work and see it and incorporate it into your life. It's a daily thing, right? It's like breathing. So she didn't have that. So that probably, going off her narrative, contributed to her picking bad men.
Hold on. Vaughn says, I was very surprised no one questioned her about raising male children. Vaughn, she wasn't answering no questions. I think by the time they got to the third or fourth question, they realized they're not going to get a straight answer out of her, right? Because, okay, so when you are, and Bolo can attest to this too. So when you're on a panel, right, when you running the panel and you're running the stage, you can't force somebody to tell the truth, right? You can't force them. They might get on your panel and they agree to have a debate or a talk or discussion or whatever, and they just get there and lie, right? You don't know what they're going to say, right? You don't know what they're going to do. There's nothing you can do to twist their arm and say, hey, look, you came up here and we wanted to have an honest, genuine discussion. Come on, stop messing around. There's nothing you can do. So I understand the position that the guys were in because, there's nothing. I'm sure at that point they were you could see by the end of the thing, they were very frustrated with her. They were very frustrated with her because she wouldn't answer nothing. She's not going to give you a direct answer. Now, why isn't she going to give you a direct answer? She's not going to give you a direct answer because when she gives you a direct answer, now she's going to be stuck to that position. Right. And she doesn't want to be in a fixed position. She wants to be able to, whatever somebody say, she would say, oh, I didn't mean it like that, Bolo. Bolo, you weren't listening. Bolo, did you read my books? You didn't read my books, Bolo. Bolo, you ain't watched all my videos? Oh, no, man. See, you would never understand because you're a man anyway, but you ain't never seen all my videos, right? So she wants to always have that out.
Like other people. I don't want to say that she's a liar. Because how you feel affects how you see, bro. And that's for everyone. That's across the board. So if you go through something, listen, like I say, I give this example. If I'm in my house chilling and a great white shark comes into my house, puts me in a bag, puts me on a damn plane and fly me to California where it's nice and warm and toasty out there, throws me into the ocean and bites my leg off. I'm looking to kill every damn white shark I can find.
Right.
Because I didn't bother you. I was chilling in my bedroom. I have a problem with all white sharks because this is how I feel. It affects how I feel and how I see. I don't see no peace in white sharks. I don't see the grace of a white shark. I don't see the beauty in a white shark. I don't see it. Now, a name may look at the white shark, oh, look how beautiful and strong and this, that, and third. And I'm looking at a name like, do you know what these dudes do with my one leg? So perspective is everything, right? Because again, you can have a bottle and drop them both on the ground. Two bottles, you drop them on the ground. One turns into a sharp object and the other turns, it shatters into pieces. So it depends on the person, how their environment shaped them, their coping mechanisms. Because again, in life, it's not about how you plan. It's about how well you cope when your plan fails.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. You dig what I'm saying? So with her, I think that at a point, they were waiting for Tim, to say some more. Tim was just letting her rock. Again.
Yeah, well, he didn't want to. I think he didn't want to be considered disrespectful by interrupting her.
I'm here to have a conversation with you, Brother Clarence. I'm here to have a conversation with you. My stance is, I am a scientist that believes in water. You're a scientist that believes in the sun. We're going to have a conversation pertaining to it. I'm not going to sit here and just let you talk about the sun. I'm not going to let you sit here and push out rhetoric that is destroying people. I'm not going to let you do that. Not in front of me. Let me get up and walk out then.
Hold on, Bolo. Hold on. We got to let Sister Annie get some last words in there because she got to run. So, Sister Annie.
Yeah, I really just came up to tell you how proud I was and how much I respect you. And then it was
Same
1
here,
hour
sis.
later, right?
Yeah, same here. Same here.
I'm glad that you did this conversation tonight, and I'm glad that you listened to that conversation yesterday. Like I said, I absolutely love Heartly Initiated. Those are two great men.
Yeah, those
and I love how they speak and listen and really do want to build kind of like strong men and help enlighten women.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate their podcast. What I would say about, and y'all know that Planet of the Apes is one of my favorite movies. And what I just thought about when Bolo was just talking was it made me think about that movie.
Old school Planet of the Apes or new school?
No, the new one. Okay.
Okay.
All right. But with Caesar and Koba, so Caesar, when he grew up with the humans, his handler was kind, had clothes on him. He had his own room. He took him around places and stuff. So his experience of humans was really good. Koba's experience with humans was he was a test lab, ape. He was, poked and pried and beat and belittled. And so all his thought and his memory of humans was bad. So when they, had their own community, and then Caesar was going to help the humans get some electricity, Koba was like, hold up, wait a minute. Because if they get electricity, they're going to come back and they're going to do the same thing that they did to me. So I don't want to help them. I want it to be where we stay over here and they stay over there. And if I see them, I want to get rid of them, even when they're over there on the other side.
Right.
So I don't, one, and Bolo, I hope you do pray for her and over her on the stream before you go off, or because I pray. I didn't grow up like that, so I don't know what my perception of men would be if something like that had happened to me. So I wanted to, just because she was on the stream and I was listening to the exchange, I just wanted to understand where she was coming from, and also to hear the valid points that she did have, because even as extreme as some of the thoughts are, there's probably a whole lot in there that we could all agree with. So I would pray that in any conversation, in any room that we're in, where someone is willing to conversate, that we could figure out some points that each person is bringing up, that we say, you know what, that's valid. Or, hey, let me just try to understand where you're coming from. I may not agree, but at least I understand it. And at least let me share this other view that you may not have, this thought that you may not have visited. So I'm hoping that for the sake of, because for some reason, she seems to be pretty popular. And I can only think that probably after that stream, because I think I heard Tyshawn and Ryan talking about maybe having a part 2 with her at some point. So something about what she's saying is resonating. Something about what she's saying is probably going to get a lot of room for people to hear. So I would hope that there's some kind of balance of another point of view. And I'm hoping that in some near future interview that she has, or conversation she has, that some of the questions that were asked, that she answer those, just so it's an understanding of her perspective. It just kind of seemed like some of them were just kind of waving in the wind. And not that I think that if she said something that she couldn't elaborate on it, for some reason, some of the questions that were asked, it's like she was intentionally not wanting to answer. But I'm thankful that she was able. Okay, I'm thankful that she had a little bit of opportunity to be a little more open, and I'm hoping that people don't misuse that, because watching your father abuse your mom, that I can't imagine that. And I hope people take care of the knowledge of that now. I don't know if she's ever shared that before, but I hope that people don't, and I'm not saying anybody on this panel has done it, but I hope that, because there's a lot of viewers on that last night, I hope that people don't abuse and misuse information that she did share, and actually do listen to maybe some points where she has a valid perspective. But I appreciate that you kind of broke some of this stuff down. I'm probably listening back to this stream because I was in an area where I couldn't hear some of it for a little while. But I thank you for wanting to discuss this, and I know your heart and why you speak on this particular topic. So I like when I see you bring up different topics, I'm like, oh, this is one that this is the one where he's like he feels very strong on this and he's not letting it go. So I understand why you're doing it, and I want you to continue to do it because I know the core of why you are. So, but it was good coming up on the stream. Didn't plan to stay up here this long, but this was really good.
All right, before you go, I want you to wish Risa happy birthday tomorrow.
Risa, okay, happy birthday. Oh wait, but Risa, I'm gonna sing. This one's a song I sing to my family. I am so excited, I can barely handle, 'cause today's your birthday. Go blow out your candles, but you don't have to count them, 'cause what it really shows is how much you've been a blessing to everyone you know. Happy birthday.
Birthday, Risa. Thank you so much for all you do for our channel, for our family, our community that we got over here, man. You do so much, and we appreciate you. Have a very, very happy birthday, and enjoy yourself. Take time, just enjoy yourself.
Love you, Risa. All right, y'all.
Love you, girl. All right, girl. Okay. I will talk to you later here. Love you.
Okay.
Bye. All right, that was Sister Annie up there. All right, y'all. We're gonna get back into it. I got a question for you, brother.
What's that? Happy birthday, Risa.
Yeah. Wish Risa happy birthday, man.
Shout me out birthday too. My birthday is Saturday.
Huh? Well, I didn't hear. I really didn't hear you that time.
Birthday is Saturday.
Whose birthday is Saturday?
Mine.
Let's see. I know you already 157, so tomorrow that'll make you 158, right? Okay.
Absolutely.
Y'all don't know. I seen Bolo. Bolo got one of them white rip and wrinkle beards that go all the way down to the ground, curls up at the end, right? I got a question for you, beloved. Okay, yes. So she started talking about some scriptures. Did you see that part?
Yes.
Okay, let's see if I can find that part here.
Okay.
It's getting lower and lower by the second here.
No, I'm going off. I'm going based on the standard deviation curves that I typically use.
Okay.
Yeah.
But hold on, wait, Tim. Were you done with that thought?
That's
though?
the challenge.
Okay.
That's
so fine.
Okay.
I will accept that challenge.
Yeah.
Under the condition that you rebuttal these few things from the Bible. Okay. You mentioned Sodom and Gomorrah a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Genesis chapter 19, verse 7 through 8, Lot was said to be a righteous man, even though he sold his 2 daughters to the mobsters. So chapter 19, 7 through 8.
Okay. Are we on the same page so far? Let's see if Lot sold his. Let's see if Lot sold his daughters to some mobsters. Let's see if he did. Did you say Genesis? Which one?
Genesis 19:17, I think, through 20. I think
I don't think you know this Bible like you say, man. What did you say? 19 to what?
19, I think she said 17 through 20, I think.
Okay, let's do 19. You said 17 through 20?
I think, we can just rewind the video and just hear her say it, right?
Okay, let's rewind the video. I forgot, man. See, I ain't smart like you, man. I'm doing. All right, here we go.
That to me sound like what they doing in Afghanistan right now, selling their daughters to men so they can have some food. So, Genesis chapter 19, verse 7 through 8.
Okay, verse 7 through 8. Let me find it here.
Oh, damn, I was off.
Verse 7 through 8. Okay, she said Genesis, verse 7 through 8. Let's bring that up.
Okay, let's bring it up.
Let's look at it, brother. Let's look at it.
Okay.
I don't know. Hey, I don't know if you ever seen these words, but this comes out of a good book, brother. I don't know if you ever seen this book, man. But
once in a while I look at it. Just once in a while.
All right. She said 7 through 8, right?
So let's give the context of what's going on. So
okay.
God is talking a lot, saying find some people so that this place is gonna be destroyed.
Right.
So he sends, make it quick, he sends 2 angels down to, prep Lot, because this is what's going to happen. Okay, so Lot is aware that these men are angels.
Right.
So, she's doing to God what she doesn't like done to her. She tries to, she doesn't like being taken out of context. And that's what she's doing here when she just puts this little portion of it. But let's do it. All right, let's start from verse 4. It says, now before they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, both old and young, all the people from every quarter surrounded the house. Let's go up a little bit higher. Do you mind?
You go to where?
19, verse 1.
Okay, verse 1. Here we go.
It says, now the 2 angels came to Sodom in the evening. Now, these are 2 angels, guys. And Lot was sitting in the gate of Sodom. When Lot saw them, he arose to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said, hear now, my lords, please turn into your servant's house and spend the night and wash your feet. Then you may rise early and go on your way. So he's telling them, come stay with me, because they were going to stay in the gate. So he's saying, no, you are servants of the Lord. Come to my crib.
Right.
And they said, no, but we will spend the night in the open square. We're going to chill out here.
Yeah, we're going to see what's going on. We want to see what's going on.
Right. But he insisted strongly. So they turned into him and entered his house. Right. Then he made them a feast and baked unleavened bread, and they ate.
All right.
Now, before they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, and there ain't no women here, it's just dudes.
Okay.
The men of Sodom, both old and young, old guys and young guys, all the people from every quarter, every part of Sodom, they came through. Surrounded the house.
The rich dudes, the young dudes, the
old dudes, poor dudes,
with no money.
And they surrounded the house.
Okay.
All right. So they got the house surrounded, right?
Right.
And they called to Lot and said to him, where are the men who came to you tonight? Where are these 2 men? Bring them out to us that we may know them carnally.
Yikes.
Now, for those of you who don't know what that means, when the scriptures talks about a man knowing a woman, that means he slept with her.
Okay.
Right? And they threw carnally in there so you wouldn't think of anything other than that. So we may know them carnally. We want to sleep with these dudes. Angels of the Lord. Messengers directly from the Lord.
Right.
Verse 6.
Right.
Lot went out to them through the doorway, shut the door behind him. So Lot walked past the 2 angels and closed the door behind him to plead with these cats and said, please, my brethren, do not do so wickedly. In other words, y'all need to chill.
Right.
Y'all need to understand what drama y'all about to bring on yourselves.
Right.
You really need to. Please, brethren, do not do so wickedly. See, now I have 2 daughters that I'm willing to save your lives. Okay, I have 2 daughters who have not known a man. These are virgins. Please let me bring them out to you, and you may do to them as you wish. Only do nothing to these two men. If anything, what he was trying to do is save their lives. When you look at it from Lot's perspective, he already knew what type of power he was dealing with in these two angels that are in his home, that came as men. What he's doing is saying to them, yo, Duke, listen, man, take this, because I already know the Lord got them.
Right.
Me and my daughters.
Right.
Y'all don't want this. Y'all don't want this smoke that y'all about to bring on y'all.
Yeah, y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know what y'all doing. Yeah,
y'all don't even know what y'all doing. So I don't know where she talked about they were sold. They were no money was exchanged. See, now I have two daughters who have not known a man. Please let them.
That's what I want to clear up, because I didn't. As far as I know, I didn't know no money got exchanged.
No.
And I said, let's go to it so we can see.
Absolutely. So in fact, it says here, let me bring them out to you, and you may do with them as you wish. Only do nothing to these men, since this is the reason they have come under the shadow of my roof. The reason why they came down here is for this nonsense that you cats is kicking.
Yeah.
This is why they're here. So now what did the two angels say? And they said, stand back. So the door must have opened. Right. Then they said, this one came in to stay here, and he keeps acting as a judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with them. So they pressed hard against the man Lot. So they still forcefully were on Lot. But the men reached out their hand and pulled Lot into the house.
Right.
So as they were about to do whatever they were going to do to Lot, the angels pulled them in. Pulled their hands and pulled Lot into the house with them and shut the door. And they struck the men who were at the doorway of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they became weary trying to find the door. So he made them blind. That's what happened. There was no money exchanged. Lot didn't sell his daughters to the men for money. And this is the point of what I'm saying. That when you have these lies being spewed, right, even though she's functioning, again, we don't know if what she's saying is true, but let's go under the something that what she's saying is true. That these things happen to her. At the end of the day, she is still spewing lies on the book, on the Bible. And you know what he said? I can't dispute those. If you continue playing, that's what the dude said. Did you know that?
Sorry?
If you jump ahead, when she pulled out these scriptures, his response was, I can't fight that.
Okay, right. Okay, let's go through it, brother. But see, I wanted to make sure that I had it right. I was hoping you come up here when I do the scripture part, because I wanted to make sure I had it right. All right. Okay, so that's the first. That's the first boo-boo, right?
Cold wind that blew down my back told me that Brother Clarence needed me up on stage.
Well, he did. Well, they was show. That was 100% right. Okay, let's bring Princella back up here, because she cooking now. She cooking. Right?
What? She's cooking hard.
I don't know what she cooking, but she cooking something, right? So, all right. So anyway, okay. So she said that. Lot sold.
That's the first line.
Am I right? Am I right? She said sold. Money was exchanged. He sold his daughters, right?
And again,
there was no rebuttal on that.
Right.
Am I correct?
It can be from the lack of vision that she has from the hurt that she has encountered in her life.
But the people that supposedly knew better, there was no rebuttal from them. Is that right? Okay.
That is
correct. All right. So we're going to continue on.
Yes.
You know, Lot was said to be a righteous man, even though he sold his two daughters to the mobsters. So chapter.
Okay. Let's reconcile that.
That's wrong.
Okay, let's remove a couple of things. Let's remove the word sold and let's say offered. Okay? Let's remove the word mobsters and let's say unruly mob. How about that?
Right.
Let's reconcile that. How can
he did that to save their lives?
Okay. Let me ask you the question first, man.
Sorry.
Sorry. How can we reconcile that Lot was a righteous man if he was willing to save 2 angels and throw his daughters out there to the unruly mob? How was he a righteous man?
Okay, because the Lord gave him discernment, right? Let's look at the discernment. The discernment that Lot had was that he knew, because when the Lord writes these, when God writes these words, we have to take in everything that's being said, right? We have to get the lay of the land. We can't just look at one verse, and in most situations, you just can't look at one verse and get the context of it. Some of them you can, but not all. In this situation, the Lord gives you that there were only men in the crowd, both old and young. There were no women, and these men were into other men. These
Ergo, the term Sodom, right?
Correct. They didn't want his daughters. So this is why he knew his daughter was safe. I'm offering you an olive branch. That's what he was doing. Now, Duke, leave these cats alone. I'll give you my daughters. They've known no man. They was like, man, we don't want them. What else he ain't gonna offer himself?
Yeah.
They don't want him, because if they wanted him, they would have had him a long time ago, because he lived in that area, right?
Yeah.
They want those 2 dudes, them 2 new dudes that came down. We want them.
Agreed.
So he offered them an olive branch to get themselves out of this drama, this smoke that they was about to catch.
Can I offer an explanation as well?
Absolutely.
Can I add on to that? Because I agree with you. He was some kind of way trying to stop or slow down what he knew was coming, right? Lot Wood had enough sense to know these brothers, this is the hit squad. This ain't the Hallmark squad here.
Absolutely.
This is the ain't gonna be nothing but smoke coming up from here in a few days, right? This is that squad, right?
These dudes came with a purpose.
Right. You know what I mean? It's like the difference between the truant officer, hey, don't be late to class, Polo, right? And the LA sheriffs, right? Freeze, I'm gonna tase you.
Word.
I'm gonna count to 5. 1, 2.
Let me address something. First of all, he didn't pimp out his daughters. That's not what he was doing. He wasn't. The reason why everything, different perspectives as you can look at it. One, they're virgins, so that goes to show you that Lot raised his daughters right. Okay, even though they were in a place that was full of madness and all sorts of unseemly things. So this is why, he said that they've known no woman. They are pure. They're pure. He wasn't pimping them out. What he was trying to do is offer them an olive branch, like, yo, listen, dogs, you don't want this in here. You don't want this. And my daughters are my pride. So if I have to offer that, understand, it's the same reason why the Lord would tell Abraham, you'll sacrifice your son.
That's why I was just going there. That's just like how he gave up Isaac, right?
Dude, I don't understand what y'all about to get into. And I'm trying to
let me take a swing at it, Bolo. Okay,
go ahead.
So right. Oh, you brought up Isaac, which I was gonna bring up Isaac, right? Okay, right. So the old man gets the word. Hey, you got to put you got to take him on that altar, right? Right. The old man looks at the little boy. He said, "Come on, son. We got to go for a walk, right?" So the old man takes him up the hill, up to the altar, right? Sit down for a minute, and he's just shaking his head. The kid says, "Hey, Pops, where's the lamb? Where's the lamb?" Right? Old man said, "Hey, ain't no lamb, right? You the lamb, right?" But Isaac said, "Oh, okay. Well, hey, if this is what we got to do to please your God, let's get to it, baby. Let's do it." Now, is Abraham a wicked person for doing what was asked of him by putting his son, by being willing to sacrifice his son? Was he unrighteous? was Lot unrighteous by being willing to sacrifice his daughter? You think he didn't love them girls? He loved them girls. But he's willing to sacrifice his daughters for God's word to go forth. This is a kind of love for God. We don't even know this. Most of us, we never even heard of this kind of love.
You know what's so crazy too? We have to understand that we're looking at things from Westerner eyes, man. We're looking at it from the culture of living in the West. Okay, we got things all twisted here. All things twisted. We got cats thinking that Adam and Eve ate apples, bro. Come on, man.
They ate apple, Bolo. I mean,
tangerine. Why not orange? Why not an orange? You know what I'm saying? So let's take away this thought process that we've been bathed in by the devil, and start looking at the way things are supposed to be. Yes, some things might, it may not taste good because of how we were raised. Understand where we're at right now. Understand where we're at. We're talking about cats are saying that men can have periods. They're saying men can have periods right now. Okay? They're saying men can get pregnant right now. So let's understand the thought process of the world on the Western side that we live on.
Wait a minute, y'all. Let's see. I knew this question was going to come up, Polo. So now let's answer this before we go on, because we got to get to these other things that she said, right? Other things that she said. So, Sister Annie asked a good question. Is it twisted to think it's not cool for a dad to offer his daughters to a mom? I'll answer and then you answer. Or you want to answer first and then you want me to go?
Okay, go first. I'll swing after.
Okay. It's not twisted. That's not a twisted thing, right? That's not a twisted thing. A person should not offer your child to a mom. You should not do that. That's the whole point, Sister Annie. These are things that a normal situation you would not do. You would not, in a normal situation, take your child up on a hill and put a knife through him just to prove your love. You would not normally do something like that. So the question is, what situation would be where something like that would happen and you would be pressed to do something like that? Obviously, lives have to be at stake, right? It has to be a certain kind of situation, right? It has to be a certain kind of situation for something like that to occur, right? It's just that's not going to happen in a normal, everyday thing, right? It's going to have to be, God has to be involved in something like that, where you say, okay, you at the fork in the road. Either you going with God or you going with this other way. And you're going to have to sacrifice something to go God's way, right? But sometimes God is just going to see what you're going to do. And then he'll pull the sacrifice off the table for you, as Lot saw, as Abraham saw, and other people, right? But the point is that you need to be willing to move this way and be serious enough to where you may get more instructions later, and we need to see that you're serious, right? And you sticking with the program, no matter what may come. God is able to deal with everything, right? What's that scripture? What is hard for the Lord? What's hard for the Lord, right? Who gonna run up on the God? Who, right? Ain't nobody running up on God. So, but there's a price to pay for everything. And sometimes we may be in a situation where we've been saying we with God. I'm with God. I'm with you, God. I'm with you, God. I'm with you, God. And then something may come along to bring that fork in the road to us, and now we got to make a sacrifice to stay on the path. And then come to find out, you really didn't have to make that sacrifice. You just got to be mentally going to stay on that path. But no, it is not a good thing to offer your daughter or son or wife or anybody you love to a group of unruly people. No, that is not a good thing to do. And in a normal situation, you should not do something like that. That's my answer to that. Brother Polo, what do you say?
If we read it again, right? And he says, please, my brethren, do not do so wickedly. See now, I have 2 daughters who have not known men. Please let me bring them out to you, and you may do with them as you wish. First of all, Lot knew that these men were homosexual. He knew that. Okay. Secondly, Lot offered his daughter, in hoping that they would refuse and just leave. That's what it was done for.
I could see that.
Lot knew that these dudes wouldn't take his daughters. But I'm offering you what I'm trying to show you in my offer is that these are my babies. And I'm ready to give them to you to shun you away from trying to do what you're about to do with these 2 dudes that are in here. So he's hoping that they can see the sacrifice that this man is willing to make to save these 2 guys in the back, or at least we're thinking to save these 2 guys in the back so that we just leave.
Right.
But they were so caught up in their lust and wanting those 2 dudes that they, man, move. They pressed them. So that's what that was done for. Nothing else, nothing more. And again, when we read this book, we have to take off our lens of understanding from the Western culture opposed to understanding how they were living. It's a different thought process, man. To the point where a man can say, put your son on the altar and sacrifice your son. And he doesn't have a second thought. Okay, let's go, Isaac. It's a different thought process.
Right.
We're not taught that. We're taught to put our children before anything. God tells you, you putting your child before the man that gave you the child?
Right.
Okay. Let's see how that works for you when your child is sick and you got to pray to me.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
That's all I got on that.
All right, man, that was a great, good point. All right, let's continue. Vaughn said, I'm asking God to help me with that. Vaughn's going up to the hill. He got a dummy, right? I did it, God. Well, God said, Vaughn, that's a dummy. That's a dummy, Vaughn. I can see that. All right, let's continue, brother, because we got some other scriptures that she hit and she muffed up.
19:7-8, he says, I beg you, my brothers, do not act so wickedly.
Yep.
Behold, I have 2 daughters who have not known men. Let me bring them to you, and you can do whatever you want to them. Now, like I said, this book was written for men, and this is not the benefit of women, because that to me sound like what they doing in Afghanistan right now, selling their daughters to men so they can have some food or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So I don't think women benefit from that.
Okay, real quick question. Do you think women benefit from the teaching of the word of God?
You're asking me?
I'm asking you, brother.
Yes, absolutely. All mankind benefit from the teaching of God. And Ane says, so are y'all saying that this is how we should be thinking now in scripture? Did it say God told him to do that? No. What we're saying to you is the man in a moment of a quick decision to try and save other people, because remember, he didn't want Sodom and Gomorrah to be destroyed. Remember, he went searching for people. Right. And it was only him. So he didn't want the place to be destroyed. So what we're saying is a man in a situation where he got 2 angels in a crib, and he's like, listen, I already know these guys don't want my daughters, but I'm willing to offer this to you. Hopefully you guys turn around and leave and realize the severity of this situation without me telling you that there's 2 angels in there.
No, they wasn't going to see that.
No, they were caught up in that. They already made up their mind on what they were going to do.
To that situation.
So you're looking at 2 decisions. You're looking at, you have to understand, you're looking at it from the perspective of the people that are so stuck on what they're doing. And you're looking at a man that is willing to give everything that he has to protect these 2 servants of the Lord.
Okay.
That's
Let me throw some in there too, Bolo, and then I'm gonna get to Arshawn's question. All right, so she says, so are y'all saying that we should be thinking now? This is how we should be thinking now. In Scripture, did it say God told him to do that? No, it didn't say God told him to do that, right? But are we saying that we should be thinking this now? No, what we're saying is we should be always with the understanding that God's purpose should be first. You understand what I'm saying, sis? God's purpose should be first. Now, my purpose is for my daughters to remain virgins until they get married. That's my purpose, right? God's purpose may be I'm trying to save millions of people in this city. If we have to expend 2 women to save millions of lives, then that's what we might have to do, because at that point, that's how we had to handle that situation. Now, in today's world, we might not have to handle that situation that way. Maybe there's another way we can handle it. But we have to remember, this is a lesson to tell us that sacrifice is always going to be a part of being, rolling with God. Sacrifice is always going to be there. So we're going to sacrifice time studying. We're going to sacrifice our money trying to keep a good church going. We're going to sacrifice, our time volunteering to do stuff for the church, right? Or for the community, whatever, right? But with God comes sacrifice, right? This is what happened to Abel. Abel didn't want to sacrifice. He wanted the accolades, but he didn't want to make the appropriate sacrifice. Whereas, Cain wanted the accolades, but he didn't want to make the appropriate sacrifice. So he saw that Abel was willing to make the appropriate sacrifice, and instead of himself saying to himself, I don't have to compete with my brother. I just have to make my own sacrifice, and God will see my level of dedication for my level of dedication. But because Cain saw that he felt that he had to compete with his brother, and he could not compete with him, the jealousy in him overtook him, and he took his brother out. Right? But because it goes all the way back to he didn't want to make the appropriate sacrifice. See, sacrifice comes with God. We're going to have to sacrifice, right? If we want to get a good day's work done tomorrow, what do we have to do? We have to sacrifice certain hours of the day for sleeping. If we want to have the right energy, we got to sacrifice eating all this bad food that we eat all the time. We got to eat some good food. We got to get some supplements in us that's going to give us the nutrition that we need, right? So sacrifice comes. If you want to do good, sacrifice comes. Just like if you want to do bad, ain't a lot of sacrificing in doing bad. See the duality there? All right, let's get to Arshawn had a question. He said something down here that I really wanted to deal with. Okay, he says, although she's off base, if that were a principle as she's asserting, it would not benefit women. I agree with that. I agree that if that was the principle of that was being asserted, it would not be particularly, and I don't think it was particularly to benefit a woman in particular. It was to benefit them globally. Well, what do you say, Bolo? What's your opinion?
That wasn't a principle what was being pushed. You're talking about a man that has 2 angels in the house. He's being pressed by men. He's pulling at straws. He already knows that these dudes are homosexual. He knows that they're not going to deal with his daughters. But what he's hoping in him doing this is that, one, they'll be like, man, we don't want the girls. Let's just go. And in the same time realizing that, okay, this is a good dude. Okay, he's willing to give his daughters to us. Let's leave this alone, because there might be something he ain't telling us. It's the same way when people say, Duke, you don't want to go down that block, bro. I can't tell you, but you don't want to go down that block. Just take my word for it, man. You don't want that smoke.
You don't want that smoke.
You don't want it. So it's the same when Peter denied Christ. Pressure will make you do things.
Agreed.
pressure. He swear now I would never deny you. 3, he even cursed out the little girl. He denied Christ. So the perspective that we're looking at it is from a Westerner perspective. And the way she's looking at it is from a person that's been hurt by men, but not looking at the parts that she played. If what she's saying is true, she's not looking at the parts that she played.
Well, Bolo, we gotta keep moving, man.
Okay, yeah,
keep moving. All right,
yeah.
So she hit a couple more things, right?
Yes.
And I want to address all her points since I got you up here.
Okay.
3, 9 through 10. What then, are we better? No, in no wise, for we have of 2 daughters who have not known men. Let me bring them to you, and you can do whatever you want to them. Now, like I said, this book was written for men, and this is not the benefit of women, because that to me sound like what they doing in Afghanistan right now, selling their daughters to men so they can have some food or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So I don't think women benefit from that. Romans 3, 9 through 10. What then, are we better? No, in no wise, for we have before.
Wait a minute, what you say? Romans what?
Romans chapter 3, verse 9 through 10.
Okay, Romans 3. Yeah. And let me see. Pull that up, brother. Okay, here we go. You know what? Let me get all of Romans 3 just to get a visual. We'll do 9 through 10. Let's see here. Let's bring this up. Romans 9 through 10. Oh, did she say what it was? Did she say what the? Let's hear her say what it is first, and then we'll attack it.
On the thing, but yeah, they play her.
Change both Jews and Greeks with being, because that to
you to change nothing you believe.
Oh, I don't think women benefit from that. Romans 3, 9 through 10. What then, are we better? No, in no wise, for we have before changed both Jews and Greeks with being all under sin. 10, according as it is written, there is not a righteous man, not even one. So in Romans, he says there's no righteous men.
Okay, let's stop it right there. Let's bring up Romans. I don't know, man. I don't know if you ever seen this book before, man. I'm trying to study, man. Trying to get Princella, trying to get some information, man. Okay, Romans 3. Now I want to go a little bit before, because I agree with you, man. Yeah, if you just look at stuff in no context, man, it can come out kind of crazy, right? Okay, so let me read Romans 3:1. What advantage hath the Jew? Or what profit is there of circumcision? Right? Much. So anyway, hey, why is this? What's the difference between us and them? Right? Much every way, chiefly because that unto them were committed the oracles of God. Yeah, man, some of these guys got some straight information, and look what they're doing with it. For what if some did not believe? Shall their unbelief make the faith of God without effect? Right? So just because they non-believers, that don't mean God ain't real, right? God forbid, yea, let God be true, but every man a liar, as it is written, that thou mightest be justified in thy sayings, and mightest overcome when thou art judged. But if our unrighteousness commend the righteousness of God, what shall we say? Is God unrighteous who taketh vengeance? I speak as a man. Romans 6. God forbid. For then how shall God judge the world? For if the truth of God hath more abounded through my lie unto his glory, why yet am I also judged as a sinner? Right? How can you judge me as a sinner if my word, it means more than God's word, right? That sounds crazy just saying it, right? And not rather as we be slanderously reported, and as some affirm that we say, let us do evil that good may come. Whose damnation is just? Ooh, that's a good question. I'm going to go with God. How about that? What then? Are we better than they? No, in no wise, right? That means there's people out there doing evil. We say we got God, but we still doing evil too. Are we better than them? Just because we say we got God? For we have before proved that both Jews and Gentiles, that they are all under sin. Why are they all under sin? If they're not under sin, what we need God for? What we need the Bible for? What we need the Torah for? What we need the Quran for, right? As it is written, there is none righteous, no, not one. There is none that understandeth. There is none that seeketh after God, right?
She stopped at 10. I want you to do something though. I'm asking, can you please play what she said again?
Let's play it. Let's play it again. I'm gonna give you the basic breakdown. There's no good men, but we're gonna play it again.
You got it?
Huh?
You got it?
I got it. I played it. I went a little farther.
I didn't hear it.
Oh man. Sorry, y'all. I gotta deal with these old people, man. Oh no, you know what? I played it. I didn't bring it up. My bad.
You see, the old people win.
Man, y'all know Bolo's gonna be 157 tomorrow. So
58, man. 58. Don't take it.
That's right. 158%.
Okay, that's all I want to know. But go ahead.
It's not even 1%. It's
Of 2 daughters who have not known men, let me bring them to you and you can do whatever you want to them. Now, like I said, this book was written for men, and this is not the benefit of women, because that to me sound like what they doing in Afghanistan right now, selling their daughters to men so they can have some food or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Pause it.
Romans 3:9-10. What then, are we better? No, in no wise, for we have before changed both Jews and Greeks with being all under sin. 10, according as it is written, there is not a righteous man, not even one.
Okay.
Now, first of all, I want you to understand how decisive this woman is. First of all, verse 9 and 10 doesn't mention the word man at all. It doesn't say man at all. She put that in there. It doesn't say man.
Let's see.
Bring it up.
See.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't say man.
Let me bring it up. I'm gonna bring it up, bro. brother. Okay. Let's see. Let's make sure, man. We get her all the way. Okay. So verse, you said 9 and 10?
Yeah, that's what she said. 9 and 10. Go.
Okay, 9 and 10. What then, are we better than they? No, in no wise. For we have proved, both Jews and Gentiles, that they are all under sin. As it is written, there is none righteous, no, not one. Oh boy.
Show me a man. There's no man in there. This chick is decisive, bro. She knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. She took a scripture out of context, and you try to give her, leeway to make a mistake with Lot. That's cool. Okay, I can get it. I understand. But then, okay, when we start, okay, the word from verse 1 down to verse 10, man is mentioned twice.
Okay.
Okay. When we read the first man, it is mentioned as man and woman, right? What advantage then has the Jew, or what is the profit of circumcision? Much in every way, chiefly because to them were committed the oracles of God. For what if some did not believe? Will their unbelief make the faithfulness of God without effect? Certainly not. Indeed, let God be true, but every man a liar, as is written. Okay. So what this Romans is talking about, what's the difference between the Jew and the Greek? We both sin, right? We both sin. Okay. All of us have sinned. So now let's look at the verse 5 where man is mentioned again. But if our unrighteousness demonstrates the righteousness of God, what shall we say? Is God unrighteous who inflicts wrath? I speak as man. And that's still taken as mankind. The same way when I say to you, yo, listen, I speak as a man. I speak as a human. I don't speak as anything other than that, anything bigger than that. I speak as a man, certainly not. For then how will God judge the world? But let's address the two verses that she was talking about. 9 and 10. What then? Are we better than they? Not at all. For we have previously charged both Jews and Greeks that they are all under sin. As it is written, there is none righteous, no, not one. This is why our Lord and Savior had to come. Both and Greek were under sin, born under sin, period. Man wasn't mentioned as I'm trying to understand the context and how she's trying to frame it.
She's trying to frame it that there ain't no men that's good nowhere.
I understand. There ain't no
even the Bible says that.
There ain't no damn woman that's good. How about that? Okay.
Bolo, you're not listening, man. You're not listening. You're not listening. That's your problem,
Listen,
man.
None of us are good. None of us are. If we're not in Christ, none of us are. None of us are.
You're not listening to that.
See what I'm saying? See that again, what Anae said was important, right? She said, I can't see from her perspective because I didn't know no men like that.
Right.
Perspective is important. She's seeing how you feel affects how you see. That was the point of me bringing out the sharks. How you feel affects how you see. If I've been hurt by women and I don't do the work on myself to know why I keep attracting these types of women, I'm going to be jaded. Okay, I'm going to look at all women a certain way and not look at it and not introspectively look at myself and say, but Duke, you attracted these women.
Yeah.
This is what she's doing. She's putting the blame all on men, but she's not looking at herself, right? We're not saying that if it's true, those men weren't wrong or those men weren't dirtbags. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But let's
Yeah.
let's also look at what part you played in it.
That's the hard part, man. We can't get them there.
Nobody wants to do that. We all want to because you know why? When you realize that you have a problem, you then you have to be able to solve it.
Yeah.
You have to become that solution. Let's move on.
All right, brother. We go. I'm gonna play the whole thing now, and we just gonna look at all of her. You stop me when you want to address something. All right, where is she? Oh, let me bring her back up because she said a lot of hokey pokey stuff, man. I was like, what? All right, so here we go. There ain't no good men. She's gonna move on. Oh, wait a minute, Bolo. It gets better. Hold on.
So in Romans, he says there's no righteous men. In Job 14:1, he says, man who is born of woman is short-lived and full of turmoil. 2 Timothy 3:1-5, for men shall be lovers of themselves, covetous, boastful.
Pause.
What? Is there a problem, sir? Is there a problem? What happened? I thought we was going to word. What something wrong?
First of all, when oh my God. And Job 14:1 is speaking of man as mankind. It's not speaking of men. Because if it was speaking of men, it would say men. It's saying man, right? Man who was born of a woman in a few days and full of trouble, who comes forth like a flower and fades away. Job is speaking on the woes and the pitfalls and the hurdles that goes through life, that we go through in life. He flees like a shadow and does not continue. And do you open your eyes on such one and bring me to judgment with yourself? Who can bring a clean thing out of an unclean? No one.
Right.
So he's saying everyone. This is not something specific to man or men that she's trying to say. So what she's doing is she's taking a verse and she's throwing them at him. And instead of him dealing with each verse, because I do think they would have given him the latitude to do this, his response to her was, all of that is true.
Okay, let's get to that. Let's get to that. I just want to verify that she, I don't, profess to be I know every line in the Bible, right? I know a few things, right? So I just said, wait a minute, this don't sound right to me. So now I have you here who can verify what I'm saying, or send somebody who can go dig a little deeper.
Sean, she does not have to be a student of the Bible. No. You don't have to be a student of the Bible.
Oh yeah, you can. The Bible is like a law book, man. You can find anything.
Anything.
Yes, you can find any version that say anything you want to say out there.
You become a student. You're a student of the. Not, she's saying.
By the way, the Quran as well. By the way, the Torah as well. Right?
Absolutely. You can find anything in the book and just read one verse of it and say, look, you know how many people, man, those I don't know, those dudes in the South, where the Lord says you could put your hand to a pit of, and I'm paraphrasing, and a viper won't bite you. And these dudes are playing around with snakes. They don't understand the context. It's where you're at. Your perspective is where you're at. Are you looking at this to try and prove a point to prove your point? Or are you looking at this to try and prove the truth? What are you searching for? Where is your heart? Is your heart in it to find the truth? Or is it in your heart to sell books?
I think she could. I think she's a very smart woman, Arshawn. I think she could find that if she really wanted to find something like that. You can type it in Google.
You can type in Google.
She could find it if she really wanted to.
Or has the word man. It's not hard.
She's not stupid.
She's not a stupid woman, bro.
No, she's not
stupid.
That's
why she threw all these different scriptures at one time, Adam. And again, I think they would have given him the latitude to go into it. But go ahead. Let's play.
All right, let's go. Because I got to get out of here, man. I got to go home.
Me too.
Proud, blasphemous, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, fierce, despised.
Go back to what? The beginning of that verse?
No. Go back to the beginning of what she was just saying just now. I think we missed the verse.
Of 2 daughters who have not known men, let me bring them to you and you can do whatever you want to them. Now, like I said, this book was written for men, and this is not the benefit of women, because that to me sound like what they doing in Afghanistan right now, selling their daughters to men so they can have some food or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So I don't think women benefit from that. Romans 3:9-10. What then? Are we better? No, in no wise. For we have before changed both Jews and Greeks with being all under sin. 10, according as it is written, there is not a righteous man, not even one. So in Romans, he says there's no righteous men. In Job 14:1, he says, man who is born of woman is short-lived and full of turmoil. 2 Timothy 3:1-5, for men shall be lovers of themselves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemous, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, fierce despisers of those who are good, traitors, high-minded, lovers of pleasure more than lovers of God. So this is what the Bible specifically says about men.
Some men.
Well,
I think that could be insinuated on that, and then also, real quick, we also want to talk about what righteous actually means. Righteous means free of sin or guilt, which it makes sense that there's no righteous men, because who is free of sin or guilt?
Okay,
I just want to make sure.
Do you have any more?
Hold on.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
I want to make sure you get all this.
Like, I just want to make sure that we understand that this book is written for men, right? Genesis 8:21. I will never again curse the ground on account of man, for the intent of man's heart is evil from youth. Now,
stop, brother.
This has
what?
Okay.
What happened? Wait, what?
Let's deal with the Second Timothy's. Second Timothy's is talking about men. Men, yeah. Okay. So
I think she said 3rd Timothy, man.
No, she said 2 Timothy chapter 3.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Right. So it says, know this, that in the last days perilous times will come, for men will be lovers of themselves. That's when it's talking about men being lovers of themselves, it's talking about what those men were in Sodom and Gomorrah. Okay. Lovers of money, boasters, proud, blasphemy, disobedient parents, unthankful, unholy, unloving, unforgiving, slanderers without self-control, brutal, despisers of good, traitors, headstrong, haughty, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God, having a form of godliness but denying its power. And from such people turn away. For of this sort are those who creep into households and make captives of gullible women, loaded. Yeah, right. And these are all men that are godless. These are all men that are operating under their own gods, creating their own gods, under the guise of the world, the same way you do, Princella. Same way you do. Same way how you created your own God, these dudes here have created their own. And to Arshawn, yes, she is either a work to be deceptive. You're absolutely right. She did the work to be deceptive. Absolutely right. So yeah, this here is talking about men. And then she went to Genesis, right? She went to Genesis.
Yeah.
Genesis. Can you go back a little bit? Genesis.
You want the video? Okay.
Yeah. I know she went back to Genesis 3 something. I think Vaughn put it in.
Have 2 daughters.
Yeah. Did Vaughn put it in the chat? I think Vaughn put in the Timothy, but I don't think he put it.
Okay.
All right. Let's see.
Who have not known men, let me bring them to you, and you can do whatever you want to them. Now, like I said, this book was written for men, and this is not the benefit of women, because that to me sound like what they doing in Afghanistan right now, selling their daughters to men so they can have some food or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So I don't think women benefit from that. Romans 3:9 through.
Okay. Did you catch that?
Where he said, I agree.
He said, absolutely.
Right. Yeah. He did nothing.
He said, this sounds like to me what they're doing in Afghanistan.
Right.
Selling their daughters for food.
Right. Crazy.
I'm not even going to stop at that stop sign. Let's keep going.
Through 10. What then? Are we better? No, in no wise. For we have before changed both Jews and Greeks with being all under sin. 10, according as it is written, there is not a righteous man, not even one. So in Romans, he says there's no righteous men. In Job 14:1, he says, man who is born of woman is short-lived and full of turmoil. 2 Timothy 3:1 through 5, for men shall be lovers of themselves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemous, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, fierce, despisers of those who are good, traitors, high-minded, lovers of pleasure more than lovers of God. So this is what the Bible specifically says about men.
Some men.
Well,
I think that could be insinuated on that, and then also we're real quick. We also want to talk about what righteous actually means. Righteous means free of sin or guilt, which it makes sense that there's no righteous men, because who is free of sin or guilt?
Okay,
I just want to make sure.
Do you have any more?
Hold on.
I just want to make sure. Yeah, I want to make sure you get all this.
Like I just want to make sure that we understand that this book is written for men, right? Genesis 8:21. I will never again curse the ground on account of man, for the intent of man's heart is evil from youth. Now, this has a lot to do with the chemical testosterone. And we had a doctor, a brain, a neurologist.
Hold on. Did she say Genesis 8:21?
Yeah. I think
she
so.
Said, chapter 8, verse 21.
Genesis, yeah.
Just rewind it just a tiny bit.
Advisors of those who are good, traitors, high-minded, lovers of pleasure more than lovers of God. So this is what the Bible specifically says about men.
Some men.
Well,
I think that could be insinuated on that, and then also we're real quick. We also want to talk about what righteous actually means. Righteous means free of sin or guilt, which it makes sense that there's no righteous men.
Wait a minute.
Because who is free of sin or guilt?
I got Genesis 8 up here.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Hold on.
For we have before changed both Jews and Greeks with being all under sin.
All right, man.
It makes sense that there's no righteous men. Because who is free of sin or guilt?
Okay,
I just want to make sure.
Do you have any more?
Hold on.
I just want to make sure. Yeah, I want to make sure you get all this.
I just want to make sure that we understand that this book is written for men, right? Genesis 8:21.
8:21. Let's see. 8:21.
8:21 is talking about Noah, my G. 8:21. And the Lord smelled a sweet savior, and the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground anymore for man's sake. That's talking about both men and women. For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite anymore everything living as I have done. That's talking about everybody. While the earth remaineth, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. What? Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe she just said. So let's see if she's gonna get checked on that.
I will again curse the ground on account of man, for the intent of man's heart is evil from youth. Now, this has a lot to do with the chemical testosterone, and we had a doctor, a neurologist, do 46,000 brain scans.
Who's we? You paid for the study?
Yeah, come on, man. Listen, again, all of her breakdowns and all of her science thing are from men. If men are so evil, why are you quoting from men? Why don't you quote women?
Well,
again, she's acting like women don't do the same thing that men do. You know what I'm saying? And again,
men and let the world know.
I can understand, Sean, that he's trying to understand her perspective. I get that. But when you're blatantly taking things out of context, that's like if you wrote a book and you're trying to understand what I'm saying and understand where I'm coming from, and I purposely take what you wrote out of context and spit it out, and you do nothing to correct me. I say, hold on, no, you're doing this wrong. That's not what was meant to be said. You're taking it out of context. You dig what I'm saying? So
she took classes.
You know, she took classes. Crazy. Son.
Got the background.
Right. I mean, I really don't want to hear the part about the brains. I mean, you could skip that part to the part where he responds, because I really want to hear his response.
That's what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear whether he got checked, and then we're going to wrap it up right there. Yes. All right, let's see if she got checked on this.
Those scriptures are irrefutable.
Mm-hmm.
I can't refute them.
Mm-hmm.
What I can do is hold the tension between the broken humanity of man and the Bible not having any chill and outing everyone from the beginning all the way through to the end.
Okay, so his response was, I cannot refute those scriptures. Well, I don't think we was asking you to refute that. I think we was asking you to break it down to a more intelligible situation, right? I think they needed to be contexted and broke down, right?
Context needed to be given. One, she was
exactly right.
Not selling his wife. I mean, selling his daughters. Two, she was off about Romans, where it's talking about man. That scripture doesn't say man.
She was off about all of them.
You know what I'm saying? So no, with Timothy, she was right where it was speaking towards men. You know what I'm saying? Then in Genesis, she was wrong. So you have to have context. There are certain scriptures that, listen, there's scriptures in the Bible that say, I'd rather live with a dragon than live with a wicked wife.
Right.
So should I pull that scripture out? I'd rather stay on a roof than live in the home with a wicked wife.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So the Lord, he breaks down everybody. There's no one that's safe. Everyone is under the veil of sin.
Okay, let me ask you a question, brother. If you are a believer and you're sitting there with someone who is a disbeliever, right? And they're saying stuff, right? They're saying things like this. Hey, the Bible said this, the Quran said that, the Torah said this. And you can see, you know, it's out of pocket, but you're on a panel like that. What do? Do you just jump out? Do you jump over the table and get them? Or do you slowly break down what they're saying?
You slowly break down what they're saying and the latitude that the latitude. So she gave you 4 scriptures. So you say to, you know, the things, may I be allowed a little latitude to deal with each and every, I'll be as concise and precise as I can. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, they were trying to give him time because she was monopolizing a lot of time. Right. He chose to give it back to her, right? So in a situation like that, again, like I said, when you and Anae were on the panel, he's talking to someone specific, right? You're not in church, brother. Okay. You're not on the pulpit talking to 15 people, 20 people, 100 people. You're talking to a specific person that you are here to have a conversation with. And I get that you wanted to know her perspective. So you give her that latitude to kind of give you a perspective of where she's coming from. And once you can diagnose what the issue is, now you can kind of go, okay, I see what your issues are. Your issues are these men that have affected you. You're saying that you've learned and perfected these men. You haven't gone after the good men like himself, the one, Tim, these other 2 guys that are on the thing. You didn't go after those guys. You didn't study those guys. You only studied the dirt bags. That's what you studied, because that's what I heard. I've studied the dirt bags. I've studied the men. I don't know what study. Did you have a building where you've had nothing but dirt bags come in and you ran tests on them? You had them jog. You had them do this. You put, you know, the things on their heart to know how they think? Or are you going from your anecdotal experiences? How you feel is going to shape how you see. This is why it takes, even this she took out of context. It takes a village to raise a child, right? She took that out of context, that we're not supposed to have relationships. It's supposed to be, every person out there. That's wrong. The reason that cliche was created is because if I'm Brother Clarence's son, okay, and Von Bryant is Brother Clarence's brother, Brother Clarence can only give me the experiences that he has experienced in his life. He's one man. Now, when we have Uncle Von Bryant and Uncle Arshawn, they can give me their different experiences in life, right? So Brother Clarence's experience can be green. Von Bryant's can be red, okay? And Arshawn's can be blue. Together, those are the mechanics of what we have in color TV. I'm not seeing things in just black and white. Because I have the different experiences, it kind of formulates and it kind of molds me into a well-rounded man to understand the different perspectives of what Brother Clarence, Father Clarence went through, Uncle Arshawn, and Uncle Von Bryant. That's the point of it. This is why we're a living church. This is why we need each other. This is why the Lord says, forsake ye not the assembly of one another, because there is something that you went through that I didn't go through, and you're strong where I'm weak. That's the point of it. That's the point. So what he should have done, absolutely, is correct her where she's wrong in love. Remember, truth given without love is a weapon. So in love, You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to attack you. I'm not here to hurt you. Okay? I'm here to show you that what you're doing is wrong. It's off. You're quoting scriptures wrong. So now if I can't reach you, because at the end of the day, remember, our job is not to grow you. It's not our job. It's the Lord's job. Our job is to plant and water. That's our job. That's what we do. That's our job to do. And we're supposed to do it as effectively as we can, right? Not to offend, because we don't want to offend ourselves. And what I mean by saying offend, the word itself offends. I don't need to put nothing on top of it. I don't need to put nothing on top of it. The word itself is going to offend because of the sin that we were born into. That's the point. Because if I put something on top of it, you're going to look like, oh, Bolo think he better than me. No, I sin just like you, my G. I fall just like you. I'm just like you. I ain't no better. I'm no better. I slip up. Now, you know, some people see things differently, and that's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? So our job, our vocation is to hear what she's saying and say, Ma, we got to compartmentalize this, because I know you don't want us to talk about you personally, but we have to, because your whole book, all 8 of your books that you quoted, is rooted in your pain, in your hurt. Because again, at the end of the day, you're saying that men are good for nothing. You don't talk about the hurt that women inflict, the confusion that women inflict. You don't talk about the dysfunction that women inflict. You don't talk about that. You talk about their 360, but men are 180. Get the hell out of here with that. We're all broken. All of us are built and born in sin. All of us are. We're all messed up. All of us are. And that's where the gender war thing starts, because now you're saying men, they're saying women, they're saying men, and nobody wants to say, okay, let's talk about the dysfunction that we've brought to the table. As men, I'll agree with you. It stops and starts with us, right? We're the leaders. So we have to get it together. We have to get it together. We have no choice but to get it together. But don't get it twisted. The Lord made you joint heirs with us.
Yeah.
He made you joint heirs with us.
Yeah.
We need you. Understand that. Understand the perspective that we're coming from. We can't do this without each other. We can't.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? So we have to understand that point. We have to understand that point. So that's why I think when they say debate, I think that was the wrong title that they should have put it under, because it puts me in a state of mind that, okay, you know, this is not going to be a warm place, right? When you say debate, this ain't warm. When you say conversation, that's different.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Conversation is different. I can be a little bit more personable, you know, personal with you when it's a conversation. When it's a debate, you know, I'm holding, you know, I'm shooting from the hip. This ain't a debate. You know what I'm saying?
But see, to debate somebody, brothers, you have everybody has to be telling the truth for a debate. And that's the way you're going to run into problems with somebody like this, because they're not going to tell you the truth. They're never going to establish a position and then allow you to attack that position. They're never going to do that. They're always going to be, you know, never going to be in one place where they can establish a position. Because that way, when you say when you attack her on some point, she's going to always say, well, no, Bolo, I didn't say it that way. I said it this way. You misunderstood. You mischaracterized what I said, right?
Well,
she always has a way out.
But we can't move until we get that. See, the difference between myself and other people when they have conversations, and I see that you do this too. We can't move on until we get A right. We can't move on. I can't go on to B if I'm stuck on A, ma. So I'm trying to understand.
But this, you know, like I know, bro, this world is so wicked, man. A girl like that could get many, many followers. She don't even have to explain her position totally.
That's the point.
And she can get a lot of followers.
But that's the point where he messed up, Brother Clarence. That's where he this is where I say, from my anecdotal experience and from my little side of the corner, where I say that there was an opportunity missed, right? And we know that the Lord's words don't, they don't come back void, right?
Right.
I'm speaking to Mike, that at the end of the day, from what I'm seeing, from as long as I've been on YouTube, as long as I've been doing this before YouTube, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the times people project their inadequacies on other people to try and get them to join them, right? Misery loves company. Yeah, your man is messing up. Why you got to deal with your man? You should be with me. Your girl messed up. Why? Let's go to the strip club. It just we project our inadequacies because we don't want to be by ourselves. We want to have that company as we walk down the yellow brick road. That's what it is. So we have to compartmentalize this thing and deal with you, because she's generalized. Instead of her saying all women, she should be saying Princella. Everything that she says that women have gone through, women are going through, women need to go through, women need to do and do this. That's what you went through, Ma. And
Agreed.
you haven't healed. You haven't healed. I can hear it in your voice. This ain't one-sided. You haven't healed. You're speaking from a perspective of brokenness.
Agreed.
Period. And you're functioning in it. That doesn't make it good. Yeah, a dog that hurt his leg, and I'm not trying to call a dog, I'm just giving an example. A dog that's hurt his leg, if he doesn't get it fixed, he's going to be able to walk, but he's going to have that limp. Right?
Right.
So that's the point of it, man. You can heal wrong. We need to heal right.
Good. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. My thing with her is, you got an echo, brother. My thing with her is, I wish she would stop lying. Right? If she stopped lying or stop, putting out bad information, then maybe the people that, maybe not so many of these people with broken character will follow her, right? Maybe just the ones that really want to do and inspect the lesbian thing will follow her, right? So not the other ones, because I think only hurt people really are going to resonate with her message. So I think if she would stop the lying, that will cut down on the people. Maybe the other people left over, hurt people, would say, well, maybe I can try God, or maybe I can try this or that, right? They could try a positive discipline to try to get some healing, right? So, but unfortunately, there are going to be some people that go down that road with her. And so people say, well, Clarence, they going to go down. They might not have did that if she would. No, they was already doing it here. They're already doing it. She's just a cheerleader to rally them all together. They was already out here doing this crazy stuff, causing guys' lives, tearing guys' lives up, stuff like that. Let's get them out of here. That's why I say, man, I don't like her rhetoric, but at the same time, if there's people that don't want God's help and they don't want no help from no other kind of place, let's not have them in the dating pool over here. That's my position. I don't want them over here.
Well, listen, here's the thing. This is, again, I say this all the time on Testimony Friday, right?
Right.
That we spend more time, and I'm speaking from the man's perspective, we spend more time on women we don't want opposed to women that we do want.
Right.
Them dudes spend the whole weekend talking about chicks they don't want. And what you don't understand is what you focus on is what you will emit, is what you will be. You spend 28 hours on women you don't want and 10 minutes on the woman you do want. Why don't you reverse that?
Right.
And spend 28 hours on the woman you do want and 10 minutes on the woman you don't want. We already know the woman we don't want.
Right.
We know. Why the hell focus on that?
Right.
Why focus on that? You're giving your energy to that. You're giving your energy. So that's what you're going to attract, not even knowing it. Not even knowing it.
That's something else we got to talk about. Who are you attracting to you in business, in life, in relationships? That's another thing we got to talk about. how are we attracting these? If you always been, if all only gangster dudes are coming up to you, maybe it's something you doing to attract them type of cats, right?
Something that you pushing off, man.
Right. If you are only attracting pookies, maybe it's something the way you, carrying yourself, the energy you putting out, that's attracting those type of guys, right?
We say this all the time, Brother Clarence. I hear you say it all the time. You have to look, it starts within you. The Lord says straight, it starts within you. See, this is I don't know if have you ever watched the television show Forged in Fire?
Forged in Fire? No, I don't think I have.
I like that show, right? It's a bunch of blacksmiths that come together in a competition and they make knives, swords, all sorts of things. But the beauty of it is, they give you a time. You got 4 hours to take this muffler and make it into a sword. And you're under pressure, right? You're under pressure. And these guys make beautiful weapons, Brother Clarence. Now they tell you that these weapons are going to be put through tests, right?
Right.
So there are some times when these men and women that are blacksmiths, that they're so under pressure, they forget the most key component, brother.
Right.
To temper their sword, their knife.
Wow.
They forget to temper it. And what tempering is, if you don't know, it's making the inside hard. Opposed to making a beautiful, they spend so much time on making it beautiful on the outside that they don't pay enough attention to the inside, Brother Clarence. So as soon as they take that sword and they bang it up against a ram's horn, it breaks.
Oh, man.
So the Lord ain't working on the outside first. He's working on the inside. He's working on your spirit. He's working on your character. He's working on your integrity. He's working on your direction. He's working on your intention. He's working on your tenacity. He's working on your malleability. All of these things he's working on to make you that light that can shine in that darkness. And no matter what situation you are in, you will be able to walk out there and be that light to represent him. That's what he's doing. The hell with the way you look on the outside, because that's going to come later. The glory comes later.
Yeah, but the people don't want to wait, brother. They don't want to wait.
That's the problem.
They don't want to wait. They have no patience. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn Bryant in the building.
What's going on, man?
Greetings. What's going on, gentlemen? I see you guys are up here. What is this, an 8-hour stream now? What are we doing?
Well, man, I was sitting at the house. Bolo hit me up and said, "Hey, man, I want to talk about Queen. I want to talk about the Queen Maker, man. I want to go on for a couple of hours, man. What's up?" I was like, "Oh, man, okay, Bolo."
Well, listen, very interesting.
You insist.
Yeah, very interesting conversation, man. You guys brought up a lot of good points. I just thought I would, kick back on this one and listen a little bit, see what I can gather and learn. And so I could say I came out of it okay. I've learned a few things. And I didn't really want to get up to be a part of the meat of it, because I've already really commented, on my perspective when it comes to Princella, but
I think we all have.
I see how she totally wants to just remove all accountability on for the females, because it's a male or a man thing. And that's where she kind of trips up with her perspectives and her ideology. So
yeah, because if you don't attack the real problem, it's not gonna, you know what I'm saying? It's like you guys know what Bob Marley died of?
Yeah, wasn't he injected with something?
No. Bob Marley passed away from a cut on the foot. Well, he died of cancer.
Okay.
But
a lot of people say he was injected with that cancer.
No, he died. He had a cut on his foot.
Okay.
And he being Rasta, he didn't go to a doctor.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's gonna heal on its own, right? Meanwhile, Bob Marley, right, from Jamaica, didn't wear shoes a lot, right? But went around, all over the place, right? And so well, my point is, it started as a little cut, and it grew bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until it got to this situation that now you got cancer because it hadn't been dealt with properly, right? The thing just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and so we keep putting the band-aids over these things that need special attention, but they're putting a band-aid over it. She's the one that wants to put a band-aid on everything and say, well, the band-aid is men ain't no good. That's it. That's the issue. So just don't deal with men. But like you said before, brother, you gonna take it, or I think Sister Annie said this, you gonna take you wherever you go. You going with you wherever you go. So if you go wherever you go, I'm getting the clock. I'm getting Sandman coming out here.
Okay, look, the clock is over with at this point, so don't even think about the clock.
Okay. So we so that's what she is presenting. In other words, she's not giving you an accurate addressing the problem. She's addressing the symptom and not the actual problem that's promoting the symptom. So therefore, the symptom is still raging in the body, and therefore some other issues are gonna come up. So if you go someplace else and you pick bad men because you don't know how to pick people, you're going to go over to lesbian heaven and pick bad people, right? You're going to be food for the just for the pookie men. You're going to be food fodder for the pookie lesbians out there, right? And so that, but some of these women are going to have to go through that to learn that, hey, it's not about, I have a personal responsibility in this. Like Bolo was saying, I got a personal responsibility in this. So if I don't address what I'm doing to attract these people and get myself caught up in these situations, I'm just going to continue to keep having that happen, right? So that is my main issue with her, is I think she's gonna. But if some of them have to get their head bumped, they're gonna get their head bumped anyway. So let them go with her and get their head bumps. At least that may motivate them to come back and say, maybe God, maybe Bolo had a point, maybe Clarence had a point, maybe Vaughn had a point, maybe maybe God, maybe look into this situation. You never know, right? That may motivate them to get right, or to at least come into some understanding of God, so that they can build that relationship, however that may be, right? Sister Annie said, Vaughn, Brother Clarence, did say at the beginning that this was going to be a long one. I did.
You did.
I thought it was going to be a lot longer than this.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
but listen, I appreciate the fact that you guys brought so many beautiful things out of the scriptures that were misinterpreted by her, and I really appreciate that, because it helps to set the record straight. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people they quote these scriptures and they really don't know where they're coming from, And I appreciate the fact that Bolo brought out the fact that 2 Timothy 3rd chapter was geared toward actual men, but she's reading it as if the women aren't guilty of the same thing. See, you're trying to utilize the scripture and you're trying to curtail it to fit your particular sin and iniquity. You see, and that's what I don't like when people do that. Just call a spade a spade. Let's be real about it.
That's what I'm saying.
The beauty of this thing is, because I got to break out. The beauty of this thing is that we're seeing the dysfunction of both men and women, right? Mostly men, because you're looking at a creator that says, come to me, my wife. Come to me, right? Deal with me. Understand who I am to you, so that you can understand what you need to be to your wife. Understand the patience that I have with you. Understand the temperance that I have with you. Understand the long suffering that I have with you. Understand the suffering that I've gone through for you, so that you then can be that to your wife. Understand that when you are a husband, it's a service. It's not about you having it's not about you having this bravado of saying I'm a husband and I have this badge. It's not about that. When you're a husband, you are in service to your family. You are in service. That's what marriage is, being in service to one another. Right? When she was talking about, oh, I have to clean for the husband and such, she regulated it. I said, there's a difference, right? When you have a wife, when you have a husband that cooks for his wife, there's a difference. When you do it in love and understand why you're doing it, it's not a chore.
Right.
It's not a chore. But if I don't love you and we don't have God as our guiding light, then yes, every day you're going to go to work and be like, damn. Absolutely. So now, again, it starts with you. So, I agree with her when she say men need to get their act together. 100%. 100%. But then again, you have to take in the point that Vaughn is saying. As husbands, we take in most of the blame because, hey, heavy is the head that wears the crown. That's just how it is. But that don't absolve you. That doesn't absolve the woman of the part that she plays in the dysfunction. It doesn't absolve her from it. And what she's doing is absolving. Well, these dudes did this, these guys do that, these guys do that, these guys do that. How did these guys get into your atmosphere, Ma? That's the question I would ask as a man sitting across, not to be disrespectful. How did you end up with these dudes? Did they pick you up and just grab you? Then that's different. How did you end up with all of these dudes doing these things to you? I just want to understand it. You ain't got to be specific. Was this a dude you was trying to date? Were these guys you were trying to do business with? Yeah. But do you realize that you are the common denominator in all of that? The same breakdown. Here's the beauty of Christ and the beauty of the Bible. The truth is the same for everybody. It's not different for a man. It's not different for a woman. It's the same, my G. It's the same. Now, you may have to tweak it a little bit to give it to someone different because, they may comprehend differently. But at the end of the day, the truth is the truth is the truth. It doesn't care about who you are as a man, woman, your gender. If you're married, single, it doesn't care if you have a father, mother, brother. It doesn't bless you. It does not care. The truth is the truth, and it stands on its own. It stands on its own. So why do I need to curtail it for you? Now, what I'm going to do is fashion it in a way that you can receive it in love, because I don't want you to think that I'm heartless and cold, because if I give you the truth without love, then it's a weapon. You're not going to receive it at all. At all. This woman, again, I've never seen her open the way she did. The way she did, which was a perfect time to say, okay, you just gave us 4 examples of men. What's the common denominator in that, Princella? The same way I can tell you I've had 5 different women. They all did me dirty. Child support and everything. What's the common denominator in that, Princella? Polo. Now, that was an example. I didn't have 5. An example. But we got to start, as much as it hurts, our job is, the job of the scriptures is to offend. Because we are offensive. That's the point of it. Now, we don't add on top of it because I don't want you to look at me and say, oh, you think I'm better than you. Man, I'm just dirty as you are. Man,
all right, brothers.
I love you, brother.
Man.
Love you too, sir.
Mom,
Thank you for coming up here.
Much love.
When's the next time we can catch you, brother? I know you're on live right now. And AB is on there. But when's the next time we can catch you live, man?
Well, tonight was supposed to be a show with my man Anthony, but tomorrow you'll be able to catch us tomorrow morning, 7:00 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. You'll be able to get us tomorrow for Testimony Friday, 11 o'clock Eastern
11
Standard
o'clock a.m. p.m.
p.m.
Oh, p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Correct.
Okay.
Which would be what, 9 your time?
No.
8 your time.
8 my time.
8 your time. 8 your time. So
yeah.
With that, guys, I love you, man. Thank you for having me on. And Brother Clarence, continue doing what you're doing. Von Bryant, continue being that brother that doesn't, you know how I feel about you, Von. Keep doing what you're doing. Anae, thank you for your perspective and you being the quintessential of what a woman should strive for. Guys, have a blessed night. Love you all.
Love you, brother. Hey, give me a picture of that snow tomorrow.
Love you all. I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send it to you tomorrow.
All right, send me some snow tomorrow. All right, bro.
Later.
All right, later, man. That's my brother right there, Brother Bolo. All right, Vaughn.
Yes, sir.
Let's wrap this thing up, man. My wife is blowing me up. Hey,
brother. I could imagine she is, man. You know, you've been.
Got someone I want to put on the table for you, brother.
You've been burning the midnight oil, right?
My wife is the type, but she don't like the food to be cold.
Well, listen, you can't blame it on me, brother, because you started at 2:30, right?
Yeah, that's
right, we're not gonna look up in the left side of the screen at the top up there where it says live.
You know what I got to start doing? I got to start doing like my first mind, which is to just get like 2 or 3 hours in with just me, and then open it up to the other people. I mean, besides the home team, home team come in whenever they want to. But I'm talking about opening it up to the public. I got to start getting some more time in with just me, and that way I can establish more things, because we get off on other tangents, and that's what I did. I think when Black Man came up here, shout out to Black Man, but I think we kind of got off the subject a little bit, and so I want to stay on that subject. Not only him, but who else was on with him when he was up here?
It was all good, though.
Yeah, John was pretty much on the
it was all good. I mean, everybody shared their perspectives. It was
yeah. But I would have preferred to establish more things before they came up.
Yeah.
You know, before Black Man and Jay and them came up, I would have liked to have established a little more points before I let them up. No, they did good. No, I'm not saying anybody did bad. No, it was me that let them up too soon, because I didn't get to where I wanted to get to tonight because I let them up too soon. That was my fault, not theirs. But anyway, all right, bro, we got to get out of here, man. You got any last words, Brother Vaughn? Besides, Clarence, you're the greatest.
I'll let you tell that.
Not those words.
You don't want to hear what I have to say, but anyway, I'm just saying. I'm just joking.
Don't great job. Vaughn love me. Vaughn loves some Clarence. Don't even listen to Vaughn. Don't listen to Vaughn at all.
Much love. But no,
it's hot at me.
But just in closing, I just wanted to say that this really wasn't a debate to me at all. I just wish that Brother Tim would have, spoke to the issue a little more, And then I came to the realization that this is the same guy who said Jesus is a stripper, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is the same dude, So listen, people come up with all of these crazy analogies, man.
Wait a minute, Vaughn.
And it just really bugs me out.
You have proof of that, Vaughn. Vaughn, that's a big claim right there. Yeah.
Now what happened? Oh, I put the link in the chat.
Oh, you did? Okay. All right.
Oh yeah. Okay, come on. Of course he was using it. He was using that as an analogy, and I get it. I get it sometimes, but listen, sometimes we just have to be careful with these analogies that we use.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they're just a bit too far. You know what I mean? But appreciate the conversation, brother. I'm not going to hold you at all. Look forward to when are you going to be back on?
We might be back. We might be back on
Sunday.
Well, we definitely be back on Sunday. I might do something Saturday, because I think hopefully I can get everybody together. We can have a conversation Sunday morning, and because I think we wanted to have one tonight, but we couldn't do it. So hopefully Saturday morning we could do that. I don't think it has to be a long drawn out thing. Just have a quick conversation. So hopefully we can do that. But definitely on Sunday.
Yeah, so those are my final remarks, brother. Unfortunately, it took me 5 hours and 53 minutes to finally come up here to give a closing remark. But
you're welcome. Like I always say, man, the home team is always welcome to come up here. The home team, you guys don't have no, you guys know me. You guys know our long stroke and all that. So you guys know already. So, but it's just the other people that come in, they long stroke as well, and it just drags everything out. So, but anyway, man, thank you for coming up, brother. Appreciate you, man. Love you, and let's try to, if you can pass that on too, I'll try to pass it on too. That maybe we can, have that little meeting early Saturday morning, and we can put that together.
Okay, sound good, man.
All right, big brother.
All right, peace, brother. Much love.
All right, love you, bro. All right, that was Von Bryant, y'all. Okay, y'all, we about to get up out of here, man. I ain't even gonna waste no time long stroking this closing, man, because there's a lot. We're not as long as I thought we was gonna go longer than this, but I thought I was be hitting these points that she made because I really want to really dissect the thing, but I didn't get a chance to, man, because sometimes, man, I want to hear what other people are thinking sometimes, but I messed up this time, man, because everybody did good. No, don't think that anybody on the panel did anything wrong. No, it was me. I before I opened up that conversation, I should have waited maybe 2 hours before I started bringing people up, right? Because I kind of got off the page a little bit. So, but that's okay. That's okay, y'all. We'll come back. We'll talk at another time. The point is, did we make it clear that Princella, we ain't got nothing against her personally. We just got something against her position on things. And so she was out here saying she thinks about things one way when it's not like that. That's not the truth of the matter, right? Okay. Let's move on, y'all. I didn't finish Arshawn. I really wanted to. Maybe you guys can do something on this. I don't know, man. Maybe you guys can do something on it and finish it up for me, because I wanted to get to it. I wanted to get point by point by point by point. He said Princella is obviously a scientist, theologian, and a philosopher. Well, she's got all that stuff in her background, right? She's got a background in all of this stuff, right? So we ain't never seen no proof of her understanding and being able to apply any of this stuff for a positive result. We haven't seen that yet, but she's talking. So many people talk, and when you get as old as I am, Marshawn, seeing so many people talk, but nothing ever comes up, right? You see their mouth moving, but you never see their elbows moving, right? So they never do the work involved in making their rhetoric make sense. They can't do it because it's illogical, right? So, but hey, man, shout out to her. Good luck to her. Hopefully she will, get as many women that are in the position that she is in, where they don't want to hear nothing. They don't want to hear about the Lord. They don't want to hear nothing about no therapy. They don't want to hear nothing about nothing like that. They're just going to ravage the male-female dating community. They're going to ravage it. No, let her take them over to the lesbians. Sorry, lesbians. You guys got to work that out with Princella, right? Let her take them all over there, right? But anyway, man. So, all right, y'all. So we're gonna wrap up, man. Shout out to Princella. Shout out to Hardly Initiated. So I think those young brothers got a good little podcast going on, man. Brothers trying to do some good. So shout out to them for that. Who else? Okay, let's cut right to the chase, y'all. Today the chat was where it's at, man. Shout out to the chat. Thank you guys for always coming through and supporting your brother, man. Shout out to Danique Anthony, man. This dude came through with a humongous cash app, man. Humongous cash app. I'm talking about a lead attorney cash app, man. This dude came in with a huge cash app. Huge. Shout out to Racer X, man. Shout out to Danique Anthony, man. Man, hit this up with a good cash app, man. Shout out to you, man. I'm rich, man. I think I'm gonna go buy the Maserati shop, man. I think Danique Anthony, man, he made me. I think, man, he put me up there where I might go to the Maserati shop after I leave here, right? Huge Huge. But I call Danique Anthony Racer X, man, because he's that big brother that's behind the scenes that you don't see. But every now and then he'll support. He does something. And he ain't looking for no shout me out. He ain't looking for all that, man. He just, he just does his thing and he moves on, right? So shout out to Danique. Appreciate you, brother. He was also a very generous person when we were giving out the book, when we bought the book bags and we bought the computer. He was very generous and supported that. So shout out to the brother. Appreciate that. Arshawn says, women are better than men because they have more letters in their title. Women are meant to be without men. The shorthand for without is without women equals without men. Without men, Princella probably. Oh, Lord. Who knows, man? Princella, man, is so all over the road. You can't even, nobody can even tell what's going on with her, man. Except for, I believe she's trying to set up a sexual ring of women that will bow to her need, and with pretty much like Dr. York situation or Jim Jones, she's trying to set up I don't want to put Umar out there like that. I have some concerns about Umar too, even though I like the brother. I think at the core, he's a good dude. I think that he got caught up in the money and the sex, and there's nobody that can. When you getting sex and money like that, man, it's hard to stay on the right track, bro. It's hard. I know a lot of people throw rocks at Umar. A lot of people throw rocks at Princella. But when you got sex coming at you from all different directions, from people, you wish you could have sex with you, and now these people are showing up on your front doorstep. I want to have sex with you. Plus, I want to invest money with you. I want to put some money behind you. Y'all out there, y'all tell me y'all gonna stay straight. Oh, I'll never do this. I'll never do that, Clarence. Oh, you don't know what you would do. That's why we got to pray to God and ask God to keep us straight. Here I am talking, man. Oh, yeah, y'all. Yeah, let's do this for the kids. Let's do this for the people, right? I pray if God came and made us as successful as I see in our mind, we could be. Brother Clarence don't go off the reservation doing something stupid. Right? I don't want to. I see myself. Oh no, I wouldn't. Right? I wouldn't do that. That's how I feel right now in my heart. But shit, you see, even these pastors, right? Even these pastors, these preachers get caught up. Right? These preachers out there getting caught up, right? Oh, these preachers, there's something wrong with them. Man, shit, you try to be a preacher. You have women coming for a private session with you, and they sitting down there and their legs are smooth as a baby's asshole, and you sitting there and your wife is 70, 80 years old. Sex is the last thing on that lady's, she got hurting legs, back hurting. She's always watching these grandbabies. Sex is the last thing on her list. Here this little thing comes walking in your office, man. Legs are smooth as silk. Said, Pastor, I just need somebody to hold. I just need somebody. Can I give you a hug? Can I sit on your lap? I'm trying to tell y'all, this world is so wicked, anybody could get turned out. Anybody could. Anybody could get turned out. So we got to have something we can hold on to. We got to have something we can hold on to, and that's God, man. God is something we can hold on to. We can hold on to that, man. We can say, okay, this is the way that we should roll. We got it. Don't let go. Don't let go. When the turmoil comes, don't let go. Hold on tighter. Wrap it around yourself. Wrap that cord around yourself. Why? Because you know that the wind is going to blow. That wind blow. You may be, your arms and legs may be in the air, but you're still holding on. And when the hurricane is over, It's a nice sunny day outside. You can unleash your arms and you can just hold on like you was hold on originally. Arshawn said, come into my prayer closer, dear sister, right? Now, some of these preachers, man, they get exposed for having character flaws, right? They get exposed for having character flaws. They got a character flaw, man. We all got character flaws. Ain't none of us out here perfect. Ain't none of our hands clean. We all got dirty hands, and we all got character flaws. The reason why we ask God every day, because we know we got character flaws, and we asking him to cover down on those character flaws for us so we don't get out here and get caught up. Because it's easy when you ain't got that level of temptation coming at you. You don't know what that kind of level of temptation is like. One person offer you a lot of money, another person offer you a lot of money, another person offer you a lot of money. Hey, let me come to your church and talk about this program that may help them. I'm gonna give you $2,000 just to come into church and do that. Some of these preachers, man, got problems, man. If you out here teaching the word, man, one thing that's consistent, all of God's people, they had problems, right? They had problems. Noah had so many problems, he was drinking all the time. God decided, hey, man, go build this boat, man. You work on that, man, maybe you can stop drinking. Right? But these prophets got problems, man. Abraham had to take his son. Abraham had to take his son up to the hill. And the plan was he was supposed to take him out because he had disobeyed God. The Quran says, struggle is ordained for you. Oh, you who believe, struggle is ordained for you. Struggle is part of life. We can't give you life without giving you death. We can't. Struggle is ordained for us. We're going to have to struggle for what we want, right? The Quran says, man only gets what he strives for. You got to work hard for something to get it. Now, when you get it, you might figure out, hey, man, this ain't even, it wasn't anymore what it's all cracked up to be. That may be the situation. But, beloved, we got to get out of here, right? Arshawn said, I got caught up on drinking the communion grape juice out of the bottle. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Right? But watch out for everybody, man. Screen everybody, man. Even Brother Clarence. Screen Brother Clarence, right? Got to pick up the energy off of Brother Clarence. See what I'm talking about. Because I ain't perfect, man. You might catch me one day I'm crazy. That the one day I went crazy, right? I may need you because you love me to smack me and say, hey, Clarence, what you doing? What you talking about, man? Right? We got to look out for each other like that, man, because shit, any one of us could go crazy. Any one of us could go crazy. Any one of us could lose our minds. So then he said, one day. Well, I try to be a little sane most of these days, right? I try, man. Yeah, man. We gotta just have that kind of love for each other, man, where we can check each other, man. Because people that don't love each other, a person that don't love you is not going to check you. And if they don't check you, you may have a character defect that when you get amongst some people that really don't care about you, there's people out there like pimps and other types of people, man, that they look for character defects in people, man. And you think your character defect is very hidden. But these people have eyes. They got X-ray vision. They could see through you, and they could see that you got a character defect that they could use to take advantage of you. Some of these people got X-ray vision. They can see it just talking to you, getting the energy off of you. They can feel it already. Oh, this person, they got a certain level of vanity. So I can use that vanity against them. They got a certain level of greediness. I can use that against them. And whatever it is, shout out to Quantum, by the way, whatever it is. So y'all, we gotta pull back. We gotta look, check out each other. If you see Brother Clarence out there, and I'm out there on some strippers, I'm on some strippers live stream saying, yeah, I like to make it rain. I don't know if y'all know Von Bryant. Yes, we're all very familiar with Von. We're all very familiar with Von. No, we used to call it the Von Bryant throw, right? When you throw it high like that, we call it the Von Bryant. But family, I'm about to say watch out. But family, y'all, we gotta, we gotta just look out for each other, man. That's what we gotta do, man. We gotta look out for each other because we all we got. We all we got. We all we got on these YouTube streets and on the real streets. We all we got. The only people you got is the people you connecting with, man. That's all we got. So we want to connect. Let's not waste no more of our time connecting with people that are not about what we about. Now, if somebody want to connect with you and they say, hey, yeah, I want to connect with you. Okay, well, if they want to connect with you, if they're not talking about what you're talking about, you can be friendly with them. I'm not telling you to just shun people. That's not what I'm about. That's not we in the nation. We wasn't taught to shun anyone. We taught to just talk to them and bring information to them. If they want further information, and invite them to get more information. If they want further, tell them where they can go to get it. But we was never taught to, let's get in there and shove this down their throat. We was never taught to do that. Now, we have had what they call zealots, right? They feel like, man, there ain't nothing else but the nation. That's it. That's all you should be doing. But the rest of us that got a little more time and sense, no, man, what does it matter how you come to God, right? Quantum said, I'd rather just shun them. Well, you can, you know what I'm saying? But, I'm obligated because somebody didn't shun me, Quantum. Somebody picked me up literally out the gutter. And two men stood with me and they tarried with me and they tarried over me. And they made sure that they poured into me. So I got to pay that back. I'm obligated. Now, I'm sure a lot of you guys are not obligated like me, but I'm obligated because I was that person out there in the street with their pants around their ankles. Not literally, but I mean, I was a functioning fool, right? I was functioning. I was paying my bills and coming home, but I was out there doing all manner of wickedness that I could do and still function. I was doing all kind of craziness, right? So I do need to do that, right? Okay, let me break it down. You're right, Vaughn. Let me just stop this thing right now. Okay, y'all, let's do it. Kwame said, I like to just throw them out and keep traveling. All right, y'all, we're gonna close this thing out. Let me close it out right now. Because I gotta go home. All right, the chat is where it's at. The chat is where it's at. Shout out to the chat. Great stream, y'all. Thank y'all for hanging in there with me, popping in and out. Those of y'all that popped in and out, those of y'all hang the whole time. I appreciate y'all. I try to give y'all enough of a philosophy where y'all could take it, at least break it down and say, well, I agree with this part, Clarence. I don't expect all of y'all to agree with me at every point, right? I just want you to think about it from a different perspective. That's why I like Arshawn. That's why I like Mr. He said, because they may agree with me or disagree with me, but they come from a different angle. And I like that. Well, let's look at all these different angles. And y'all, as the audience, you take the best angle that works for you out of the deal, right? Okay. Let's see. Quantum said the benediction. Vaughn said you can do that rundown on part 4. Okay, no. I'm going to do it real quick. I'm going to do quick. We're going to do the quick stop right here. We're going to go through everybody real quick. Okay, who was on the stage today? We had BMU, John, Trey, Jay, Any, Bolo, and Vaughn. And everybody did an outstanding job. All of them did strong performances, very solid. Everybody did a great job. Okay, that's it, y'all. We out of here. See y'all maybe on Sunday, maybe on Saturday. Definitely Sunday, maybe on Saturday. All right, y'all. Peace.